As the group of three got closer to the ancestral mountain, the pressure weighing down on them increased. It was the type of pressure that would have a significant effect on any Foundation establishment cultivator. Only core formation experts would be able to ignore it. Obviously, the summit of the mountain was where the pressure was strongest, and based on Bai Xiaochun's calculations, it would only be possible for someone in late core formation to get that far. However, in consideration of how he was weaker, the fifth young lady took the lead, using the power of her own cultivation base to reduce the pressure on Bai Xiaochun. Moved, Bai Xiaochun followed along, simultaneously engaging in some casual conversation with both her and Bai Lei. Before long, they were at the foot of the mountain. There were numerous paths that led up, and they picked one. As they began to climb, the pressure intensified. Occasionally, they would pass other Foundation establishment clan members, all of whom were sweating profusely and being very careful to avoid the dangerous restrictive spells. With the fifth young lady's help, Bai Xiaochun was able to move much faster than any of the other Foundation establishment cultivators. Of course, even without her help, the pressure wouldn't have fazed him. Not even the pressure at the summit would have been a huge deal, let alone the pressure further down. Because of how kind the fifth young lady was being, Bai Xiaochun tried his best to pretend that he was having difficulty with the pressure, even going so far as to gasp and wheeze occasionally. After all, people outside of the ancestral land were watching, and therefore Bai Xiaochun had no choice but to proceed with his act. Occasionally, though, he would look over at Bai Qi and his group speeding toward the summit. Eyes sparkling, Bai Xiaochun tried to calculate how long it would take for him to reach the top. When Bai Lei noticed who he was looking at, his eyes flickered, and he lowered his voice and said, "Junior brother Hao, you listen to me? That Bai Qi is someone you can't afford to provoke." Bai Xiaochun looked over at him. Plastering a look of anger onto his face, he said, "Well, it's not like he's actually going to kill me, right?" Bai Lei sighed. "Don't you get it, junior brother Hao? The clan arranged for Bai Qi to get this Deva soul, and that shows how much the patriarch favors him. If you keep pulling stunts like you did yesterday, I'm afraid you will get yourself killed." Bai Lei had a serious expression on his face, but inwardly he was chuckling. Although Bai Hao had uttered some sharp words the day before, as far as Bai Lei was concerned, he was still just a child. "You listen to me, all right?" he continued. "From now on, stick close to the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice. With him on your side, Bai Qi won't make a move against you, at least not casually." Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, and then gritted his teeth defiantly. Off to the side, the fifth young lady listened, a slight frown on her face. Although Bai Lei's words seemed to be uttered out of concern, to her, it seemed more like he was trying to take advantage of the conflict between Bai Hao and Bai Qi for his own benefit. However, now was not the time to point that out. Sighing, she pondered how everyone in the Bai clan seemed to have their own agenda, and how everyone was always fighting and bickering. It was really exhausting to live in an environment like that, which was one of the reasons she didn't feel very at home in this place. Sighing, she looked over at Bai Hao with compassion and sadness. It was bad enough that he had such a lowly standing in the clan, but now, just when he had finally managed to prove himself to some extent, someone came along to try to manipulate him. Seeing that Bai Lei was about to continue speaking, she jumped in and said, "Hey, look at that halo over there. Bai Hao, see the bracelet inside? It's a magical item that's well suited to you." Bai Xiaochun looked over at a nearby boulder, upon which was a green bracelet. The fluctuations rolling off of it weren't very strong, but would clearly be useful to someone in early Foundation establishment. In the same moment that he looked over at it, the fifth young lady performed an incantation gesture and waved her finger, causing a beam of green light to fly out. As the beam neared the boulder, a protective shield of light suddenly sprang into being. The green beam of light pierced through the shield, wrapped around the bracelet, and then dragged it back into the fifth young lady's hand. After looking it over, she handed it to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun took the bracelet, looked up at the fifth young lady with her kind gaze, then clasped hands and bowed. "Thank you, fifth young lady. Take it. You need every bit of protection you can get. In our clan, you can't trust anybody." Looking melancholy, she shook her head and then continued along the path. Bai Lei frowned, not very pleased that the fifth young lady had interrupted him. However, considering her high status, he knew that she would eventually be married off to someone important outside the clan. Likely, she would achieve an even higher standing in the future, and therefore, he pretended that nothing had happened and just continued to chat randomly. The fifth young lady obviously wasn't in a very good mood, and only occasionally responded to Bai Lei's banter. However, whenever they encountered items useful for Foundation establishment cultivators, she would take them and give them to Bai Xiaochun. 2 hours later, Bai Xiaochun had acquired about 8 magical items, a few thousand souls, and even some soul medicine. He was quite moved by all of this. The fifth young lady was now the second person in the Bai clan to have taken a liking to him. Most importantly, she wasn't trying to get anything out of him. She was simply treating him like family, out of compassion. Another thing he noticed was that there were items available on the mountain that the fifth young lady actually wished to acquire, but could not because of the level of her cultivation base. Bai Lei took the initiative to get a few things that he wanted, then apparently felt a bit embarrassed and got a few things to hand over to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun accepted everything silently, and the group proceeded along for about an hour. By this point, they were about halfway up the mountain, which was when Bai Qi actually reached the summit. His journey up the mountain had gone very smoothly, with almost nothing causing any problems for him or getting in his way. The Deva soul was put here for me, he told himself. It's mine. The reason why Bai Qi had such an easy time going up the mountain was because he knew exactly how to deal with all of the restrictive spells on the way up. His father had provided him with that information, and therefore Bai Qi didn't need to waste almost any of his cultivation-based power to get to the summit. From his current position, he could see the altar and the earth-type Deva soul on top of it. Eyes shining with anticipation, he shifted his gaze from the soul to the restrictive spell protecting it. Now that he was here, all he had to do was walk over and take what was his. This is the last restrictive spell and also the most powerful. Only someone with the strongest and purest blood can get through. Thankfully, I came prepared. Once I get that Deva soul, then I can go and kill Bai Hao. Chuckling coldly, Bai Qi sliced a cut open on his index finger and then spattered some blood onto the restrictive spell. At the same time, he patted his bag of holding, producing a jade bottle that he crushed, causing a drop of blood to appear. That blood came from the Deva Patriarch and was incredibly pure. When Bai Qi reached the summit and began to deal with the restrictive spell, many of the other clan members on the mountain looked up with complex emotions. Although most of them were frustrated and jealous, there was nothing they could do. Outside of the ancestral land, the clan members who had gathered to watch the event saw what was happening, and various serious expressions could be seen on their faces. The clan chief smiled broadly, whereas the clan elders looked on indifferently. After all, they had all agreed to this matter, and knew that the supposed trial by fire was mostly just for show. Originally, Madame Kai should have been in custody and being punished, but for some reason she was now in the crowd, excitedly watching the scene play out. The person paying the closest attention to Bai Qi, though, was Bai Xiaochun. Now that he saw Bai Qi dealing with the restrictive spell, he stopped in place to think for a moment. Then he turned to look at the fifth young lady, and suddenly seemed to be bursting with energy. His eyes shone far more brightly than before, and for some reason, he seemed taller and stronger. It was as if, moments ago, he had been a tiny hill, but was now a towering mountain peak. Conversely, the ancestral mountain he was standing on was now like a tiny hill compared to him. The air around him even began to distort as something like a black hole formed. "Thank you for watching out for me, fifth young lady," he said. "I'd like to pay you back for your kindness. If you agree, then tell me what things you want from the mountain, and I'll get them for you. Take your pick." The sudden change to Bai Xiaochun happened so quickly that neither the fifth young lady nor Bai Lei were able to react. "You!" Bai Lei's eyes widened, and his heart began to pound. For some reason, Bai Xiaochun seemed like one of the clan's grand elders right now, completely shocking. In fact, when their eyes met, Bai Lei felt his mind spinning. The fifth young lady was panting, completely taken aback by what Bai Xiaochun had just said. Bai Xiaochun looked at her and once again said, "Well, Fifth young lady, take your pick. All of a sudden, the fifth young lady seemed to realize what was going on. Shivering, and eyes shining, she suddenly laughed. If you can get anything on this mountain for me, then what are you waiting for? Take it all. Bai Xiaochun looked at her deeply, then threw his head back and laughed. You got it. Very few people on the mountain had even noticed the change in Bai Xiaochun. Most everyone else was transfixed by Bai Qi as he dealt with the final restrictive spell at the summit, and were looking on with jealousy, frustration, and countless other emotions. This is really unfair. That's right. Even if Bai Qi were more of a chosen than he already is, he shouldn't have been able to make it to the top of the mountain that easily. I don't care if he is in the great circle of core formation. Humph. I was watching him, and from what I could tell, he knew how to deal with those restrictive spells before he even got to them. It was too easy for him. Come on. Don't you realize what's going on? Not even Bai Lei put up a fight. It's obvious that the ancestral land was open just for Bai Qi. The leadership already decided to give him the Deva soul. That way he can get his 5 elements Deva beast souls and form his nascent soul. Most angry of all were the people from the auxiliary bloodlines, whereas the people from the direct bloodline seemed very pleased. They even went so far as to rebuke anyone they heard saying anything they didn't like. Bai Qi is the Qilin son of our clan. It's the will of heaven and earth that he gets that Deva soul. All sorts of talk could be heard on the mountain. Meanwhile, people on the outside were also dealing with all sorts of thoughts and feelings. No one outside had noticed Bai Xiaochun yet either. Bai Qi was currently the main focus in the ancestral land, and was like a blazing sun that drew all attention. As he went about dismantling the restrictive spell, discussions could also be heard near the stone gate. So, the Deva soul is going to Bai Qi. I'd guessed that it would be him. Not that we would have had a say in it anyway. It was definitely set up ahead of time. Nobody else even had a chance. But then again, nobody is on the same level as Bai Qi. As people discussed the matter, the faces of the clan elders were all expressionless. After all, they had all known ahead of time that this would happen. Even the grand elders from the Hall of Justice and the Hall of Corrections weren't reacting. None of them qualified to argue with the decisions made by the patriarch, and furthermore, Bai Qi really was the cream of the crop of the current generation. Most excited of all was Madame Kai. She was physically shaking from excitement, and could barely breathe straight as she watched the image of Bai Qi on the screen. My Qir is definitely the Qilin son of the Bai clan, she thought. That Deva soul was prepared just for him. How dare that little son of a bitch Bai Hao try to compete with my Qir? What gives him the right? Everything was prepared for Qir. All we did was take his research notes and arrange for him to be killed. How dare he fight back against us? You just wait, Bai Hao. As soon as my Qir gets that Deva soul, you'll definitely be dead. You son of a bitch. Madame Kai laughed out loud, sounding completely elated. The clan chief no longer looked grim like he usually did. As the sun shone down onto his smiling face, he seemed warm, happy, and proud. However, even as Bai Qi attempted to break through the restrictive spell, people outside of the ancestral land finally noticed that Bai Xiaochun was thrumming with a shocking energy. In fact, that energy was so shocking, so indescribably powerful, that it caused the screen to distort. The fact that the energy seemed to be interfering with heaven and earth caused looks of shock to appear on the faces of many of the clan members. That's Bai Hao. What's going on? What's happening with Bai Hao? Eyes widened as more people looked over. The clan elders seemed shocked, as did Madame Kai and the clan chief. All of them subconsciously looked over at Bai Xiaochun. It was in that very moment that Bai Xiaochun threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Then, he looked at the fifth young lady and said, "All right, fifth young lady, if you have the guts to ask for everything, then I have the guts to get it for you." Only moments ago, Bai Xiaochun had come to realize that although the fifth young lady seemed soft, she was actually a lot more tough and tenacious than he'd realized. If he took all the treasures on the mountain and gave them to her, it wouldn't be easy for her to keep them. However, she obviously knew that, and yet was still confident enough to say what she had. In that case, Bai Xiaochun wasn't going to disagree with her. As he laughed, his hair whipped about in the air, and his cultivation base began to rise rapidly. In almost the blink of an eye, he went from early foundation establishment to the mid-stage, the late stage, and then the great circle. Within a few earth-shaking moments, he had become a core formation cultivator. Wind screamed around him, shaking the entire ancestral mountain, rising up into the sky and even provoking lightning. All of the clan members on the mountain were completely shaken and began to cry out in shock. This. Heavens, what's happening? They weren't the only ones to react in such a way. Even more shocked was Bai Lei, who felt like his mind was being struck by lightning. His face turned completely ashen, and he staggered backward, trembling the entire time. Because he was closer to what was happening, he felt like Bai Hao had become a raging ocean, while he was a little rowboat being tossed about by the waves. It was almost impossible for him to comprehend what was going on, and he felt like he might get wiped out of existence at any moment. I can't believe he's so strong. Bai Lei's mind was devolving into a blank, and he was already sweating profusely. As for the fifth young lady, she was panting. She had already come to the realization that Bai Hao had been hiding the true level of his cultivation base, and to see him explode to higher levels of power right in front of her caused her eyes to shine brightly. It took only the briefest of moments for Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base to reach the shocking level of the great circle of core formation, and then it went a bit further into the pseudonascent soul stage. With his current cultivation base, Bai Xiaochun looked like an immortal devil, his eyes shining like the stars, his fleshly body power surging. Although he was slender and had a fair face, he seemed like he contained the explosive power of a divine dragon. Then, even as he continued to laugh, he lifted his right foot. The moment had come to vent all of the negative feelings that had cropped up in his heart because of Bai Hao's tragic fate. All of his discontent with the Bai clan was about to erupt. Without any hesitation, he stomped his foot down onto the surface of the ancestral mountain. Instantly, a sound like heavenly thunder filled the air. The entire mountain began to shake, provoking cries of alarm from all of the clan members standing on it. Bai Xiaochun stomped down with the full power of his own cultivation base, as well as his 3 clones. It was a force that surpassed the core formation stage and also contained control power, which seemed capable of rocking the entire mountain. And that was not to mention his fleshly body power, which was in the great circle of the 3rd level of the Undying Live Forever technique. He was already at the point of making contact with the 3rd shackle, giving him access to monstrous force. All of the frustration he had been keeping suppressed in the Bai clan was unleashed in the stomp of his foot, which shook the ancestral mountain so violently that a crevice opened up on it. Cracking sounds could be heard as, in the blink of an eye, the crevice spread out through the entire mountain. Many areas of the mountain even began to completely collapse. To the clan members on the mountain itself, it was like an apocalypse of destruction. Screams and shouts could be heard everywhere. And at the same time, the halos formed by countless restrictive spells were simultaneously destroyed. Moments later, all of the items of good fortune which had been placed into the ancestral land by the Bai clan were out in the open. Vast amounts of magical items, soul bodies, and soul medicine all appeared, completely unprotected by any restrictive spells. Everyone was completely shaken by what they were seeing. The glitter of countless magical items, numerous soul medicines and endless soul bodies was enough to obfuscate the sky. All of the cultivators on the mountain were having a hard time staying on their feet, but as soon as they saw the vast number of items flying up, their eyes began to burn with passion, and they began to shout out loud. That's a mid-grade soul medicine. The Mage Sword of Annihilation. Heavens! That's one of the most powerful magical treasures in our clan. That's a metal-type Deva beast soul. Bai Lei looked on in stupefaction as Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, causing whooshing sounds to fill the air as all of the items which had just flown up began to speed toward him. That included almost everything that had been placed onto the mountain, and yet Bai Xiaochun completely ignored them and simply sent them to the 5th young lady. Hurry up and take them, 5th young lady. The 5th young lady was completely taken aback. Despite having been prepared for something like this, to see it actually unfolding in front of her left her almost shell-shocked. That was especially true considering that the single stomp of Bai Xiaochun's foot had destroyed all of the restrictive spells on the ancestral mountain, as well as all of the glowing halos. She had never even heard of anyone who could do such a thing, not even the venerable clan elders. It was even as she stared blankly that Bai Xiaochun's words entered her ears and shocked her into clarity. Eyes shining with brilliant light, she quickly assessed the items, then gritted her teeth and opened her bag of holding. Even if Bai Hao plans to betray the clan, she thought, I'm claiming these things, and nobody will take them away from me. Although the fifth young lady seemed weak, she was actually very tenacious, and thus, it was without the slightest hesitation that she drew upon the power of her cultivation base to drag everything into her bag of holding. Bai Xiaochun used his control power to help. Magical items, soul medicines and soul bodies alike all flew toward the fifth young lady and disappeared into her bag of holding. Everyone on the mountain could see what was happening, resulting in gasps and cries of alarm. However, most astonished of all was Bai Lei. The entire situation had changed so quickly that he couldn't even react. Instead of Bai Hao being the foolish brat he had taken him to be, he was now a dazzling, almighty being worthy of ultimate veneration. Even more mind-shaking was how all of the treasures on the ancestral mountain were now being taken by the fifth young lady. Because of the incredible pressure Bai Lei felt from Bai Xiaochun, he didn't dare to say a single thing, or even reveal by his facial expression that he wasn't pleased. His intuition was telling him that something big was happening in the Bai clan. His intuition was correct. And in fact, almost everyone in the ancestral land was thinking the same thing. As for the people outside watching the screen on the stone gate, many of them were also being pricked by intuition. The gathered crowd watched as Bai Hao suddenly powered up, shattered the ancestral mountain, and then took all of its treasures. The result was that they felt like their minds were being struck by countless bolts of lightning. This, heavens, what's going on? Is that Bai Hao? Impossible. I thought he was in early foundation establishment. But that's clearly not early foundation establishment, that's more like the nascent soul stage. What exactly is going on here? Bai Hao has terrifying self-control. He actually has a nascent soul cultivation base, but kept it a secret this entire time. Impossible. Something big is going down. As of this moment, Bai Hao is invincible within the ancestral land. Heavens, the Deva soul. His goal is the Deva soul. Bai Qi is in danger. As everyone began to cry out, the clan elders shot to their feet, their expressions flickering dramatically. All minds and hearts were completely shaken. No one among the audience could actually see Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base, so everyone just assumed he had a nascent soul. However, the clan elders were all nascent soul experts, and could see exactly what the situation was. Bai Hao is actually in the pseudo-nascent soul stage. Damn it! What if he's not the real Bai Hao, but an imposter? That's not likely. Without the blood of the Bai clan in him, he wouldn't be able to get past the clan spell formation, not even with a nascent soul cultivation base. With a cultivation base like that, if he really is Bai Hao, then he is the Qilin son of the Bai clan. These clan elders were stern and awe-inspiring people, but at the moment, their eyes were lit with shock. The Grand Elders from the Hall of Corrections and the Hall of Justice had similar reactions, especially the latter, whose eyes were shining with utter incredulity. Pseudo-nascent soul stage. This Bai Hao obviously came across some destiny-changing good fortune, and yet managed to keep it a secret. His level of self-control surpasses his own cultivation base. Not only does he have shocking skill in spirit enhancement, but he also has an incredible cultivation base. Latent talent like this is the type that will only be seen in the clan once in 1,000 years. Now that is what the Qilin son of the Bai clan should be like. The two Grand Elders felt their minds reeling. Bai Xiaochun's sudden rise to prominence was something completely unexpected, an event which no one could ever have predicted would happen. They weren't the only ones to be floundering in shock. The representatives from the two other great clans and the emissary from Giant Ghost City were so shocked their eyes were bulging out of their faces. Never could any of that group have imagined that they would witness something so unbelievable during their trip to the Bai clan. Latent talent like that has never appeared in the Bai clan before. Furthermore, it's obvious that this Bai Hao has a beef with his own clan. Well, this development is a good thing. If Bai Hao were on the side of his people, that could lead to a new rise of the Bai clan. Bai Hao, huh? Interesting. I need to report this back to His Highness the King. It looks like a schism might occur within the Bai clan. The two representatives and the emissary were even more shocked than the clan elders. And yet, there was still a person whose shock surpassed everyone else's. Madame Kai was literally shaking and began to scream, "Bai Hao, you little son of a bitch, you deserve to die. Damn you, you deserve to die. Men, get in there and kill him. Kill him. Kill him." Her eyes were completely bloodshot, and she seemed to be on the verge of going insane. Her hair was completely disheveled, and based on her unhinged and ear-piercing screams, she seemed like she couldn't handle the situation. There was really no other way for her to react. Her heart was filled with unprecedented terror and astonishment at the realization that Bai Qi's previous explanation about Bai Hao getting outside help to kill his assassin was completely incorrect. Obviously, Bai Hao had done the deed himself. When she realized how powerful Bai Hao's cultivation base was, and that he had already dispatched previous assassins, as well as the fact that Bai Qi had essentially publicly stated that he wanted to kill him, it meant that there was little question about what was to come in the ancestral land. Madame Kai's vision began to grow dim, and she couldn't help but scream in terror. Bai Qi was in great danger. No, this can't be happening. It can't be. Cheer. Get out of there. Unfortunately, Madame Kai had already forgotten that her voice couldn't enter the ancestral land, no matter how loudly she screamed. Ignoring all decorum, she rushed toward her husband and grabbed his arm madly. Cheer is the Qilin son of the Bai clan. He can't die. Of course, the clan chief didn't need any urging from Madame Kai to understand the gravity of the situation. Almost as soon as Madame Kai grabbed his arm, he threw his head back and howled with grief and rage that could pierce the heavens. Damn you, Bai Hao! As of this moment, the clan chief was reacting exactly the same as he had the previous day. Instead of being glad that his own son Bai Hao was rising to prominence, he was descending into the depths of fury. Why do you have latent talent like this? Why do you have a cultivation base like this? Your fate is to submit. You are the lowest of the low, a bastard son. Why do you have to fight back? Just like Madame Kai, the clan chief was desperately worried about Bai Qi, so much so that he took a step forward and waved his finger at the stone gate. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and the gate trembled. Shockingly, the clan chief was going all out to try to open the entrance to the ancestral land. Once he did, he would pass through that entrance, find Bai Xiaochun and kill him. After the ancestral land was closed, opening it from the outside required time. However, the clan chief was desperate, so much so that his eyes were completely bloodshot. "Clan elders," he said loudly, "lend me a helping hand. That unfilial bastard must die." A few of the clan elders from the direct bloodline flew forward to help forcibly open the stone gate. However, the other elders hesitated, especially the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice. Enraged, Madame Kai shrieked, "If you dare to stand idly by, and my cheer gets hurt in any way, then I won't let any of you off the hook." In her desperation, Madame Kai even turned to the representative from the Kai clan to ask for help. Although the man hesitated at first, they were related, so after a moment passed, he came forward to help. However, despite all that, the entrance wouldn't budge. Even with the help of a Deva patriarch, the gate wouldn't open quickly. At best, it might open after enough time passed for an incense stick to burn. Rumbling sounds filled the clan, which was rapidly devolving into chaos. Inside the ancestral land, the mountain was shattered, and the restrictive spells were destroyed. As for Bai Qi, he had only been about halfway finished with his work on the restrictive spell. Now his face was a mask of shock as he staggered to the side. Looking over his shoulder, he saw what looked like a massive tempest, within which shone the eyes of Bai Xiaochun. The sight of those eyes struck Bai Qi to the core. Something like divine sense pierced into him with lightning-like speed, provoking a scream from him as intense fear and disbelief filled his heart. What was most alarming of all was how Bai Qi suddenly felt like a bug, as if those eyes could determine his life or death with a single thought. Impossible! This can't be happening. Bai Qi had never felt more terrified for his own life. He was shaking, every inch of his flesh, blood, and bones screaming out in terror. He immediately abandoned the restrictive spell he had been unraveling and began to flee. If I hold out for long enough, he thought, Father will definitely come save me. However, almost as soon as he turned to make his escape, Bai Xiaochun chuckled within the tempest. Why aren't you taking down that restrictive spell? Allow me to help you out. All members of the Bai clan looked on with pounding hearts as Bai Xiaochun took a step forward. Originally, he had been fully 9,000 meters away from Bai Qi. However, that distance was nothing to cause much pause for Bai Xiaochun. He was like a heavenly god, with a single step propelling him 900 meters ahead, leaving behind an afterimage that made it seem almost like there were two Bai Xiaochuns standing in the ancestral land. Furthermore, his killing intent was so powerful that the entire ancestral land began to shake, both the violet sky and the black soil alike. He's going to kill Bai Qi. The clan members inside of the ancestral land were all dumbstruck. Bai Lei was shaking, gulping in fear, his face completely ashen. As for the fifth young lady, she looked on silently, but with brightly shining eyes. Outside of the ancestral land, Bai Xiaochun's shocking killing intent, and Bai Qi's abject fear, caused everyone to begin to shout in alarm. Bai Qi is in danger. Heavens! Is Bai Hao actually going to go so far as to kill him? It wasn't just the ordinary clan members who were shocked. The clan elders had very serious expressions on their faces. The fact that Bai Xiaochun had taken all of the magical items and other good fortune in the ancestral land didn't matter too much according to the clan rules. But if he actually killed other clan members right out in the open, that would be a different matter. Any objective observer would be able to tell how unfair the situation was. After all, if the roles were reversed, and Bai Qi was going after Bai Hao to kill him, the clan elders would likely frown, but wouldn't take the situation as seriously. But now, things were different. Bai Qi had been selected by the patriarch to prevail in the ancestral land. Bai Hao's sudden rise to prominence was completely unexpected, and there was no way that they could instantly discount Bai Qi's importance. Not even the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice could sit idly by at this point. He also stepped forward to help open the stone gate. However, all of the other clan elders were thinking of things in a different way than those from the direct bloodline. Bai Hao obviously had incredible latent talent, and the fact that he had kept it hidden all this time proved that he was a true chosen of the clan. As such, they couldn't simply watch as he did something unforgivable. Bai Hao, don't do something that you'll regret, thought the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice. Just wait until you get out of there, and I'll handle everything for you. He knew that if Bai Hao killed Bai Qi, especially in a situation like this, then he would damage his relationship with the clan permanently. Killing Bai Qi would essentially be a public act of rebellion against the clan. As the clan elders burst into action, the emissary from Giant Ghost City looked at the image of Bai Xiaochun on the screen with shining eyes. The sight of Bai Xiaochun stepping toward Bai Qi caused the clan chief to go even more crazy. Throwing his head back, he roared, "How dare you, you unfilial bastard!" Then he attacked the gate with renewed vigor. "Stay your hand, you son of a bitch!" Madame Kai screamed shrilly, trembling with madness, her hair flying about in complete disarray. It was almost as if, despite being outside of the ancestral land, she could sense the intense level of Bai Xiaochun's killing intent. After taking his 900-meter step, Bai Xiaochun looked over his shoulder at a spot high up in the sky, where the faint outline of a stone door was visible. It was almost as if he could sense the maddened glares of the clan chief, Madame Kai, and the other members of the direct bloodline. "Finally getting anxious, huh?" he said with a cold chuckle. Based on the vortex that was forming up above, he didn't need to analyze the situation at all to realize that they were trying to open the ancestral land from the outside. I wonder if that Deva patriarch will do something? He thought, his eyes flickering. But now wasn't the time to ponder the situation. Looking back at Bai Qi, his killing intent soared, and he took a second step. By this point, the entire world was shaking as violently as if a giant had stamped his foot down. The air rippled and distorted as everything slowed down from Bai Xiaochun's perspective. His second step propelled him even farther than the first step, a total of 2,100 meters. Everything around him was shaking violently as he moved with blinding speed. By this point, he was only about 6,000 meters away from Bai Qi, who suddenly shrieked, "The clan elders can all see you, Bai Hao. How dare you think about killing me?" Bai Qi was so scared he couldn't even think straight. Although Bai Xiaochun's second step had been taken casually, the speed on display was so terrifying that Bai Qi obviously couldn't escape. The sensation of deadly crisis he felt was like a flash flood that caused even his soul to shake. Outside of the ancestral land, the souls of the clan chief and Madame Kai were shaking just as hard, and it was with complete despair that they watched Bai Xiaochun speeding toward Bai Qi. Regardless of what they did, the ancestral land needed time to open, and clearly, they didn't have enough of it to get inside and rescue Bai Qi. Eyes completely bloodshot, Madame Kai screamed, "You'll die in pain." Bai Hao! The clan chief's chest ached with fear, and his expression was unsurpassably grim. The prospect of seeing his own son killed in front of him had him descending into madness. And of course, he couldn't forget the fact that Bai Hao was also his own flesh and blood. All the other members of the clan were panting in shock as they looked at the screen on the stone gate, and the image of Bai Hao descending upon Bai Qi like some sort of immortal devil. Flicking his sleeve, Bai Xiaochun took a third step, a step which propelled him with lightning-like speed that vastly surpassed his previous movements. It was almost a teleportation, a movement which people couldn't even track with their eyes as he moved 6,000 meters in the blink of an eye. He was now directly in front of Bai Qi, his energy surging, a string of sonic booms echoing out behind him. Bai Qi felt like a cotton ball facing a hurricane. He was incapable of doing anything and racked with despair. First step, 900 meters. Second step, 2,100 meters. Third step, 6,000 meters. The speed on display here was so unbelievable that the members of the Bai clan who were watching felt like their hearts were being bashed by tidal waves of shock. Most of them couldn't even breathe. Bai Qi stared at Bai Xiaochun, panting, wilting under the pressure he was facing. Scared out of his mind, he shrieked, "I'm your brother, Bai Hao. If you dare to kill me, you'll be a traitor to the clan." When Bai Xiaochun replied to him, it was with a voice as cold as midwinter snow. "Yeah? So what?" Bai Xiaochun's words echoed out, shaking everything in the ancestral land. Up in the sky, an enormous vortex was forming that almost seemed to represent the fury of the heavens. The ancestral mountain was shaking violently, with rocks and debris tumbling down everywhere. As for the clan members who still stood on the mountain, they were so shocked they couldn't even think straight, and were merely watching events play out with their jaws hanging open. This was a case of brothers trying to kill each other. One was the Qilin son of the Bai clan, the other was a bastard son. One had once been a blazing sun, while the other had been a bug, but now everything had been turned around. The Qilin son was the bug, and the bastard son was the blazing sun. Although Bai Xiaochun wasn't incredibly tall, as he stood in front of Bai Qi, he seemed to blot out the violet sky, and to make the crimson sun up above grow dark. The sight of a single person surpassing the sky and blocking the sun created an image that caused the observing members of the Bai clan to devolve into further shock. Members of the direct bloodline and auxiliary bloodlines alike were so astonished they forgot to breathe, and their minds were struck motionless. Bai Lei's scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode, and the fifth young lady's eyes were blank with astonishment. What Bai Xiaochun was doing right now was something they would never be able to forget for the rest of their lives. No matter how many years passed, they would never be capable of blotting out this memory. "Don't push things too far, Bai Hao." The despair in Bai Chi's eyes had reached an indescribable level, and he was seemingly paralyzed. He wanted to fight back, but the pressure weighing down on him from Bai Xiaochun made it impossible. It was like facing a windstorm of such epic power that it left him completely powerless. It didn't matter that he was in the great circle of core formation. It didn't matter that he was the Qilin son of the Bai clan. To stand in front of Bai Xiaochun was like standing in terror at the gates of the underworld. Taking a step back, Bai Qi screamed, "If you kill me, the Bai clan will never rest until they find you. You won't be able to get away from them. No matter how big the wildlands are, you'll never escape." Terror and fear gripped Bai Qi's soul, driving him into madness as he cried, "Don't be rash. Bai Hao, we can talk things over. I'm your big brother. Who cares?" Bai Xiaochun said, his voice exploding like thunder from the highest heavens. With that, he reached out with his right hand, the mere movement of which caused the violet sky and the red sun to distort as his energy skyrocketed, bursting past his previous level with explosive intensity. Ru-yu-yu-umble. The lands around him quaked violently as massive energy began to build up. It was almost as if the entire ancestral land was being crushed, and the hand to do the crushing was the very hand which Bai Xiaochun had just reached out with. Everyone on the mountain was deafened, and their eyes went blank. No soul and no mind could go unaffected by that hand. They weren't the only ones to be affected. The clan members outside of the stone gate were all astonished, and Madame Kai was screaming her head off. "Stay your hand, Bai Hao!" The clan elders were reeling in shock, their auras destabilized by the sight of Bai Hao raising his hand toward the ashen-faced, screaming Bai Qi. Everyone else in the clan was equally shocked. All eyes, all streams of divine sense, were focused on the screen and the image of Bai Xiaochun. Is that really Bai Hao? That palm, it, Bai Hao, is turning traitor. The clan chief was going mad, raving and raging as he battered the stone gate and its spell formation. Tears of blood leaked out of the corners of his eyes as he was forced to watch helplessly as his son was about to be killed. "I'm going to skin you alive, Bai Hao!" he shrieked. As of this moment, he was no longer a clan chief, but rather a father. And yet, despite everything, he couldn't forget that he wasn't just Bai Qi's father, he was Bai Hao's father too. As the Bai clan reeled in shock, something else was happening in a hidden chamber in the catacombs beneath the clan. Within that secret chamber, 7 wrist-thick candles were spread out in a circle and were burning with green flame. In the middle of the circle of candles, a wrinkled old man sat cross-legged in meditation. He was little more than skin and bones, with a virtually hairless head, and looked almost like he had just crawled up out of the grave. Suddenly, the old man's eyes opened and began to glow with the light of the sun and the moon. It was an oppressive glow that, if anyone could see it, would immediately make them forget about everything except the man's eyes. The old man slowly looked up, and his vision passed through the earth and soil until he could see Bai Qi and Bai Xiaochun on the screen on the stone gate. The old man didn't even bother to look closely at Bai Qi. Instead, his eyes came to focus on Bai Xiaochun. His voice sounded like bones rubbing against bones as he murmured, "With latent talent like that, and that aura, he's much more suitable than Bai Qi to be my next incarnation." Meanwhile, back in the ancestral land, Bai Xiaochun's soaring energy filled all heaven and earth, making him the complete focus of all attention. Although his hand was not physically large, it seemed powerful enough to wipe away everything in existence. It was so strong it could destroy the sun and moon, rip apart the ancestral mountain, and shatter all the lands. As Bai Qi watched that hand rising up, it was as if the violet sky vanished, and the crimson sun disappeared. To Bai Qi, Bai Xiaochun's hand became the will of the heavens, and the only thing that existed in the entire ancestral land. To Bai Qi, that hand became the representation of death itself. His eyes felt like they were going to explode, and his blood didn't even seem capable of pumping through his veins. "Don't tell me you're going to turn traitor against the clan, Bai Hao?" He knew that outside, His father and mother were doing everything they could to break inside and save him. He also knew that hundreds of clan members on the mountain were all looking at him. But none of that mattered. He was filled with the terrifying realization that nothing in heaven or earth could possibly save him. Almost as soon as Bai Qi mentioned turning traitor, Bai Xiaochun's voice could be heard, responding with crushing volume that caused the air itself to vibrate. "So what if I turn traitor?" As those words echoed out, Bai Qi's senses converged on one thing. It was as if all light, all energy, and everything else in the ancestral land had vanished, and the entire world consisted of one single palm. And then, the palm descended. "No!" Bai Qi screamed hysterically. He was not willing to die, and definitely not willing to die by Bai Hao's hand. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair in disarray, and his mind gripped by madness. Without any hesitation, he overdrew his cultivation base, using every scrap of energy he could find, and more, performing a double-handed incantation gesture that caused soul power to thrum within him. Then, he shoved out with both of his hands to fight back against Bai Xiaochun. However, such resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a war chariot. The palm descending onto him was backed by the power of all heaven and earth, and could crush anything in its path as easily as crushing dried weeds. The palm landed on Bai Qi's head, destroying all resistance. Cracking sounds could be heard as his body began to fall apart, completely and utterly incapable of withstanding the blast of that palm. "I refuse to accept this. How can you possibly compare with me, Bai Hao? From the time we were kids, I was the strongest, I was the most important, and I had the highest cultivation base. I refuse to accept this." Bai Qi's scream was one of utter despair, the most wild, raving scream that had ever escaped his lips in his entire life. It lasted for only the briefest of moments, a bright shining light that was cut off moments later in destruction. Rumbling sounds filled the sky of the ancestral land as Bai Xiaochun's all-destroying palm made contact with Bai Qi, eradicating all of his divine abilities and magical techniques. Bai Qi was like a snowflake hit by a firestorm, and was completely incapable of providing even the slightest scrap of resistance. He was in the great circle of core formation, only a bit below Bai Xiaochun in terms of level. And yet, he couldn't compare at all. After all, the person who wanted him dead wasn't actually Bai Hao, it was a person he should never, ever have provoked. Bai Xiaochun. It was like the difference between heaven and earth, making the two of them virtually beyond compare with each other. Bai Xiaochun had reached Heavendao Foundation Establishment and the Heavendao Gold Core stage. He had fused with 3 Deva souls, giving him 3 Deva soul clones. Although he hadn't reached the ultimate level of his potential yet, he was strong enough already that he had been able to flee in the face of Mistress Red Dust, a Deva. Considering all of that, the great circle of core formation was like nothing to him. There was nothing Bai Qi could do about that, and therefore the fact that he refused to accept the situation was mostly just a joke. Rumbling sounds echoed out as his divine abilities and magical techniques shattered. Then cracks spread out from his hands down his arms, which then erupted with blood and destroyed flesh. His bones were ripped to pieces, and his legs vanished as surely as if they had been devoured by a meat grinder. Even as pain and despair filled him, Bai Xiaochun's hand completed its motion. Blood sprayed out of Bai Qi's mouth as his chest collapsed. His head, neck, and all remaining parts of his body disappeared. He had been completely and utterly eradicated. Under the devastating force of that palm strike, he was crushed like a weed. With even his soul and his core completely destroyed, everyone on the ancestral mountain was left profoundly stunned, including Bai Lei and the 5th young lady. Members of the direct bloodline and the auxiliary bloodlines alike were flabbergasted. Their minds left spinning and their bodies trembling as they watched Bai Qi transform into splatters of blood that floated through the air like flower petals. So stunned were the members of the Bai clan that they forgot to breathe. They even forgot to cry out in shock. As for everyone outside of the ancestral land, they were equally astonished. But because they weren't physically present for what had occurred, they began to recover more quickly. Soon, cries of shock could be heard by the stone gate. He really killed Bai Qi. That was Bai Qi. He was the Qilin son of our clan. Heavens! What just happened? Is that really Bai Hao? Most people present didn't dare to believe the incredulous scene they had just witnessed was real. It was as though everyone outside of the ancestral land had been struck by lightning. All scalps were tingling violently. From the moment the Bai clan had been founded until now, nothing like this had ever happened. Countless people shot to their feet, including the representatives from the two other great clans. As for the emissary from Giant Ghost City, to have personally witnessed what just occurred caused his expression to flicker with profound meaning. Despite the fact that everyone had been able to guess what was to come, to actually see Bai Qi killed left them completely bowled over. The clan chief looked almost completely insane as he threw his head back and roared, "Bai Hao! If I don't kill you, then I don't deserve to live." His entire body was trembling. His hands were shaking, and his eyes were crimson as he wept tears of blood. He had just witnessed his own son being killed, the Qilin son of the clan, and its whole future. Now, all of that was no more. The spattering blood drove the clan chief into utter madness. He held nothing back as he battered at the stone gate in the hopes of opening it. However, the restrictive spells were strong, and could not be opened in a short time. The clan elders were panting, their minds simply incapable of processing what had just occurred. Even the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice was deeply shaken, his eyes glinting with lamentation. However, no one, not even the clan chief, was driven to the same level of madness as, "Madam Kai, Bai Hao, you son of a bitch, you're going to die in pain. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Cheer. Oh, my cheer. This can't be happening. It's not real. Bai Hao." She sounded like a wild beast screaming in madness, and looked like an evil ghost as she stood there trembling. Although Bai Xiaochun couldn't see what was happening outside, he could well imagine how Bai Qi's death would shake the Bai clan to the ultimate degree. At the moment, Bai Xiaochun seemed completely engulfed by killing intent, but the truth was that his heart was already pounding in anxiety. However, now was not the time to be wrapped up in nervousness. Suppressing his lingering fear, he focused on the main task at hand, buying the time to get out of the Bai clan. He took a deep breath, and once again his energy surged. Without the slightest hesitation, he waved his hand, causing Bai Qi's bag of holding to fly to him, as well as some of his blood and flesh. Then Bai Xiaochun shot toward the restrictive spell at the summit of the mountain. The restrictive spell needed the blood of the Bai clan to open. With the blood drop from the Deva Patriarch, and Bai Qi's own flesh and blood, it could be unraveled with ease. When the cultivators on the mountain saw that he was using Bai Qi's own flesh and blood to open the restrictive spell, their hearts filled with boundless coldness. It was the same outside the ancestral land. Madam Kai was screaming hoarsely, and the clan chief roared with anger. "I will never agree to live under the same sky as you, you unfilial bastard." As Bai Qi's flesh and blood spattered onto the spell formation, the unraveling process that Bai Qi himself had begun continued with shocking speed. In the blink of an eye, the restrictive spell began to fade away. At the same time, the final glowing halo that was left on the mountain faded into darkness. Cracking sounds rang out, and the bloodline restrictive spell opened up. Without the halo and the restrictive spell, the mountain summit was open. There on the altar was the Deva soul, eye-catching to the extreme. Even as everyone looked on, Bai Xiaochun strode up to the altar. He moved quickly, and was soon right in front of the altar, where, without a moment of hesitation, he reached out toward the Deva soul, his eyes flickering with strange light. Numerous afterimages of Bai Xiaochun's right hand could be seen, and the heavens above rumbled loudly as he grabbed the soul. The entire ancestral land began to shake. Bai Xiaochun's heart surged as he could sense the fluctuations of a Deva from within the Earth-type soul. "It really is a Deva soul," he murmured excitedly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Deva soul in hand. Bai Xiaochun couldn't have felt more excited. The only path available to him was that of the Heaven Dao nascent soul stage, and if he didn't walk it, his Dao of living forever would end. But now he had 4 Deva souls. All he had to do was find a metal-type soul, and he would have completed the set of 5 elements. With those souls, he could break out of the gold core stage and forge that legendary item that, up till now, only the Celestial on Heavenspan Island had succeeded in forming, a Heavendao nascent soul. After reaching Heavendao Foundation Establishment and Heavendao Gold Core, my longevity has increased dramatically. Considering how difficult it is to reach the Heavendao nascent soul stage, the longevity increase should definitely be heaven-defying. As soon as he had the Earth-type Deva soul, he threw it into his crystalline soul-hoarding pagoda. He took the Deva soul. That was what Bai Hao was after. The Deva soul. What does he think he's doing? He killed Bai Qi, used his blood to open the restrictive spell, and then took the Deva soul. Does he really think that after all that, he can trade the Deva soul into the clan for a complete set of 5 elements Deva beast souls? The clan members outside of the ancestral land were all very puzzled. All they could think about was what they would do if they were in Bai Hao's shoes. After killing Bai Qi, he would already be considered a traitor to the clan, so even if he got the Deva soul, he would still face the wrath of the entire clan. He's gone crazy. Not only has he turned traitor against the clan, but he's trying to steal our Deva soul. Although cold expressions could be seen on the faces of all the clan elders, the eyes of some from the auxiliary bloodline glittered. Not necessarily. Perhaps Bai Hao killed Bai Qi because of some personal matter between the two of them. As for the Deva soul, it should belong to whoever manages to get it. That's right. If Bai Hao hands over the Deva soul after he emerges from the ancestral land and asks for the 5 elements Deva beast souls, that would prove that he doesn't have a traitorous heart. Different thoughts ran through the heads of the different clan members. However, Madame Kai's shrieks intensified, and her venomous hatred only grew more intense. Furthermore, the direct bloodline clan members began to speak up, voices filled with rage. He must die. He killed my cheer. He absolutely must die. I don't care what excuses you come up with, Bai Hao will die. He killed someone in the ancestral land, which proves he's a traitor. Even as the clan members clamored, the clan chief suddenly stopped battering at the stone gate. Spinning in place, he looked around with a vicious glare, killing intent surging as he roared in a thunderous voice that crushed all other sound. On my authority as clan chief, I hereby declare that Bai Hao is a traitor and shall be killed in body and soul. His name will be stricken from the clan records as a warning to anyone who would follow in his footsteps. The icy coldness of his words couldn't have been clearer as he officially used his power to declare Bai Hao a traitor. Meanwhile, in the hidden chamber in the clan's catacombs, the old patriarch sat in the middle of the circle of candles with their green flames. A mysterious glow could be seen in his eyes as he seemingly ignored all of the chaos and shouting that was currently going on in the clan. His gaze was fixed on the screen, and by Xiaochun, and his eyes were gradually beginning to glow with excitement and greed. He is the perfect choice for my next incarnation. The shriveled patriarch's chest heaved as he considered rising to his feet. However, after looking at the 7 candles which surrounded him, he settled back down. Meanwhile, back in the ancestral land, Bai Xiaochun put the Deva soul away and suppressed his excitement. Then he opened his Heavenspan Dharma eye a crack, which enabled him to judge how much progress had been made in opening the ancestral land from the outside. I have about the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. After that, they'll open this place up. Although he was nervous, he took a deep breath to calm himself, then waved his hand to produce a bag of holding. It was Bai Qi's bag of holding. After his death, his branding mark had faded away, leaving the bag ownerless. Bai Xiaochun quickly sent some divine sense inside to search around, whereupon his eyes began to glow. Inside of the bag of holding was a bone slip which contained a complete record of Bai Hao's research notes, which had previously been written on the floor of his hut and had later been wiped away. The formula for 15-colored flame, as well as Bai Hao's augury technique. Bai Xiaochun was elated and could barely even breathe straight. The value of this information was no less than that of the Deva soul he had just acquired. The formula for 15-colored flame was actually secondary. Most important of all was Bai Hao's augury technique, which pertained to many aspects of enlightenment regarding flame conjuring. With that augury technique, Bai Xiaochun would be able to understand flame conjuring on a much deeper level, and improve his skill dramatically, just as he had with the medicinal knowledge he had gained in the Heavenspan River region. Bai Xiaochun put the bone slip away, and then looked around with determination gleaming in his eyes. As of now, he had accomplished just about everything he wished to accomplish in the Bai clan. There were a few other things, but they couldn't be handled right here and now. The most important thing right now is to get out of here safely. As usual, Bai Xiaochun wanted to make sure that his poor little life was not in any significant danger. After he made sure it was not in any significant danger, he would reduce that danger even further. As of this point, he could easily use his undying hex to pierce through the boundaries of the ancestral land. In fact, he might even be able to make it past the clan's grand spell formation. However, he still didn't feel safe. Even with the murder soul spikes in place, he wanted a more stable plan. I only have one life. The slightest slip-up or instance of overconfidence, and I could provoke a complete catastrophe. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he blinked a few times and then gritted his teeth. When it comes to my poor little life, making extra preparations will always be worth it. After I get out of the ancestral land, I need to make sure the clan is thrown into complete chaos. In fact, I also need to lock down the Deva Patriarch. That will make things much safer. At that point, his eyes glittered. I know. If I cause heavenly fire to rain down onto the Bai clan as I'm leaving, that will definitely cast them into turmoil. Even the Deva Patriarch will have to worry about protecting the clan. His heart also surged with excitement over the realization that going through with this plan would once again put his awesomeness on display for the entire clan to see. The feeling of being able to show off a bit after keeping such a low profile caused his excitement to surge. Plus, any people hostile to the Bai clan will definitely take an interest in me afterward. Chuckling, he flew straight up into the air. The sight of him flying up caused the hearts of the clan members on the mountain to begin to tremble in fear. Similarly, the clan members on the outside were all paying close attention. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun felt completely thrilled. His lifelong desire to be the center of attention had never been completely fulfilled in the river-defying sect, but out here in the wildlands, it was becoming a reality. Feeling very proud of himself, he waved his hand, causing a large group of vengeful souls to fly out of his soul-hoarding pagoda. As all clan members looked on in shock, he then made a casual grasping motion. Instantly, his hand became like a black hole, which caused all of the souls to fly into his palm. He closed his fingers into a fist, and then slowly opened them to reveal a tongue of one-colored flame. On the ancestral mountain, numerous eyes widened in shock, and the same thing happened outside in the clan. He's conjuring flame. Look at how smoothly he did it. It's only one-colored flame, but even still, it worked instantly. The clan elder's eyes widened, and as for the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice, his heart trembled in shock. After all, the Grand Elder was also adept at flame conjuring, and could instantly see many things from how casually Bai Xiaochun had conjured the flame. Of course, Bai Xiaochun wasn't finished. As everyone watched in amazement, he dispersed the one-colored flame, fed more vengeful souls into the fire, and then casually closed his fist. 3-colored flame, 5-colored flame, 7-colored flame. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaochun conjured 7-colored flame, sending blistering heat out in all directions. Furthermore, his motions were all completely smooth and casual. A master necromancer. Heavens! I can accept that he's a master necromancer, but the speed and accuracy of his flame conjuring is impossibly high. Am I seeing things? One shot. In one shot, he conjured everything up to a 7-colored flame. Bai Hao had risen to complete prominence. He had crushed Bai Qi and stolen the Deva soul, inundating the Bai clan with floodwaters of astonishment. The representatives from the other two clans were astonished to the ultimate degree. As for the emissary from Giant Ghost City, his eyes were shining brightly, and he had long since transmitted news back home about what was happening. Earlier, he had assumed the matter had already ended. Never could he possibly have imagined that the show was only just beginning. Master Necromancer. Everyone used to say that by how was the garbage of the clan. A bastard son who was so lowly he wasn't worth paying attention to. They even said his latent talent was the worst quality possible. But now, the lowest of the low has practiced cultivation to an unheard-of level. People said that he was equally untalented in necromancy. But now, he conjured a 7-colored flame in one fell swoop. If that's not latent talent, then what is? Unless he's an imposter. However, even as everyone reeled in shock, Bai Xiaochun was there in the ancestral land, not yet finished with his flame conjuring. The wave of his hand caused the 7-colored flame to spread out and gobble up more vengeful souls. The exact method being used would not have been noticeable even to ordinary necromancers, but the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice and the other experts all gasped. That's... A new color could be seen in the 7-colored flame as the sea of fire converged back into Bai Xiaochun's palm. Then he opened his fingers to reveal a tongue of 8-colored flame. That, of course, led to even more widespread shock, especially considering how smoothly Bai Xiaochun performed the task. It was almost as if conjuring 8-colored flame could not have been more of a simple task for him. The implication caused the clan elder's eyes to narrow. However, they quickly went wide again as the 8-colored flame spread out and then gobbled up more vengeful souls, causing another color to appear. It was now 9-colored flame. Before any cries of shock could be heard, Bai Xiaochun casually opened his fingers, causing the 9-colored flame to explode out in all directions. Even as he hovered there, surrounded by a sea of fire, more vengeful souls poured out of his soul-hoarding pagoda, to be absorbed by the 9-colored flame. Bai Xiaochun closed his hand, then opened it to reveal fire with 10 colors in it. 10-colored flame, the peak of the Master Necromancer rank. Heavens! Am I seeing things? He went from 1-colored flame all the way to 10-colored flame in one quick motion. How is that even possible? At that point, no one could hold back from crying out in shock. One might think that they would grow numb to the situation, but Bai Xiaochun didn't give them the time for that. Every move he made stabbed them with astonishment, leaving them incredulous to the point of disbelief. And yet, many of them were now looking forward with anticipation to what was coming next. As the cries of astonishment continued to echo out, Bai Xiaochun went on with his work. Eyes shining brightly, he waved his hand to send the 10-colored flame spreading out in all directions. The sky in the ancestral land was on fire as a massive group of vengeful soul burst out from his crystalline soul-hoarding pagoda. The flames danced, becoming like a huge mouth that consumed the souls. At the same time, the onlookers' hearts were pounding, their eyes were bulging, and their minds were spinning. Nobody needed any help to understand that Bai Xiaochun was attempting to conjure 11-colored flame. The elders began to hold their breath as the 10-colored flame guzzled down the vengeful souls, and their faces flickered with countless emotions. Can he conjure 11-colored flame? There's no way. 11-colored flame. That's the hallmark of terrestrial necromancers. There's no way that Bai Hao can conjure that level of flame. After all, not a single one of the clan elders was higher than the master rank, and none of them had any hope of progressing any further. And yet, Bai Hao had already surpassed them. With one more step, he would be a terrestrial necromancer, of which there were only 2 in the clan at the moment, the 2 grand elders from the Hall of Corrections and the Hall of Justice. Not even the clan chief was at the terrestrial rank. Currently, he was staring at the screen on the stone gate, his heart racing with madness as utter incredulity swept over him. However, the killing intent in his eyes only intensified. It wouldn't matter if Bai Hao were more of a chosen than he obviously was. He would still want to kill him. Madame Kai was even more enraged, with venomous hatred in her eyes that seemed to stem from the 9 Serenities underworld. Countless eyes were glued to the 10-colored flame, and everyone was panting. As the vengeful souls were fed into the sea of fire, another color gradually appeared. In that moment, the gasps ceased, and the entire world went silent. Bai Xiaochun closed his fingers, causing the sea of fire to converge on his palm. Then he opened his hand, causing a radiant light to fill the entire ancestral land. 11 colors. He's not a master necromancer, he's a terrestrial necromancer. Impossible. How could this be happening? Everyone in the Bai clan, from the youngsters to the old-timers, were reeling in astonishment and disbelief. Terrestrial rank. The clan elders were trembling, their breath coming in ragged pants as their eyes bulged out of their skulls. What they were seeing now was the most unbelievable thing so far, even more unbelievable than watching Bai Hao kill Bai Qi. The two grand elders' jaws dropped, and their minds spun beyond their control. Of course, most agitated of all were Madame Kai and the clan chief. Madame Kai stood there, completely stunned, a look of brutal ferocity frozen on her face. As for the clan chief, he felt like his mind were being struck by hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts, making it impossible for him to do anything other than stand there. He had known that Bai Hao had latent talent in flame conjuring. However, latent talent didn't necessarily manifest into action. But right now, Bai Hao had casually conjured everything from 1 to 11 colored flame, leaving the clan chief shaken to his very core. "This can't be happening," he gurgled, his neck turning red from the humiliation and incredulity. It was almost as if that 11-colored flame were about to burn his world to ashes. The two representatives from the great clans and the emissary from Giant Ghost City were all flabbergasted. In all the lands controlled by Giant Ghost City, it would be easier to find a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn than to find a terrestrial necromancer this young. As a result, they were all thinking the same thing. Now that is the Qilin son of the Bai clan? However, before people could finish their exclamations of shock, Bai Xiaochun once again waved his hand, causing a final wave of vengeful souls to erupt from his soul-hoarding pagoda. He now had almost no vengeful souls left. However, he had enough to push his 11-colored flame to the next level. As the flame spread out around him, everyone looking on was stupefied. He's going to conjure 12-colored flame. Crazy. This is completely crazy. Bai Xiaochun's eyes radiated bright light as he looked around at the sea of fire. As the vengeful souls poured into the fire, unstable fluctuations suddenly appeared. Bai Xiaochun was well aware that all he had to do now was stop using the help of a clone, and the sea of fire would stabilize and transform into 12-colored flame. If he continued to try to conjure the flame as he was doing now, then his reign of magical fire would make an appearance again. "And that's exactly what I want," he murmured through gritted teeth. A ghost image appeared, which was one of his clones. As the clone attempted to suppress the fire, heaven-shaking, earth-shattering light spread out in all directions. The light was so bright and dazzling that even the people watching the screen were forced to look away and were unable to see Bai Xiaochun's clone. Not even the people inside the ancestral land were able to see clearly what was happening. All they could see was a terrifying, 12-colored sea of fire. In that exact moment, the stone gate that was the entrance into the ancestral land finally succumbed to the clan chief and opened. "Time to die, Bai Hao," roared the clan chief. As soon as the entrance was opened, he stepped forward. Simultaneously, Bai Xiaochun was there in the middle of the sea of fire. Looking up, he saw the huge rift open up, revealing the members of the clan outside of the ancestral land, and the clan chief preparing to step inside. At that point, a look of madness appeared on Bai Xiaochun's face. Success or failure all comes down to this. Howling, Bai Xiaochun took a step forward, taking the 12-colored sea of fire with him as he emerged from the Bai clan ancestral land. He's coming out. He's bringing that 12-colored sea of fire with him. Heavens! The clan members outside the stone gate were trembling, especially the ones who weren't very close to the gate itself. Their faces were as ashen as death, including one young woman who was the very same person Bai Xiaochun had encountered on his first day in the clan. Her expression was a mask of despairing terror. Everyone in the entire clan was now looking at the stone gate. As the entrance to the ancestral land opened, the clan chief bellowed and entered. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun shot toward the same location, taking the 12-colored sea of fire with him. The heat from the flame caused the clan chief's face to flicker. He could sense how threatening it was, and yet, nothing could suppress the madness in his heart. He had just watched his beloved son be cut down, and had simultaneously witnessed someone he viewed as trash, Bai Hao, rise to prominence. Bai Hao had trampled upon everything that was dear and important to the clan chief, and therefore, it was literally impossible to describe how enraged and insane he was. He wanted to kill someone, that person being Bai Hao, and as such, he drew upon the full, explosive power of his cultivation base, using the battle prowess of the mid-nascent soul stage to become something like a sharp sword that stabbed toward Bai Xiaochun. Die, you unfilial bastard! The clan chief stabbed directly into the 12-colored flame. However, before he could get very far, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, causing the devastating power of the flame to push the clan chief to one side. As the intense rumbling sounds echoed out, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and ignored the clan chief. Instead, he accelerated, causing everything around him to slow down. He was moving with speed that was impossible to describe. The clan chief had been shoved out of his way, and now Bai Xiaochun blurred past him, instantly appearing at the stone gate where he emerged out into the Bai clan. The moment he was out in the open, the 12-colored flame roiled out in all directions, causing the sky to turn bright red, and filling the area with pressure and energy that left the members of the Bai clan gasping. Never before had they seen anything this unbelievable. Not only was the flame itself shocking, but the fact that Bai Xiaochun was right there in the middle of it was even more astonishing. He looked like the overlord of all fire. All eyes were on Bai Xiaochun as he appeared out in the middle of the clan. As he did, the 7 or 8 clan elders who were from the direct bloodline all glared at him with killing intent, and then began to move in his direction. Of course, they feared the 12-colored sea of fire, so at the moment, their only goal was to surround and capture him. And yet, it didn't matter how quickly they moved. They couldn't match the speed of Bai Xiaochun's left hand, within which suddenly appeared 8 jade slips. He instantly crushed the first of those jade slips, which caused the hundreds of murder soul spikes he had planted throughout the clan to simultaneously detonate in dramatic fashion. Explosions rocked hundreds of locations in the clan, causing the defensive spell formation, the strongest spell formation in the entire clan, to ripple and distort. Then cracks began to spread out across its surface. The grand spell formation was about to shatter. Next, Bai Xiaochun crushed the rest of the jade slips, which instantly caused the power of teleportation to rise up around him. Shockingly, those jade slips were all teleportation talismans. All of this happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. The grand spell formation began to fall apart, and the power of teleportation filled the area. However, even as Bai Xiaochun began to fade away, the clan elders chuckled coldly and sent their nascent soul divine sense out, locking the air down and nullifying the power of the teleportation talismans. Nullifying teleportations was actually a common tactic, and considering that these were all nascent soul experts, it wasn't at all difficult for them to cause spatial chaos. As soon as Bai Xiaochun's teleportation power was interfered with, his eyes widened, and his heart began to pound. However, he had planned for something like this. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw his head back and roared. Even as the nascent soul clan elders charged from one direction, and the clan chief charged toward him from within the ancestral land, he took a step forward. With that step, he used the secret magic of the undying hex, causing his body to blur, ignoring the spatial chaos caused by the nascent soul cultivators. The faces of the direct bloodline elders and the clan chief all fell dramatically. The type of spatial distortion being used by Xiaochun was something they couldn't do anything about, especially considering that he was currently surrounded by a 12-colored sea of fire that made him completely unapproachable. However, just in the moment when it seemed Bai Xiaochun would teleport away, a cold snort echoed out from the catacombs beneath the clan. It was none other than the Deva Patriarch surrounded by the 7 candles. His eyes were currently glowing brightly as he made a grasping gesture, causing the air outside in the clan to distort as a powerful will appeared. It was a will that surpassed the will of the heavens, and took the form of a huge hand that began to close around by Xiaochun. "You're not going anywhere." The hand locked everything around by Xiaochun down, and although it didn't completely interrupt his undying hex secret magic, it did slow it down significantly. Instantly, the faces of the direct bloodline clan elders and the clan chief went wild with joy. "Patriarch! The Patriarch is making a move! You're going to die beyond the shadow of a doubt." "By how?" By Xiaochun's face fell, and yet, he had also been prepared for something like this to happen. Eyes shining with cold light, he shouted, "You're exactly who I've been waiting for." Even as the words left his mouth, he moved his hand, closing his fingers into a fist that forced the sea of fire to converge on his palm and take the shape of a 12-colored flame. As the sea of fire began to shine with dazzling light, it destabilized, and then suddenly erupted with an intense roaring sound. Sensations of deadly crisis erupted within the direct bloodline clan elders and the clan chief. Before any of them could react, the sea of fire collapsed, causing deafening rumbling sounds to echo out. Ruyu Yumbal, 12-colored flame roiled out for hundreds of meters in all directions, enveloping everything in its path. The clan elders and the clan chief backed up with utmost urgency, but the hand of the Deva Patriarch didn't, and within the blink of an eye, made contact with the flame. The resulting boom rose into the highest heavens. The air in the area collapsed, and the sea of fire vanished. The Deva Patriarch's illusory hand survived, but was clearly in bad shape as it continued to close in around Bai Xiaochun. However, Bai Xiaochun wasn't afraid of a weakened Deva-level divine ability. Suddenly, 3 ghost images appeared as his 3 clones stepped out and shot toward the hand. Howling, they used all the power at their disposal to fight back. Boom! As soon as his would clone touched the hand, blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he transformed into a beam of green light that shot back into Bai Xiaochun. However, the hand had been slowed, and was even dimmer than before. Boom! His water clone was next. He slammed into the hand, resulting in most of his body being destroyed. And yet, the hand stopped for a moment, and grew even dimmer. Lastly was his fire clone. Instead of simply defending, he took the initiative to attack with all his power. Boom! Blood sprayed out of the fire clone's mouth as he fell back. However, the huge hand had been damaged 3 times in a row, and was now little more than an outline. By the time it hit Bai Xiaochun's true self, all that happened was that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. After wiping the blood off of his lips, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. "That's all you can do, Deva?" As his words rang out, he began to fade away. Clearly, he was only moments away from piercing through the air and vanishing. Not even the Deva Patriarch had been able to prevent Bai Xiaochun from escaping. The entire Bai clan was dumbfounded, including the clan elders from the direct bloodline and the clan chief, all of whom were struck with disbelief that defied imagination. They knew Bai Hao was strong, but he was still only in core formation. Despite the fact that their Deva Patriarch had not appeared in person, and had only sent out a divine ability, he was still a Deva, because everything had happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. None of them had seen Bai Xiaochun's 3 clones fighting back against that divine ability. As Bai Xiaochun faded away from view, the Deva Patriarch sat grim-faced in his secret chamber in the catacombs, his eyes shining with intense coldness. Then, he extended his right hand, causing his withered body to fill back in with flesh and blood until he looked like a normal person. At the same time, his right hand seemed to distort with the power of spatial manipulation, causing rumbling sounds to fill the area as heaven and earth seemed to collapse. Then he looked up in Bai Xiaochun's direction, clearly intent on trying to grab him a second time. However, his face fell when he realized that he was grabbing down, not onto Bai Xiaochun, but onto thin air. Even as he did that, the entire sky above the Bai clan turned crimson, and fire began to rain down. That fire was composed of 12-colored flame. As soon as the rain of fire began to fall, everyone in the clan began to cry out in alarm. A rain of fire! It was Bai Hao. He was the one who caused the rain of fire last time. The mere thought of a 12-colored rain of fire caused all faces in the clan to fall. That type of fire was so hot it could melt stone and metal, and was already turning everything in the area into a virtual furnace. Even worse, the grand spell formation had been damaged, and although it was already repairing itself, it was still weaker than the last time. Furthermore, the gaps in it were so large that the fire could obviously make it through them and land on the clan itself. If that fire landed on the clan, it would definitely damage it in a very significant way. Casualties would be severe. Even if the Deva Patriarch took a hand in defending the clan, he wouldn't be able to save everyone. The only chance was to stop the rain of fire before it got past the shield. The Deva Patriarch had been presented with two choices: either prevent Bai Xiaochun from fleeing, or extinguish the heavenly fire. The Deva could only confidently pick one option. If he tried to do both at the same time, it could easily lead to a catastrophic slip-up. The Deva chose to extinguish the heavenly fire. As soon as his hand latched down onto thin air, another huge hand appeared in the sky above the clan. As the rain of fire descended, he reached out to grab it. It only took the blink of an eye for the hand to grow dramatically in size, until it was fully 300,000 meters across. Conveniently, in addition to covering the flaming clouds above the clan, it also contained Bai Xiaochun within the shadow of its power. Clearly, the Deva Patriarch was still not giving up on trying to get to Bai Xiaochun. However, Bai Xiaochun was not an ordinary core formation cultivator. He had reached Heavendao Foundation Establishment and also the Heavendao Gold Core stage. He had 3 Deva Soul clones and battle prowess that vastly surpassed the core formation level. He could even slaughter early nascent soul stage experts with ease. In fact, he could also hold his own against the mid-nascent soul stage, and if he used his clones, could crush someone in that level. Thorough preparation can lead to shocking results, and that was exactly what Bai Xiaochun was doing as he made his way toward the nascent soul stage. Just before the hand made contact with him, he vanished, teleported by the Undying Hex to a location outside of the Bai clan. As for the flames up above, the hand made contact with them, wiping them away, rain and clouds alike. Down in the catacombs, the Deva Patriarch's expression could not have been more unsightly. Turning to look in the direction Bai Xiaochun had fled, he lifted his foot in preparation to give chase. But then, he looked at the green flames of the 7 candles and gritted his teeth. My 7 life-locking candles have reached a critical stage. I can't just leave. Taking a deep breath, he sat back down cross-legged and then issued orders to the clan. Use my divine will seal and these ships to track Bai Hao down. Get him back here within 7 days. The Deva Patriarch transmitted the orders with divine sense, causing his words to immediately ring out in the minds of the clan elders. All of the elders were shaken, and quickly clasped hands and bowed in the direction of the catacombs. At the same time, a seal formed from divine sense took shape in their minds. Those sealing marks would help them determine Bai Xiaochun's position. Bai Xiaochun had managed to flee, but had been struck by the Deva Patriarch, who had secretly branded him with a bit of divine will for the purposes of tracking him. In addition to the divine sense seals, 9 soul ships flew out from the catacombs. Each of the ships had been forged by the Deva Patriarch himself, and were capable of speed equivalent to the great circle of the nascent soul stage. A tremor ran through the clan chief, and his eyes began to shine with intense killing intent and madness. Although he wouldn't dare to disobey the orders of the Patriarch, he knew that just because he had to apprehend Bai Hao didn't mean that he couldn't torture him a bit in the process. He had already decided to make sure his unfilial son knew what it was like to experience such pain that you wish to end your own life. Flicking his sleeve, he stepped onto one of the soul ships, then reached out in the direction of the ancestral shrine hall. Patriarch, I request the use of a speed pennant to help me apprehend my unfilial son. Permission granted. Instantly, a violet beam of light flew out from the shrine hall, which transformed into a small flag that the clan chief grabbed out of the air. I don't care how far you teleport away, you unfilial bastard, you won't get away from me. Snarling viciously, he blurred into motion, causing rumbling sounds to echo out as he chased after Bai Xiaochun. Madame Kai stood in the crowd, trembling, her heart surging with both grief and venom. "Bai Hao, you son of a bitch! I'm going to skin you alive. I'll feed you to the dogs. I'll extract your soul and torture you for lifetimes over." Thanks to the representatives from the other clans and the emissary from Giant Ghost City, news of the drastic upheavals in the Bai clan would soon spread. It was easy to imagine how, in the near future, all of the territory under the control of Giant Ghost City would be buzzing with gossip. Although it was a huge humiliation for the Bai clan, the elders and other members of the auxiliary bloodlines only followed the patriarch's orders half-heartedly. In contrast, the direct bloodline raged with killing intent. Everyone who could be mobilized was mobilized, and began looking for clues. Before long, the most powerful experts of the direct bloodline were chasing after Bai Xiaochun. They needed to catch him within 7 days as ordered, and hopefully, nip the rumors in the bud. Deep in a valley not too far away from the clan, the air rippled and distorted, and then Bai Xiaochun flew out at top speed. After landing on the ground, he staggered a few paces, and then coughed up a mouthful of blood. "I guess I underestimated Devis," he thought, shivering. Back in the clan, he had been fighting tenaciously. But now that he was out here on his own, the terror he felt finally showed on his face. Taking a few deep breaths, he wiped the blood off of his mouth and chin and then looked around. Lingering fear still prickled in his heart. And yet, he also knew that he still had his demigod soul to use in case of emergency. Fudge! In the future, I definitely can't be so impulsive and trust in risky plans. Shaking his head bitterly, he had to admit that his actions in the Bai clan proved how brave he had become. But then, he realized that such thinking was actually mistaken. There are a lot of important things in the world, but my poor little life is the most important of all. He thought back to all of the preparations he had made in order to escape, including the murder soul spikes, the teleportation talismans, his undying hex, and the secret magic of the rain of fire. His timing in everything had been perfect, and yet he still had only escaped death by the skin of his teeth. If any of his preparations had been lacking in the least, then he would have had no choice but to use his demigod soul. And yet, even still, he was not completely and utterly confident that such a tactic would work. Bai Xiaochun, you need to make sure you've learned your lesson. Next time you're in a situation like this, you need to prepare even more thoroughly. Pulling out some spirit alcohol, he drank deeply to restore his cultivation base, then pulled out a jade slip to make contact with Zhou Yixing and Li Feng and have them wait for him at a predetermined location. Considering that they had helped him with his caper in the Bai clan, he was fairly certain he could trust them. And yet, he still didn't feel comfortable trusting them enough to tell them where he was. Finally, he looked down at the Earth-type Deva soul in his bag of holding, and his eyes shone as brightly as fire. I got my Earth-type Deva soul. My trip to the Bai clan wasn't without its dangers, but in the end, it was worth it. With those thoughts on his mind, Bai Xiaochun looked around with increased vigilance. Even as he contemplated how rewards come only with risk, he realized that his thinking was yet again getting out of line, and corrected himself. No. I can't start thinking like that. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it at all. I can't use the Deva soul to try to comfort myself. He even smacked himself a few times to try to get some sense into his head. Although, on the other hand, the wildlands is a fundamentally dangerous place for me, so I really had no choice. With that, he pulled out the Earth-type Deva soul. Eyes shining with anticipation, he took a deep breath and then pushed it into his chest. The instant it touched him, he used the secret magic he had learned in the sepulchre to merge with the soul. Instantly, strands of yellow light spread out through his body, filling him. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in quite some time, and also a feeling that virtually no one else in the world had ever experienced. And yet, he had experienced it 3 times already, with this being the 4th. After completely merging with the soul, and being filled with light, he slowly opened his eyes. Although his cultivation base hadn't improved, his battle prowess was now far beyond what it was before. Furthermore, There were a total of 4 swirling vortexes hidden away inside of him, within each of which was a clone. Each one of those clones was just as powerful as he was, both in terms of cultivation base and fleshly body power. Even their divine sense was the same. Including his true self in the mix, he was now able to essentially become 5 people. 5 cultivators in the great circle of the Heavendao Gold Core stage, 5 cultivators in the 3rd level of the Undying Live Forever technique. Any one of them could fight toe-to-toe with an early nascent soul stage expert, and possibly even kill that opponent. If they all fought together, they would be so terrifying that even the mid-nascent soul stage would be like nothing to them. Bai Xiaochun was more excited than ever, and was now feeling a lot more confident about being alone in the wildlands. With my 4 clones, I could most likely even handle someone in the great circle of the nascent soul stage. The only thing to really be scared of would be a Deva. And if the Bai clan Deva patriarch tries to chase me, then I can always use my demigod soul. He was still nervous, but at least he had options. Of course, he knew that the Bai clan would never let him off the hook. From now, he would have to worry about them trying to track him down. However, he was also confident that they wouldn't be able to keep it up forever. Let's just see how far they're willing to push things. If they make me, I'll use my demigod soul to injure their Deva. Even if I only wound him, the other 2 clans and Giant Ghost City, as well as any other enemies they have, would surely take advantage of the situation to make a move. After thinking about the matter a bit more, he gritted his teeth and sped into motion, heading not toward Giant Ghost City, but toward the depths of the wildlands. His goal now was merely to buy time. Meanwhile, outside the Bai clan, the clan chief was flying along, surrounded by a murderous aura and grim coldness. Countless vengeful souls had been formed together into a huge soul ship which carried him along with frightening speed. He was moving far more quickly than he could on his own, thanks to a secret magic that was quite draining. However, as the clan chief, he had access to plenty of soul medicine to make up for the loss. And yet, he still wasn't happy with that level of speed, and also poured some power directly from his cultivation base into the soul ship, giving it an even greater boost. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth as the soul ship shot along, leaving afterimages behind as the clan chief used the divine sense seal given by the patriarch to track down his quarry. Must go faster. Because of the divine sense seal, he could tell that Bai Xiaochun was picking up speed, but that he was actually very close. As long as he maintained his current speed, he would likely catch up within 3 days. As those days went by, the patriarch's orders gradually grew weak in the mind of the clan chief. His desire to kill Bai Hao became like a black hole that sucked in everything else. At one point, the clan chief suddenly reached up and hit the top of his head, causing a violet stream of light to emerge from his forehead. The light rapidly formed into the shape of a little flag. Then, the clan chief performed an incantation gesture, which caused the flag to rapidly grow into a huge banner which he reached out and grabbed. "You can't escape, you unfilial bastard." He spit out some life essence blood onto the banner, which began to radiate scintillating light. At the same time, the clan chief produced a huge batch of soul medicine that he tossed into the banner. Rumbling sounds echoed out, and lightning crackled around the banner as the clan chief then planted it down onto the surface of the soul ship. Rumble! Lightning danced around the soul ship as its speed suddenly increased exponentially. The blinding speed with which the ship now moved surpassed anything from the nascent soul stage. This was clearly the power of the Deva realm. Of course, for every breath of time that such speed was unleashed, a huge amount of soul medicine would be drained. Not even the clan chief had access to enough soul medicine to keep it going for more than about 2 hours. 2 hours. That's all I need to catch up to you. In his madness, the clan chief was pulling out all the stops to try to catch Bai Xiaochun. As the clan chief shot along with heaven-defying speed, time passed, and he could sense Bai Xiaochun getting closer and closer. He's right in front of me. By craning his neck, he was now just able to make out Bai Xiaochun off in the distance. Bai Xiaochun was shocked. Considering how fast he was moving, only the Deva patriarch should have been able to catch up to him so quickly. In fact, as soon as he realized that someone was closing in on him, He quickly pulled out his demigod's soul-hoarding pagoda and looked over his shoulder with a serious expression. However, when he saw that it was just a soul ship with the clan chief on it, his jaw dropped. He almost couldn't believe that the clan chief had dared to chase after him alone. Then he noticed the huge banner and the shocking soul fluctuations coming off it. Furthermore, he got the sensation that there was an eye looking at him from within the banner. It didn't feel like the eye of a deva. Instead, it felt similar to the true spirit back in the river-defying sect, or the true spirit in the pagoda back at the Great Wall. Although it wasn't as powerful as either of those other true spirits, it was similar. Don't tell me it's a counterfeit? Although something seemed off about the situation, what was most important was that the clan chief was closing in on him with murderous rage. Die, you unfilial bastard! The clan chief shot toward him with incredible speed, apparently attempting to ram him with the soul ship. Face falling, Bai Xiaochun drew upon his ability to make everything around him slow down. And yet, considering how fast the soul ship was moving, it didn't do much good. He just barely managed to leap out of the way in time, whereupon the soul ship screamed past him. Considering how fast he's going, and the fact that he's relying on that treasure, don't tell me he really came alone to try to kill me? Even as he fell back, he sent his divine sense out to check for anyone else. But to his surprise, didn't find anything. I can see you, by clan patriarch, he shouted. Show your face. And you too, clan elders. I can see everyone. Stop hiding, all of you. At that point, the clan chief leapt off of the soul ship, performing a double-handed incantation gesture that summoned a horde of vengeful souls, which merged together to make an enormous evil ghost head. Roaring, the head launched itself toward Bai Xiaochun to consume him. I can cut you down on my own, Bai Hao. You killed my son, so now I'm going to make you wish you could die. He's really alone? As the evil ghost head shot toward him, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered, and he performed an incantation gesture, summoning a huge violet cauldron, which went on to smash into the huge ghost head. During the resulting boom, Bai Xiaochun quickly bit his tongue. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he shrieked as he flew backward. He almost looked like he was scared for his life, and in fact, he even pulled out a handful of teleportation talismans. However, his eyes continued to dart around. Clearly, he still wasn't convinced that the Deva Patriarch wasn't in the area. When the clan chief saw that Bai Xiaochun had pulled out a handful of teleportation talismans and was about to crush them, he let out a defiant roar. On the one hand, he was fairly confident that, considering the current speed he was capable of, he would still be able to catch his quarry again even if he teleported away. But 8 teleportation talismans? In the Wildlands, even a single teleportation talisman was extremely expensive, the type of thing that required heavenspan river water to acquire. The clan chief's eyes shone with intense killing intent. By now, he wanted to kill Bai Hao more than anything else. Performing a double-handed incantation gesture, he drew on the explosive power of his mid-nascent soul cultivation base to summon a massive black hole that instantly caused the air in all directions to distort. He also sent his divine sense streaming out as he took a step forward, a step that instantly placed him right in front of Bai Xiaochun. Then he reached out with a vicious motion to grab him. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I'll still catch you. His hand pierced through the air to appear in front of Bai Xiaochun's face. If Bai Xiaochun crushed the talismans to teleport away, the clan chief would likely be able to stop him from getting away, but would be injured in the process. From the vicious expression on the clan chief's face, Bai Xiaochun could tell what he was thinking. However, he was used to keeping his cool. Eyes flickering, it was without the slightest hesitation that he crushed the teleportation talismans. Rumble. Even as the clan chief's hand closed in, the power of teleportation rose up, and Bai Xiaochun vanished. The clan chief grabbed nothing but air. You're not getting away, the clan chief roared. Waving his sleeve in fury, he leaped back onto the soul ship and once again used the violet banner and the divine will seal to give chase. Enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn. Bai Xiaochun was some distance away, racing along and simultaneously contemplating what to do. If there were other people waiting around ready to jump into the fight, they wouldn't have just sat around and watched me leave. Don't tell me that the clan chief really came after me on his own. Bai Xiaochun almost couldn't believe that it was true. The reality of the situation was that although everyone back in the Bai clan had witnessed him survive the attack of the Deva Patriarch's palm, to them, it had seemed like someone in the great circle of core formation escaping from a Deva by means of a few tricks. In fact, that was how they viewed everything, from the teleportation talismans to the murder soul spikes. The only thing that a nascent soul cultivator would have to fear was his 12-colored flame. And yet, any nascent soul cultivator who truly went all out in the fight would probably be able to disregard that as a real threat. Besides, the clan chief was in the mid-nascent soul stage, and was therefore completely convinced that he would be able to kill him. Bai Xiaochun was still unsure about the situation. Another thing, was it really just a coincidence that the clan chief managed to track me down so quickly and accurately? Even as he pondered the matter, he suddenly spun in place, his eyes widening. There, off in the distance, was a violet glow, racing toward him at incredible speed. It was none other than the clan chief. He's still chasing me. Alright, he obviously knows exactly where I am. Not a bit of time was wasted. He must have a way to track me. His eyes flashed, and his heart thumped with anxiety, but at the same time, he knew that there was no point in fleeing. Mid-nascent soul stage. Alright, clan chief, you're really forcing my hand. Abandoning thoughts of escaping, Bai Xiaochun roared, drawing on the full power of his fleshly body to prepare to fight. Although it didn't look particularly special, the power of the third level of the Undying Live Forever technique had long since filled his entire body. He was like an explosive dragon in human form. As the clan chief closed in, Bai Xiaochun took a step forward, propelling himself ahead with such lightning-like speed that he became a blur of afterimages. And yet, Bai Xiaochun was still not satisfied with that level of speed. "Mountain-shaking bash!" he shouted, using one of the secret magics of the Undying Codex. His already astonishing speed increased, causing rumbling sounds to fill the air as he essentially vanished. When he reappeared, he was right in front of the clan chief, focusing all of the power in his body onto his right hand, which reached out in a grasping motion. He was using the throat-crushing grasp. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but actually happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. Furthermore, what was occurring seemed completely unbelievable. Even the clan chief's eyes went wide, before settling back into a mask of viciousness. Feeling suicidal? His hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture before waving wide, which caused a violet shield of light to spring up around him. That shield was a defensive mechanism powered by his cultivation base and bolstered by some magical items. The clan chief's face was filled with murder and hatred as he then lunged toward Bai Xiaochun. "Your cultivation base might be higher than I'd realized, you unfilial bastard, but I refuse to believe that it's the same with your fleshly body power." Even as the clan chief roared, the distance between him and Bai Xiaochun closed. From a distance, they looked like two shooting stars, streaking through the sky on a collision course. The moment they collided, heaven-shaking, earth-shattering rumblings swept out. The air shattered as a huge boom filled the air, a deafening noise that vastly surpassed heavenly thunder. There were even rifts torn open left and right. An agonized shriek escaped the clan chief's lips. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as the soul ship was sent spinning off to the side, and he tumbled backward head over heels, his hair in complete disarray. Shock and disbelief could be seen on his face as he roared, "You're not Bai Hao!" Bai Xiaochun remained in the spot where they had collided, his body tingling a bit. It had been a long time since he bashed into someone like this, and it was also the first time that he was stricken by how incredibly powerful his fleshly body was. Not only had bashing into his opponent not hurt, but the tingling sensation it left behind was actually slightly pleasurable. Bai Xiaochun's eyes immediately began to glow brightly. Of course, there was no time to sit around enjoying the pleasurable feeling. Seeing that the clan chief had lost the initiative in the fight, Bai Xiaochun took a step forward, smacking his bag of holding to produce Zhou Yixing's great bow. Without any hesitation, He took advantage of the initiative he had gained to unleash more than 100 arrows in a single volley. He didn't need to summon the arrows himself. All he needed to do was feed some soul power into the bow itself, which would then create the soul arrows. Technically, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base didn't operate on soul power, but after his spiritual energy was changed by his mask, it would function the same. Twang, 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 twang. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 arrows shot into the air, becoming like a rainfall that could destroy anything it landed on. The arrows moved with blinding speed, piercing through the air with rumbling sounds. Before the clan chief could even react, the first arrow was in front of him, where it exploded. Then the other arrows arrived, all of them exploding in quick succession. The clan chief had no choice other than to anxiously evade the attack. However, despite the quickness with which he moved, Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered as he opened his heaven-span Dharma eye. Instantly, a violet beam of light shot out and landed onto the clan chief. "Take control!" Bai Xiaochun shouted. The clan chief's heart began to pound with shock as he found that, unexpectedly, he had stopped moving. Considering he couldn't move, there was nothing he could do to evade the force of more than 100 exploding arrows. The air distorted and the lands quaked, and soon, it was almost impossible to even see the clan chief. There was even a nearby mountain that collapsed because of the force of the exploding arrows. However, that was when a shout of complete defiance and anger rang out. "You still don't qualify to kill me." His voice contained incredible frustration and rage, the type of fury that could only come from watching one's own beloved son be killed. Based on the tone of his voice, it was as if every moment in which Bai Hao existed, there were countless invisible forces screaming at him in fury, accusing and blaming him for what had occurred. Rage built upon rage, and echoed out with the clan chief's voice as an enormous soul fist smashed into the exploding arrows. This soul fist was fully 300 meters from top to bottom, and was formed from countless souls. This was a secret magic of the Bai clan, the 30,000-meter soul fist. At the moment it wasn't 30,000 meters, and that was because of the level of the clan chief's cultivation base. However, even a 300-meter soul fist was still nothing to scoff at. Quicker than words could tell, the soul fist appeared, smashing through the air to bear down on Bai Xiaochun. Bang! Deafening rumbling sounds filled the area. Bai Xiaochun's face fell, and he immediately fell back. However, even as he did, the clan chief roared, spinning in place as he released a second 300-meter soul fist, which rumbled through the air, emitting shocking pressure the entire time. After that was a third fist, then a fourth. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth twisted and distorted as a total of 9 fists in a row were unleashed on Bai Xiaochun. 9 soul fists rumbled through the air like 9 magical sealing marks. Before Bai Xiaochun could react, they were there in front of him, where they began to detonate. Although he immediately began to fall back, there was no way he could completely evade injury. As one explosion after another ripped through the air, Bai Xiaochun staggered backward several steps, his aura flickering and his eyes widening. This was the first time he had fought such a deadly battle with someone in the mid-nascent soul stage. As of this moment, he was now convinced that, given his current battle prowess, he could fight someone in this level without the help of his clones, but most likely couldn't kill them. However, that just goes to show how much I've progressed. Taking a deep breath, he endured the blasts of the clan chief's 9 soul fists. Even as the air was still distorted, the clan chief lunged forward, his hair in disarray and his eyes completely bloodshot as he became a flowing stream of light that attacked Bai Xiaochun. By clan's secret magic, 100 ghosts haunt the night. His voice seemed to erupt from the 9 serenity's underworld. Gusts of sinister wind pulsed out as his divine sense filled the area. This secret magic was different from the similarly named secret magic from the Spirit Stream sect. The Bai clan's version used divine sense to transform into ghosts. Despite the fact that it was clearly daytime, this secret magic caused the entire 300-meter area to become as dark as night. It was a pitch-black night that the light of day could not pierce, a place ruled by a black sun. Furthermore, within that black sun, 100 eyes suddenly opened. The eyes were as red as blood and matchlessly vicious. At the same time, countless roars split the air, causing heaven and earth to shake. Then, 100 evil ghosts poured out from the black sun. The ghosts themselves were pitch black, and each one sported 2 horns on its heads. They had long, sharp claws, crimson eyes, and gaping, blood-red maws. They radiated the most sinister of auras, and truly seemed like the type of ghosts one would expect to haunt the night. After swirling once around the clan chief, they howled and followed the line of his finger to charge toward Bai Xiaochun. These ghosts were the antithesis of sunlight, to the point where sunlight would retreat in front of them. As such, their passage only caused the darkness of the night to grow deeper. "Let's see how you get out of this alive, you unfilial bastard," the clan chief shouted, his voice vibrating with hatred. Bai Xiaochun was shaken. The sight of so many evil ghosts was definitely terrifying. However, after everything he had gone through in the labyrinth, and then his later experiences learning about flame conjuring in the wildlands, he was no longer very scared of ghosts. In fact, the sight of so many evil ghosts bearing claws and fangs as they rushed toward him only caused a serious expression to appear on his face. "All right, I'll show you how I'll get out of it alive." His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and an afterimage appeared, which was none other than his fire clone. Instantly, the clan chief's eyes went wide with astonishment. "A clone?" he blurted. "You actually have a clone?" The fire clone looked like Bai Xiaochun's true self in every aspect, including his appearance, his cultivation base, his fleshly body, and his overall strength. The only difference was that the clone's aura seemed to contain a small bit of fire-type power. As soon as he appeared, he joined with Bai Xiaochun's true self to unleash a fist strike against the 100 ghosts. For this clone to join the fight meant that Bai Xiaochun's battle prowess had instantly doubled. When the two of them unleashed a fist strike, it caused a tempest to spring up in front of them, which swirled out to smash into the ghosts. Booms filled the air, and at the same time, Bai Xiaochun's clone grunted and stumbled backward. As for the clan chief, his face fell as he also fell backward several paces, his fury blazing and his murderous desires growing. "It doesn't matter if you have a clone. You still don't qualify to live when I attack you." With that, he took a step forward, performing something like a minor teleportation that placed him right in front of Bai Xiaochun. There, he summoned a 3,000-meter-wide cloud of souls and then lashed out at Bai Xiaochun with a palm strike. "Minor teleportation? I can do that too." Instantly, frigid chi poured out, filling a 3,000-meter area and transforming it into a land of ice, a world that belonged solely to Bai Xiaochun. This was his frigid domain, and as such, the instant the clan chief's palm was about to strike him, he vanished, to reappear directly behind the clan chief. There, he unleashed his own palm strike. At the same time, his fire clone also struck. Simultaneously, another afterimage appeared, along with another clone. It was his would clone, which didn't hesitate for the slightest moment to join his true self and the fire clone to also unleash a blow. "Damn it!" growled the clan chief. Spinning, he waved his right hand, causing the 3,000-meter cloud of souls to sweep toward Bai Xiaochun and his two clones. Bang! Bang! Boom! The intensity of the resulting explosion caused the lands to shake violently. Crevices snaked out as the clan chief staggered backward, his face draining of blood as he glared at Bai Xiaochun. His eyes still shone with killing intent, but this time, there was also incredulity present. "Another clone? How many clones do you have?" The clan chief was shocked at how difficult it was to fight Bai Xiaochun, and was enraged at how he could increase his overall battle prowess by adding more people to the fight. "I refuse to believe that you have another one." Gritting his teeth, he used another minor teleportation to charge toward Bai Xiaochun. In the face of this onslaught, Bai Xiaochun and his two clones had no choice but to fall back. As he did, his face fell with the realization that, even with two clones at his side, he still wasn't quite a match for the mid-nascent soul stage. Only by summoning his third clone could he bridge that gap. If he had a fourth clone, he could be confident in coming out completely on top. Heavens! So, this is how the Heavendao nascent soul stage works. And I'm only in the beginning levels, still forming my clones. I can't even imagine what I'll be like in the Great Circle. Looking over at the clan chief teleporting his way in again, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered, and he also used a minor teleportation. Even as they closed in on each other, the clan chief could tell that the damnable Bai Hao was not yet going all out, and was actually using him to practice with his clones. Furthermore, he had shocking talent when it came to learning and adapting in the middle of a fight. And on top of all that, his battle prowess kept rising. All of that left the clan chief wallowing in humiliation. Howling, he threw both of his hands out in front of him to perform a double-handed incantation gesture. Eyes shining with mysterious light, he summoned a total of 9 soul-hoarding pagodas. Shrieks exploded from within the soul-hoarding pagodas as a whole cloud of vengeful souls erupted. The souls which appeared were clearly different from ordinary souls. Furthermore, instead of flying out to attack Bai Xiaochun, they actually shot toward the clan chief's eyes and burrowed inside of him. By clan soul symbiosis, the clan chief threw his head back and let out a howl of agony and rage. As the souls bored into his body, his skin bulged and rippled as faces became visible. He immediately began to grow and transform, causing incredible pressure to radiate from him in all directions. As of this moment, a sensation of profound danger began to course through Bai Xiaochun. Before reaching the Deva realm, and in fact, before even reaching the true Heavendao nascent soul stage, he could not underestimate any nascent soul expert. Perhaps he would have had an easier time with someone in the early nascent soul stage, but this was a level above that. People in the mid-nascent soul stage often spent less time worrying about their next breakthrough, and more time focused on developing their trump cards. The clan chief was the perfect example. Stepping into the late nascent soul stage wouldn't necessarily be an impossible task for him. But instead of concentrating on that, he had spent a lot of time perfecting his trump cards. And that was exactly what the Bai clan soul symbiosis was. As soon as the vengeful souls entered his body, he felt as if he were being consumed alive. By drawing upon all the power he possibly could, he was able to use this secret magic to unify the power of tens of thousands of souls, utilizing his body as the medium with which to unleash heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power. Even for someone in his level of power, using a secret magic like this would drain him significantly. And yet, in his rage, and in his desire to cut Bai Hao down, he found the determination to disregard all negative aspects. "You will die!" he screamed with vicious savagery. His voice sounded like a combination of tens of thousands of voices, causing brightly colored light to flash above him in the sky, and a massive wind to suddenly sweep through the area. Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered with fear. As of this point, the clan chief didn't even look human anymore. "Time to die!" The clan chief threw his head back and roared, simultaneously flinging his hands up, which sent a boundless black fog roiling out to form the shape of a gigantic ghost head. The vicious head surrounded the clan chief, and then the both of them began to fly toward Bai Xiaochun. The air shattered as they approached, and the ground was destroyed beneath them. Mountains collapsed as a huge, 3,000-meter-wide crater opened up. Wailing screams filled the air like the howls of ghosts and wolves, countless voices, all of which poured out of the enormous head. "Die! Die! Die!" Bai Xiaochun's expression turned deadly serious, and at the same time, another afterimage appeared as his water clone stepped out. As of this moment, he had 3 clones flanking his true self. All of them faced the enormous head, then shouted in an equally loud and shocking fashion. Living mountain incantation. Booming rumbles filled the air. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's true self began to grow in size. Countless boulders formed around him, until his body disappeared, replaced by a shocking, 300-meter-tall stone golem. Actually, it was not a single stone golem. His 3 clones also used the living mountain incantation. A second, third, and fourth stone golem appeared. Then, all 4 of them launched themselves toward the incoming clan chief and the gigantic head he had summoned. The combined attack of the 4 stone golems caused heaven and earth to shudder, and when they slammed into the gigantic head, the resulting boom shook the highest heavens and the deepest parts of the underworld. A mind-boggling shockwave spread out in all directions, spreading for tens upon tens of thousands of meters and destroying everything it touched. The gigantic head immediately shrunk down by more than half, and at the same time, by Xiaochun's true self, along with his 3 clones, all tumbled backward, blood spraying out of their mouths. Popping sounds could be heard as spiderweb-like cracks spread out across the surfaces of the stone golems. Then, moments later, all of the stone golems simply shattered to pieces. As by Xiaochun's true self and his clones fell back, the clan chief cackled with sinister laughter from inside of the huge head. "What other tricks do you have, you unfilial bastard?" Even as his laughter continued to ring out, the ghost head swept toward by Xiaochun with madness, killing intent, and intense rage. From the look of it, the clan chief was trying to wipe by Xiaochun away with one full power blow. How could I have guessed that even 3 clones couldn't beat his secret magic? Eyes shining with determination, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and then decided to use a move he had hoped to hold back. Considering how the fight had escalated, the fact that no one had interfered indicated that the Deva Patriarch really wasn't in the area. Presumably, other clan members were chasing him, but none of them were as maddened as the clan chief was, nor were they capable of his speed. It makes sense. I doubt anyone hates me as much as this clan chief does. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate for another moment. Although he was trembling, his eyes shone with an intense desire to fight, a desire birthed of instinct and impossible to avoid. His Tao was to live forever, and he didn't like fighting and killing. He was even afraid of death. Although on many occasions it wasn't necessary to escalate to blows, sometimes, if you wanted to keep on living, you had to fight to the death. It had already become his nature to simply grit his teeth and fight, despite the fear which existed in his heart. Not even a Deva could kill me, let alone some trifling mid-nascent soul-stage cultivator. His hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, and another afterimage appeared. This time it was his 4th clone, the Earth clone. He now had 4 clones surrounding his true self, one on each side, a formation that instantly caused thunderous rumblings to roll across the sky, and the lands below to quake. The clan chief couldn't stop himself from gasping at the sight, and his face instantly fell. But then he gritted his teeth and, seemingly ambivalent to his own life or death, sent the huge head of souls which surrounded him flying toward Bai Xiaochun, a vicious grin on its face. Sighing, Bai Xiaochun murmured, "Bai Hao, the time has come for Master to teach your father a lesson, and make sure he understands the unimaginable difference between the two of you." He took a deep breath, and then he and all 4 of his clones raised their arms up into the air, just like a conductor would when leading an orchestra. Water swamp. With his true self and all his clones doing the same thing, it caused the entire area for 30,000 meters to transform into a watery swampland. Dense water vapor pervaded the surroundings, causing the soil to grow loose. As the mist and fog built up, an aura filled the area that seemed to come from chaotic, primeval times. It seemed like the surrounding 30,000-meter area had been cut away from the wildlands and become its own dimension. Yet again, the clan chief's eyes went wide, and a very unsightly expression appeared on his ashen face. Before he could get any closer, Bai Xiaochun's eyes sparkled, and he threw his hands down viciously. At the same time, his 4 clones did exactly the same thing. Kingdom. Boom. Rumble. Thump thump. A sound almost like a heartbeat filled the entire area, causing the sky to dim and the lands to tremble. Spikes appeared, shooting up out of the ground with shocking speed. Beneath the spikes were 5 mountains of such enormous size that the mere sight of them would leave one's heart trembling. The 5 pitch-black curved mountains were none other than the clawed hand of the beast that was Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit. Up till now, the full hand had never appeared, only the claws. As for the clan chief, it didn't matter what secret magics he tried to unleash. Compared to this beast, he was like a firefly beneath the full moon. The profound terror that gripped him left him physically shaking and unable to keep from screaming. In his long life of cultivation, he had not felt such astonishment and terror even when facing a Deva patriarch. It gripped his chest like a vice, and caused his eyes to grow wide as a terrifying premonition ran through him. Even if his trump cards were more powerful than they were, there was no way he could escape death at the hands of the enormous beast behind this huge claw. "No! I can't die here!" he screamed, his aura driven to complete chaos. Abandoning any attempt to attack by Xiaochun, he turned to flee. The terror gripping his heart was the thing of nightmares. How could he have imagined that his unfilial son would be so powerful? He was so strong that the clan chief was filled with nothing but terror. "You can't be Bai Hao. Even if the clan's spell formation didn't realize it, I know that you're not him." The shadow of death loomed over the clan chief to such an extent that he drew on all of his power, burning his cultivation base and longevity alike in his attempt to flee. If he didn't escape, he would die. However, no matter how fast he moved, he couldn't move as fast as that beast claw. The Water Swamp Kingdom was a divine ability that Bai Xiaochun had learned in the Spirit Stream sect. However, to date, the entirety of his life essence spirit had not yet been revealed. Only after merging with the Deva souls he had acquired, and creating his clones, had he been able to reveal the beast's claws to defend himself against Mistress Red Dust. However, the clawed hand visible now seemed much larger than the one that had appeared during his fight with Mistress Red Dust. The energy surging out seemed to obscure the will of the heavens. Furthermore, down beneath the curved claws was something that looked like a black land mass. However, it was no land. It was actually the hand of Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit. It was impossible to even imagine what that hand would be like if it appeared fully out into the open. However, Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone in anticipation of the day when he would be able to fully employ his Water Swamp Kingdom and see the beast as a whole. Even the claws should do. One day, if that clawed hand ever fully appeared in the open, it would likely blot out the sky and leave even a Deva wallowing in despair. It's definitely going to happen one day. Heart filled with anticipation, Bai Xiaochun simply watched as the curved claws descended onto the chief of the Bai clan. Even now, the incredible energy radiating from the gigantic claws seemed to indicate that one day, it would have the power to crush the heavens. From the perspective of the clan chief, those mountain-like claws filled the sky and caused his heart to be overwhelmed by despair. "No!" he screamed defiantly. In his madness, he held nothing back as he sent his trump card, the enormous ghost head, shooting toward the claws in a futile attempt to block them. Rumbling sounds filled the air, and at the same time, the world seemed to disappear around him. He screamed shrilly, but soon, the sound was drowned out. Heaven and earth shook violently, and then the claws began to fade away. The 30,000-meter swamp disappeared, and in the soil which was revealed, 5 enormous ravine-like gouges could be seen. In the middle of them all was a person, blood oozing out of his mouth, his bones shattered, his chest barely moving. Anyone who looked at him would likely take him to be a corpse. The clan chief had been completely incapable of escaping from the unprecedented power of Bai Xiaochun's Water Swamp Kingdom. He was a powerful expert in the mid-nascent soul stage, but Bai Xiaochun, who himself wasn't even a nascent soul cultivator, had been able to best him in battle. The clan chief was now seriously injured and gasping for breath. However, thanks to his powerful cultivation base and intense life force, he was still alive. Unfortunately, as he struggled to breathe, he realized that so many of his bones were crushed that he couldn't even move. He could only glare spitefully as Bai Xiaochun, smiling bitterly, but eyes flashing with indescribable hatred. "If you have what it takes, you unfilial bastard," he said, gasping angrily, "then just kill me." His grief and indignation were like oceans that completely inundated him. By this point, he refused to believe that this person in front of him was actually Bai Hao, and yet couldn't imagine how an imposter could have fooled the clan's spell formation. In fact, not even the Deva Patriarch had seen any clues to indicate that this person was anyone other than Bai Hao. "Don't tell me you really are Bai Hao?" Actually, the answer didn't really matter anymore. Whoever he was, the clan chief wouldn't hesitate to kill him if he could. Asking to be killed? Bai Xiaochun brushed the dust off his body and then pulled his 4 clones back inside of him. Then he walked a slow circle around the clan chief, looking at him closely to see how badly he was injured. Then he squatted down next to him and bopped him on the head. Glaring, he barked angrily, "Behave, all right? You!" The clan chief growled, his anger surging again. The unfilial and rebellious behavior on display here was so outrageous that he felt utterly humiliated. Before, the difference between him and Bai Hao had been like that between heaven and earth. But now it was the opposite, and that feeling pushed him further into madness. Unfilial bastard. Unfilial son of a bitch. Suddenly, the clan chief coughed up a mouthful of blood and then lapsed into unconsciousness. All I did was bop you on the head. I didn't even use any force." Bai Xiaochun was already feeling slightly guilty. Considering that this was Bai Hao's father, it would have been acceptable for him to be killed by the Water Swamp Kingdom in the heat of battle. But to end his life under these circumstances didn't seem right. Besides, a living clan chief would be a lot more useful to him than a dead one. Whatever. I'm not the kind of person who likes all that fighting and killing. I might as well just use him as my personal protective talisman. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun sighed and performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Then slapped his hands down onto various random places on the clan chief's body, putting over 100 restrictive spells in place. Still not convinced that he'd done enough, he pulled out some medicinal pills and forced them into the clan chief's mouth. Next, he helped himself to the clan chief's bag of holding, within which he found a sturdy rope. After imbuing the rope with some magical power, he bound the clan chief up. Throwing him over his shoulder, he said, "Ha ha ha! Let's see if the Bai clan dares to make a move against me with this protective talisman of mine." By this point, he felt prouder of himself than ever, and particularly clever. It was almost like he was able to have his cake and eat it too. It's too bad this guy is in the mid-nascent soul stage. Doing a soul search on him wouldn't do much good. However, the fact that he was able to track me down so quickly indicates that there's some sort of branding mark on me. That's the only way they could follow me so easily. Then he thought back to when the Deva Patriarch had attacked him, and suddenly his eyes glittered. It must have been then. He must have hit me with some sort of seal. He felt at his mask for a moment. The mask was extraordinary, and could completely change his appearance and aura, but it wouldn't do anything against sealing marks which had been placed on him by exterior forces. Well, who cares? When I make a move, I frighten even myself. Despite trying to work up his own courage, he was still worried. After taking a step forward, he flew up into the air, then looked over his shoulder at the clan chief. If Bai Hao's spirit is out there, I doubt he'll be unhappy with this. I'm his master, after all. Clearing his throat, he began to pick up speed. Soon, the cold wind brought the clan chief to his senses, and when he realized the situation he was in, his eyes clouded with venomous rage. "You unfilial son of a bitch! You're going to die in pain!" Bai Xiaochun ignored him and kept flying. 3 days passed by in a flash, during which time the clan chief's voice grew very hoarse from the constant cursing and swearing. In the end, Bai Xiaochun actually started to get angry. Looking over his shoulder, he said, "Shut up! Aren't you getting tired of talking? If you keep yapping, I'll kill me!" The clan chief interrupted hoarsely, glaring at Bai Xiaochun. "Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. But if you say one more word, I'll strip you buck naked." The clan chief's eyes went wide, and he panted furiously. His face even turned bright red. However, he closed his mouth and didn't dare to utter another word. From what he could tell, the words uttered by his unfilial son were no mere threat, and the thought of being stripped of his clothes and hung out in the open was a level of humiliation that struck him with enough terror that he shivered. Seeing that his threat had been effective, Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered, and he smiled. The clan chief was trembling in rage, but doing his best to suppress it, the act of which seemed to be burning him alive from the inside. However, he didn't dare to push the envelope. As the chief of the Bai clan, if he was humiliated in such a way, then after he died, the Bai clan would become the laughingstock not just of Giant Ghost City but of the entire Wildlands. It would take years to live down such humiliation. Despite feeling like his scalp was about to explode, the clan chief gritted his teeth and maintained his silence. If I had known this would work, I would have done it way earlier. Bai Xiaochun felt slightly bad for the clan chief, but then he thought about how he'd treated Bai Hao, and his eyes began to shine with cold light. People like this don't deserve compassion. With that, Bai Xiaochun proceeded along his way. Eventually, he took out the soul ship and the violet pennant to study them a bit. They were clearly top-quality items, especially the little pennant. To his shock, he found that it was filled with more than 100,000 branding marks, all of them related to speed. Although it was very expensive to use, it could lead to speed of an indescribable level. Not even the clan chief could fully utilize its powers. It was just too unimaginably expensive. After some calculations, Bai Xiaochun came to the conclusion that using it for only one breath of time would cost 10 portions of mid-grade soul medicine. Not even the Bai clan could pay such a price for long. Most importantly, all of the sealing marks on the soul ship and the violet pennant had been placed there by the Bai clan's Deva patriarch, meaning that they would be impossible for him to fully use without first breaking all of them. Even more worthy of note was that both of the items had benefited from 11-fold spirit enhancements. Bai Xiaochun could see golden designs hidden on both of them. Unfortunately, all of these combined factors indicated that he couldn't use either of them at the moment. Well, just give me some time. Maybe I can use Heavenspan River water to wear them away. After some thought, he tossed both of them into his big bucket of Heavenspan River water. When not being used, the soul ship was small enough to fit in his palm. After tossing it into the bucket, Bai Xiaochun stopped thinking about it and narrowed his eyes. I still have to deal with the sealing mark that was put onto me. Frowning, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, then began to slap his hands down all over himself. His qi and blood began to surge in a certain rhythm, pulsing through him as he attempted to cleanse himself. At the same time, he continued to flee. Another 3 days passed. It was afternoon as Bai Xiaochun fled when, all of a sudden, his expression flickered. Looking over his shoulder, he saw a brilliant beam of light streaking through the sky toward him. Within that beam of light was an old man on a soul ship, moving at incredible speed. His face a mask of vicious, killing intent. Although Bai Xiaochun wasn't sure of the man's name, he recognized him. He was one of the Bai clan elders whose cultivation base was very close to the mid-nascent soul level. He was also a member of the direct bloodline. Another one? Also alone. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times and then cleared his throat, then simply slowed down to a stop. As the old man closed in and saw that Bai Xiaochun had the clan chief strung up and hanging over his shoulder, his eyes bulged, and he gasped. Without any hesitation, he lurched to a stop. He captured the clan chief alive? How is this possible? A look of complete incredulity played out on his face. He almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. And in fact, not even in his wildest dreams could he have pictured the clan chief being captured alive. It was impossible to prevent the fear from rising up in his heart. His cultivation base was lower than the clan chief's. Considering that the clan chief had already been captured, what would happen to him? Furthermore, when he saw how bedraggled the clan chief looked, his heart was seized with anxiety. I don't care how it happened. There's no way I'm going to risk putting myself in danger. Sweat popping out on his forehead. He unhesitatingly pulled out a teleportation talisman and crushed it. Rumbling sounds filled the air as he faded away. Scared him off. Bai Xiaochun muttered, looking surprised. Well, he has some common sense, that's for sure. More scared of death than I am. And he's in the nascent soul stage. He had already been prepared to capture him alive and truss him up like the clan chief. Shaking his head, he looked at the clan chief with his closed eyes and gritted teeth, and couldn't help but smile and sigh. This protective talisman really is useful. Feeling very pleased with himself, he continued along his way with the clan chief trussed up behind him. From that day on, Every time someone from one of the auxiliary bloodlines of the Bai clan encountered him, they would look at the clan chief, gasp, and then flee. As for the clan chief, he preferred to simply remain unconscious. The fact that Bai Xiaochun had captured the clan chief alive proved that no one else could do anything to him. After all, no one among them had a higher cultivation base than the clan chief. Of course, the people from the direct bloodline were not so easily dissuaded. Considering that they could track him with the divine will seal, they began to team up and attack him in groups. When that happened, Bai Xiaochun would fight back and spill blood immediately. It wasn't just members of the Bai clan who saw him going along with the clan chief trussed up. This was giant ghost city territory, so there were many soul cultivators and necromancers who also saw the scene. Everyone who did was completely and utterly shocked. Who's that? And why does that person he has tied up look like the chief of the Bai clan? No way. More and more people saw what was happening, and many more heard the rumors. Soon, stories were spreading throughout giant ghost city territory. At first, the rumors spread quietly, mostly because people couldn't confirm their validity. But soon, after the representatives from the two clans returned to their homes, as did the emissary from giant ghost city, the whispered rumors turned into an explosive torrent of gossip. What? A Qilin's son rose up in the Bai clan and killed Bai Qi? He stole their Deva soul, survived an attack by their Deva patriarch, and then escaped? After he escaped, his own father, the clan chief, tried to kill him, but then got captured. Now the chief is tied up like a dog on his son's back for everyone to see. Heavens! This Bai Hao really did turn traitor against the Bai clan. The rumors grew more and more intense, until large numbers of people were paying very close attention to what was happening. News also began to spread of how Bai Xiaochun was killing many of the Bai clan cultivators who had been dispatched to chase him down. Before long, all of Giant Ghost City was in a commotion. Within the kingly city, the heavenly marquises and members of the other clans were deeply shaken. Everyone had heard that a Qilin's son named Bai Hao had emerged from the Bai clan, and that he had turned traitor, stealing the clan's Deva soul and even capturing his own father. Plus, he had killed many fellow clan members in ruthless fashion. I heard that he suffered in silence in that clan for years, and was bullied constantly. He even came close to death on numerous occasions. However, he endured quietly until they opened their ancestral land, which was when he exploded out in shocking fashion. That's nothing. I heard that this Bai Hao has shocking talent in flame conjuring. Also, his cultivation base is in the great circle of core formation. He's completely extraordinary. I can't believe the Bai clan is so short-sighted. But then again, this Bai Hao is clearly a vicious fellow. He actually kidnapped his own father. Everyone in the area of Giant Ghost City was talking about the matter, and not a single person wasn't shocked. Although very few people had ever even seen Bai Hao, they now had a mental image of him. He was completely sinister, with heaven-defying latent talent. At the same time, he had reviled his own clan, and was completely and utterly ruthless. Not only did the clans and the heavenly marquises learn about the matter, but word even spread to the very heart of Giant Ghost City. Located there was an enormous statue, upon the head of which was the royal palace. Within the royal palace was a towering figure in a kingly robe, standing at a railing, his hands clasped behind his back. He looked very majestic as he stood there looking out at heaven and earth. He seemed like the personification of the will of the heavens, the type of person who even a Deva would tremble in the face of. It was as if in his presence, even heaven and earth would acquiesce. He bore the appearance of a middle-aged man, his features angular but extremely handsome. He seemed superior in all ways, the type of person who could dominate anything in sight. This man was none other than one of the 4 heavenly kings, and one of the most powerful people under the Arch-Emperor himself, the Giant Ghost King. He was a person who towered above all creation, and that was especially so in the current era, in which imperial power was waning. Any of the 4 heavenly kings were shocking figures who could shake the wildlands deeply wherever they went. Bai Hao, the Giant Ghost King said softly. Interesting. A strange light flickered in his eyes, as if he were thinking. After a moment he smiled faintly. "Duke Deathcrier," he said loudly. "Why don't you go find this by how and bring him back here to Giant Ghost City? Arrange for a position for him as well." The Giant Ghost King's words were spoken with icy coldness, but at the same time, profound meaning could be seen within his smile. Even as his words echoed out, an old man appeared in the left hand of the enormous statue, which was itself another enormous palace. He seemed ancient to the extreme, with eyes that shone like the sun and moon. The aura which surrounded seemed to fuse with heaven and earth. Shockingly, this man was in the Deva realm. The old man clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Yes, your majesty." Then he turned his head and simply vanished. Chuckling coldly, the Giant Ghost King said, "If the Bai clan wants him dead, then I want him alive. The three great clans are most likely finishing their preparations. Let's see which of them will make the first move." To the Giant Ghost King, Bai Hao was insignificant, and in fact, his life or death didn't matter at all. However, considering that he was connected to the Bai clan, it meant that he was the perfect tool to feel them out. Meanwhile, back in the Bai clan, silence prevailed. In the recent days, the matter of Bai Hao had become something of a crisis. Because of all the rumors spreading in the area, the entire clan was feeling unstable. Bai Hao had turned traitor, killed Bai Qi, stolen the Deva soul, captured the clan chief, and killed many of the direct bloodline clan members who had chased after him. Everyone in the clan was left with pounding hearts, especially in the higher echelons of leadership. Different people had different opinions, and many of the auxiliary bloodlines were using the matter to denounce the direct bloodline. Bai Hao is the true Qilin son of the Bai clan. You direct bloodline people forced him to turn traitor. He's a true chosen of the heavens. If he were still in the clan, he could break into the nascent soul stage and lead our clan to new heights. Talk like this grew more common. The more glory Bai Hao earned for himself, the uglier things got for the direct bloodline, and the more they wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, there was currently nothing they could do about that. Considering that he had already killed some of the mid-nascent Soul Clan elders, what could anyone else do? Some of the clan elders who were in the late nascent soul stage went out to try to capture him, but none of them succeeded. The direct bloodline was being completely routed. The Grand Elder of the Hall of Justice was not part of the direct bloodline, and although he had followed the orders of the Patriarch to send people out to search for Bai Hao, it was obvious that any failure to catch him was really the fault of the direct bloodline. When Madame Kai looked around at the situation in the clan, she felt bitterness and despair in her heart. In the past, it would have been impossible for her to even imagine that a nobody like Bai Hao would end up causing such a commotion. Her son had been killed and her husband taken captive, and it left her heart feeling like it was being ripped apart. At the same time, her venomous hatred for Bai Hao had reached indescribable proportions. If it weren't for the fact that there was a Deva patriarch in the clan, fighting would have already broken out. Therefore, all of the conflict was happening behind the scenes. Most importantly, the Deva patriarch hadn't yet stated his opinion on the matter. The auxiliary bloodlines were all waiting to see who the Deva patriarch would side with. That would be very telling. However, at the moment, the Deva patriarch was not interested in paying attention to what was happening within the clan. In fact, he didn't even really care that the clan chief had been captured. As long as the clan itself still stood, he was content. Worst case scenario, he would have to select a new clan chief. Right, the main thing on his mind was Bai Hao. What a bunch of good-for-nothing fools. I can't believe the whole clan has been mobilized, and even then they can't bring Bai Hao back. A look of determination appeared in the patriarch's eyes as he sat there in his subterranean chamber. I can't keep waiting. If things go on too much longer and the Giant Ghost King interferes, then I will have lost an important opportunity. I guess I just need to risk it. Gritting his teeth, he rose to his feet. Something profound and unfathomable could be seen in his eyes as he looked around at the green flames of the 7 flickering candles around him. After a moment passed, he took a deep breath and then stepped forward. That single step caused a wind to spring up in the chamber around him. The flames of the 7 candles danced and then began to wink out. Without any hesitation, The patriarch stepped beyond the spell formation created by the candles, whereupon all of the flames vanished. At that point, cracking sounds could be heard from inside the patriarch, almost like bones grating against each other. Then all traces of withering on his body vanished, and he became a middle-aged man. Shocking cultivation bass fluctuations rumbled out, and his eyes flashed as if with lightning. The way he stood there made him seem like he was the representative of the will of the heavens. My 7 life-locking candles can lock my longevity in place and help me live a bit longer. Unfortunately, I can only use them once in my lifetime. By how? You had better not disappoint me. Eyes shining with profound maliciousness. He tore a rift open in the air in front of him, stepped through it, and vanished. In that same instant, a peal of thunder shook the sky above the Bai clan. Quite some distance away from the Bai clan, Bai Xiaochun was speeding through the air. He had killed quite a few members of the Bai clan recently, although it was not because he had taken the initiative to attack them, but rather because they had insisted on surrounding him and ambushing him. When Bai Xiaochun fought back, he struck to kill. He had even killed 3 clan elders so far. By this point, he was almost at the border of the region considered giant ghost city territory. At the moment, his face was bright red, and as he flew along, he performed constant double-handed incantation gestures, and would then slap his hands down onto himself. This was a secret magic he had picked up in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, useful for expelling sealing marks. By using the power of his own qi and blood, he was able to remove all sealing marks from inside of himself, and although it worked well, the power of the seals themselves was a critical factor. If they were weak, they could be dispelled easily, but if they were powerful, it could take years or even longer. Another factor was the strength of one's own qi and blood. Thankfully, Bai Xiaochun had particularly strong qi and blood. After several days of utilizing this secret magic, it was having an effect. At a certain point very close to the border of Giant Ghost City, he suddenly stopped in place and coughed up a mouthful of blood. This particular batch of blood wasn't red, but rather brown. As soon as it was ejected from within his mouth, it swirled through the air to form a head, with the face of the Bai clan's Deva patriarch. The face stared malevolently at Bai Xiaochun for a moment before fading away. Bai Xiaochun wiped the remaining blood from his lips and let out a long sigh. At long last, he felt completely free and clear. At least I finally got that damned sealing mark out of me. Feeling much more relaxed, and even enlivened, he began moving again. 4 hours at the most, and I'll be out in the desert. Out there. The Bai clan will never be able to find me now that I've gotten rid of the sealing mark. As he moved along, he pulled Bai Hao's notes out of his bag of holding and began to study them. These notes were Bai Hao's life's work, complete with his augury technique, as well as detailed information about souls and multicolored flame. Bai Xiaochun had studied the information frequently over the past few days, and had benefited significantly every time he did. At the same time, he sighed constantly about the fact that Bai Hao had been killed. The kid had incredible talents. If he had lived, then as my apprentice, he could have directly helped me with his augury. With his help, I wouldn't have needed to go anywhere to figure out the formulas. We could have done it together. Sighing, he picked up speed. About the time that Bai Xiaochun was finally removing the sealing mark from within him, there was an ordinary nascent soul cultivator flying through the air some distance away on a soul ship. Suddenly, the old man's face fell, and he stopped moving. That old man was one of the direct bloodline members in the late nascent soul stage who had been chasing after him. He was the last member of the direct bloodline who had any hope of actually catching up to Bai Xiaochun. Moments ago, the divine will seal that had enabled him to track Bai Xiaochun had suddenly vanished. The Wildlands was a huge place, so without that sealing mark, it would be virtually impossible to find Bai Xiaochun. The old man flew as quickly as possible in the direction he had been moving, but had no hope that Bai Hao would be so stupid as to just sit there waiting around. Before long, the old nascent soul cultivator reached the last spot he knew the sealing mark had been, only to look around and find nothing. Furthermore, there was no indication which direction his quarry had taken. To the west is the desert. To the north is the ageless frigid river. To the east is the imperial city. Which way would Bai Hao have gone? Further away, the Deva patriarch was flying through the air, his expression extremely grim. It doesn't matter that you erased my sealing mark. Devas can do things beyond your imagination. There is nowhere you could possibly run to that I couldn't find you. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and he waved his finger, causing his body to age visibly, but at the same time, creating ripples in the air in front of him, ripples which rapidly coalesced into the shape of a screen. Within the screen, a vast wasteland was visible, into which the Deva patriarch stepped. A moment later, he was actually within the wasteland, where he once again used the same method. And then again. By the third time, the image he summoned revealed by Xiaochun, speeding along. Not slow at all. Really looks like you live up to expectations. Grinning, the patriarch stepped into the screen. This area was still considered to be under the control of Giant Ghost City, and therefore could be considered to belong to the Giant Ghost King himself. And of course, the Giant Ghost King was a person who surpassed the heavens in terms of status here. By Xiaochun was reaching the border, however, he could actually see the vast desert off in the distance, a place filled with swirling winds. Eyes sparkling because of the enlightenment from Bai Hao's notes. He gathered his thoughts and then pushed on toward the desert. I'll head out into the desert for a few months to let the situation calm down. Then I'll consider whether to come back here or go to one of the other kingly cities. All of them have teleportation portals that could get me home. In the meantime, I can spend more time studying Bai Hao's notes. By this point, he felt that he had made significant progress when it came to 13-colored flame, and was getting more confident in succeeding with it. It was in that moment that suddenly, his expression flickered, and he looked up into the air. When he did, his pupils constricted as he laid eyes on an enormous vortex rumbling into existence. Within a single breath of time, it transformed into a 30,000-meter wide portal, from within which erupted shocking pressure. Rumble. A tremor ran through the lands, and then all of the soil suddenly went completely still, as if the entire area had been cut away from heaven and earth to become its own special space. Bai Xiaochun's breath caught in his throat, and he felt as if the air around him had solidified. The pressure weighing down made it almost impossible to move. The clan chief's eyes snapped open, and he shouted, "Patriarch!" This Bai clan patriarch seems even stronger than Mistress Red Dust. Up above in the huge vortex, the image of a face appeared, which was none other than the face of the Deva patriarch, staring down coldly at Bai Xiaochun. A core formation cultivator dares defy the heavens? He spoke exactly 8 words, which, as they left his mouth, became 8 magical symbols, dazzling and bright, that instantly shot toward Bai Xiaochun. As they flew through the air, the symbols transformed into 8 giants clad in golden armor. Bai Xiaochun was immediately shaken. The Deva's mere words immediately transformed into soldiers willing to follow his every command. He now realized that he had underestimated Devas. During his fight with Mistress Red Dust, she had been affected by a curse, and had been unable to use some of her most powerful divine abilities. Furthermore, she was also on a lesser level than this Bai clan patriarch. It was a moment of critical danger. 8 golden-armored giants were bearing down on him, howling and roaring. That was when afterimages blurred around him, not 1, but 4. However, he wasn't summoning his clones. He was directly drawing on the power of their cultivation bases, fleshly bodies, and divine sense. He was making himself 4 times stronger. Ru-yu-yu-umble. Moments before, the pressure surrounding him had been sealing him in place, but now, fissures spread out in the air around him. In almost the same moment that the 8 golden-armored giants arrived, he looked up and roared, simultaneously flying backward at top speed. Then, a boom echoed out as the 8 giants landed in the spot he had just occupied. As they did, they transformed into 8 golden chains that sealed the entire area. During the process, the clan chief was sent tumbling off to the side, where he coughed up a mouthful of blood before lapsing into unconsciousness. Very interesting. The Deva patriarch's eyes flickered with surprise. Back in the Bai clan, His cultivation base had been limited because of his 7 life-locking candles, and he had been unable to personally take charge of the situation. That was why Bai Xiaochun had been able to flee to begin with, and had not actually been completely surprising. But now, here he was in person, and his quarry was still causing problems for him, which he actually found quite interesting. The huge face in the vortex began to shrink down until it formed the patriarch himself, hovering there in midair, emanating an aura that seemed capable of causing instant transformations in heaven and earth. He wore a white robe, and had an icy cold expression on his face as he looked down at Bai Xiaochun. Then he took a step forward, a step which caused an enormous foot to appear up above in the sky. The 3,000-meter-long foot descended, destroying the clouds and causing the lands below to shake. Even the air distorted as the foot rumbled toward Bai Xiaochun. The foot caused incredible pressure to weigh down on Bai Xiaochun, almost as if the will of the heavens were crushing onto him. There were a few reasons Mistress Red Dust ended up being at such a disadvantage when they fought. Because of being in the 2nd-generation Archemperor's sepulchre, and because of the curse she had suffered, she wasn't able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Even despite that, Bai Xiaochun had barely been able to escape with his life. Now, he could see how truly powerful Devas were. The Bai clan Deva Patriarch was fighting right outside his own city, in an area he was very familiar with. He was able to fight with the true power of a Deva. Bai Xiaochun was shocked, and it only took a moment for him to realize why the Bai clan Patriarch seemed so much stronger than Mistress Red Dust. There wasn't time to ponder the situation, though. He was gripped by a sensation of deadly crisis, and knew that if he tried to directly fight against this huge foot, he would likely be wiped out of existence. As his mind spun, the foot closed in, and he took a step back. During that process, his body began to fade, and then he suddenly disappeared. In the moment he disappeared, the foot landed, crashing into the ground and causing countless amounts of dust and rubble to rise up. "You won't be able to escape from me a second time," the patriarch said coolly. He waved his hand, causing rumbling sounds to fill the air as another huge vortex appeared. The patriarch moved his right hand, causing the vortex to spin and simultaneously echo with thunderous roars. At the same time, a powerful gravitational force erupted, causing the air to distort as the power of time travel appeared. This wasn't the true power of time travel, but it did wrap up everything in the area and pull it toward the vortex with destructive force, including nearby boulders, trees, and even mountains. At the same time, some distance off, Bai Xiaochun was fleeing with the power of his undying hex. However, as soon as the Deva Patriarch unleashed his shocking magic, Bai Xiaochun's face fell, and his technique was interrupted. As soon as he appeared in the open, the shocking gravitational force grabbed onto him and began to drag him backward toward the vortex. Even as it did, his eyes sparkled, and he spun in place. Then, afterimages blurred around him as he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, and then threw his hands up above him. Water Swamp, Kingdom! His 4 clones stepped out to surround him, and also unleashed their water swamp kingdoms. Instantly, a watery swamp appeared, and the shocking roar of a beast echoed out from inside. Then, numerous spike-like mountains began to rise up. Ruuyuyuumble. The 5 curved, mountain-like claws that appeared created a scene that would shock anyone who was able to observe it. As they appeared in the open, the sky dimmed, and they slashed toward the vortex. What is that? Up till now, the Deva Patriarch had remained completely cool and expressionless. But when the life essence spirit of Bai Xiaochun's water swamp kingdom appeared, his face fell. The claws of Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit brimmed with mind-bogglingly deadly energy. 5 curved, mountain-like claws with all-destructive power shot directly toward the enormous vortex. When the two struck each other, a deafening boom filled the area. The sky went dim, and a huge blast of wind filled the area, a shockwave that rolled out in all directions. However, the vortex was backed by the power of a Deva, and although Bai Xiaochun's water swamp kingdom was powerful, considering the current level of his cultivation base, that power was limited. Moments after the initial collision, the claws vanished, and the water swamp kingdom faded away. The only thing that remained was an echoing, beastly cry. However, the attack had not been completely ineffective. Cracking sounds echoed out from the vortex, and 5 enormous rifts appeared within it. Those rifts grew wider and wider, casting the gravitational force into chaos. The vortex even started to wobble on the verge of collapsing. Bai Xiaochun's face was pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His clones all seemed to be in a similar state and quickly returned into his true self. Then, Bai Xiaochun glared up at the Deva Patriarch and slowly pulled out his crystalline soul-hoarding pagoda. His eyes shone with madness, his aura was teetering unstably, and he was trembling physically. However, there was no time to sit around thinking about what to do. He quickly sent some divine sense into the soul-hoarding pagoda. With a single thought, he could break the seal inside and release the destructive power of the demigod soul. "Don't push me too far, old man," he said, his eyes shining with madness. He wasn't completely sure whether the discarnate demigod soul could really kill the Deva Patriarch. But if it did, perhaps he would be able to get his hands on the final Deva soul he needed. Even as the thought entered his mind, he shook his head and dismissed it. He didn't even know how to properly harvest the soul of a Deva who had perished. Most likely, only a demigod cultivator could actually do something like that. Besides, it was likely that he wouldn't even be able to kill the Bai clan patriarch. However, he was confident in being able to seriously injure him in a way that he couldn't quickly recover from. And that would likely give him enough time to get out of Giant Ghost City territory. The Deva Patriarch's eyes narrowed as he looked at the soul-hoarding pagoda Bai Xiaochun held, from which he couldn't sense anything dangerous. Then he looked back up at Bai Xiaochun, and his eyes began to shine with a strange light. "I really did underestimate you, kid. Well, that's fine. Wonderful, in fact. I'm not sure how you reached this amazing level, but I can sense from your blood that you really are from the Bai clan. Truly spectacular." Smiling faintly, he lifted his foot again and began to take a step. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun shouted loudly, preparing to break the seal in the soul-hoarding pagoda. However, in that very moment, a bellow filled the area that caused everything to shake. At the same time, a whistling sound could be heard, as though someone were approaching the area at top speed. "Stay your hand, Brother Bai. I'm here with orders from Giant Ghost King himself. He's issued a summons for Bai Hao." The Bai clan patriarch's face fell, and his eyes flickered with indecision for the briefest of moments before he stepped down with his foot, instantly placing him in front of Bai Xiaochun, whom he reached out to grab. However, Bai Xiaochun had been ready. The moment he saw the patriarch's foot moving, he shot backward. However, instead of using his soul-hoarding pagoda, he summoned his 4 clones to defend himself. A boom filled the area, and his 4 clones coughed up blood before shooting back into his body. However, they had bought him the time he needed to once again use his undying hex. Right before the Deva Patriarch's hand reached him, he vanished. The Deva Patriarch's eyes flashed with cold light as he turned to look in a different direction. "Show your face." His words seemed to replace the will of the heavens, causing crushing pressure to appear that wrenched Bai Xiaochun out into the open, blood oozing out of the corners of his mouth. His hair was in complete disarray, and cracking sounds could be heard as the air around him shattered. Although it seemed as if heaven and earth were about to stamp him out of existence, his eyes flickered with an imperceptible gleam, and that was because the instant he appeared in the open, a golden beam of light shot through the air toward him. Even as the Deva Patriarch took control over heaven and earth in the area, a whooshing sound could be heard, and a jade pendant appeared in front of Bai Xiaochun. The pendant emanated golden light, and was carved with the image of a 2-horned giant ghost that was roaring to the sky. As soon as the jade pendant appeared, the cracking, shattering air around Bai Xiaochun stabilized. The Bai clan patriarch's face turned very grim as the air rippled, and an old man appeared. He wore a black robe, and his face was completely expressionless. However, his cultivation-based fluctuations were no weaker than the Bai clan patriarch's. He seemed icy cold and completely sinister, and caused the air around him to ripple. It was almost as if 2 streams of divine will had clashed, causing thunder to echo out and crackles of lightning to appear. Even the ground began to quake. Bai Xiaochun looked at the jade pendant and then the old man, and his heart began to pound. When he had initially fled the Bai clan, he had hoped that other clans or groups in the area would try to take advantage of the situation, and perhaps help him. After a while, he had come to suspect it wouldn't happen after all. But now that this black-robed old man was here, it was obvious that the giant ghost king had taken an interest. Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed, and his heart began to twinge with nervousness. He kept his hand clenched onto the soul-hoarding pagoda, ready to detonate the demigod's soul at a moment's notice. The Bai clan patriarch stared grimly at the black-robed man, and then spoke in a voice as cold as ice. "This is a private matter of the Bai clan, Deathcrier. What's the meaning of this?" "There are no private matters for subordinates of the heavenly kings," Duke Deathcrier replied. Eyes flashing with cold light, he took a step forward, causing a powerful wind to spring up around him. "Are you going to disobey the decrees of his heavenly majesty, Bai Zishan?" The Deva patriarch looked back grimly at Duke Deathcrier, then waved his hand, causing the unconscious clan chief to vanish, then reappear next to him. "Since His Highness the King has summoned this rebel, then of course I won't interfere." Gritting his teeth inwardly, the Deva patriarch clasped hands and bowed to the jade pendant, then looked back at the black-robed old man. "However, I will have to go visit His Highness the King personally to get to the bottom of this matter." During the entire exchange between the two Devas, the patriarch never once looked at Bai Xiaochun. Finally, he turned and vanished. At that point, everything in the area went back to normal. The thunder faded away, the lightning vanished, and finally, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. Relaxing his grip on the soul-hoarding pagoda, he looked over at Duke Deathcrier. Duke Deathcrier looked in the direction in which the Bai clan patriarch had left, then turned his lightning-like gaze onto Bai Xiaochun. He was wizened and skinny, with a hawk-like nose that made him seem particularly sinister. Furthermore, his gaze was so sharp that it seemed to pierce all the way into Bai Xiaochun's heart and mind. "Come with me. From now on, your life is in my hands, and you work for His Highness the King." The man didn't say anything about the Deva soul. Apparently, he didn't want to get too involved in the affairs of the Bai clan. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened into a glare, and he impulsively roared, "Bullcrap! My life belongs to me, not anybody else." At least, that was what happened in his mind. The words that came out of his mouth were a bit different. Face filled with gratitude, he clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Senior Deathcrier. Many thanks for the kindness of saving my life. Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank His Highness the King." With that, Duke Deathcrier waved his hand, causing everything within 30 meters to suddenly blur and ripple, as if it were separating from the area around it. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled as he looked around at what was happening. Soon, it became clear that what was actually happening was some sort of major teleportation. It was almost as if the entire area were simply being plucked up and moved somewhere else. Rumbling sounds filled his ears, and then everything vanished. When he and Duke Deathcrier reappeared, they were in front of a spectacularly immense city. It was currently afternoon, and brilliant sunlight shone down on the enormous city, making it seem particularly impressive. It looked like some primeval beast, baring its fangs at all creation, and that was just the sense Bai Xiaochun got without even looking closely at it. Even at a glance, Giant Ghost City seemed to be as big as 10,000 Bai clans put together. There were countless richly ornamented buildings and other dazzling structures, and the entire city seemed filled with the auras of innumerable soul cultivators and necromancers. Bai Xiaochun had never seen a place as big as this before. The population must surely be in the tens of millions. Even more shocking was that Giant Ghost City itself existed in the middle of a massive, bottomless pit. The pit was so wide that not even divine sense could span it from one side to the other. And that was just the width, not the depth. Giant Ghost City is big, but this pit is even bigger. The city could fit inside of it dozens of times over. Giant Ghost City itself existed on a huge column that rose up from within the bottomless pit. Far down in the pit was a hazy mist filled with endless vicious faces and heads, a horde of ghostly souls which screamed constantly. To get from the cliffs that were the border of the pit to the city itself, one had to cross any one of a number of violet chains, each one of which as thick as a person was tall. They hung like suspension bridges over the misty depths of the pit. Bai Xiaochun could see people off in the distance, flying toward the city in beams of light. However, they didn't dare to fly over the pit and into the city, but instead dropped to the ground and then walked along the huge chains. Going or coming, that was the only way to get into the city. As Bai Xiaochun continued to examine the area, he realized to his shock that, in the middle of the city, was an enormous, shocking statue. It was a giant ghost with 2 horns on its head and green skin, tens upon tens of thousands of meters high. It was so high that it seemed to be holding up the sky. Furthermore, on its head was a royal palace. The palace itself was difficult to make out, and although it was impossible to tell who resided there, it didn't take much guesswork on Bai Xiaochun's part to come up with an idea. That must be where Giant Ghost King lives. Even just looking at the royal palace, Bai Xiaochun could sense a pressure like that of all heaven and earth weighing down on him. It left him with the sensation that whoever was in that royal palace was not a person, but rather some sort of god. Another shocking thing he noticed was the giant statue held a palace in each of its hands. Furthermore, both palaces had huge stone steels in front of them, with the name of the palace inscribed for anyone to see. In the left hand was Deathcrier Palace, and in the right hand was the Netherworld Palace. Bai Xiaochun was shaken by the mere sight, and was immediately certain that those palaces belonged to Devis. And considering that the left-hand palace was named Deathcrier, he was 80 to 90% sure that it belonged to the black-robed old man standing next to him. Bai Xiaochun was not as ignorant about Giant Ghost City as he had been when he first arrived in the Wildlands. During his days in the Bai clan, he had done quite a bit of digging around for information, and now knew a little bit about the place. For example, he knew that Giant Ghost City consisted of an inner and outer city. The inner city was strictly controlled, and only people with high status could enter it. Most of the people who lived there were nobility, ministers, and other people with close connections to the royal house. The outer city was where the common people lived, and was a much livelier place. There was a moat that separated the inner and outer cities, the water of which contained demigod-level restrictive spells. Without the proper command medallion, anyone who tried to cross that moat would be melted into nothing but bones. Bai Xiaochun's heart was already pounding as he wondered why he had been brought to Giant Ghost City. Although he was very nervous, he put on the most charming expression possible as he stood there behind Duke Deathcrier. He had already decided that, no matter why the Giant Ghost King had summoned him, it was a good thing to be in Giant Ghost City. After all, the teleportation portal he needed to access to get back home was located in this very city. If my mask can fool the Bai clan's spell formation and their deva, he murmured to himself, then it should be able to fool the teleportation portal, right? Duke Deathcrier's face was completely expressionless as he led the way, and he didn't say a single word. Furthermore, they didn't enter the city via the chains, but rather by flying directly into the city. As soon as they appeared in the city, the sole cultivator guards on duty looked over with reverent expressions and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Duke Deathcrier. In addition to bowing in greeting, everyone surreptitiously sized up Bai Xiaochun, which he noticed. As he proceeded along, he decided that since the Giant Ghost King had summoned him, he should be on his best behavior. Perhaps, if Duke Deathcrier put in a good word for him, he could get a high position in the city. That way, the Bai clan definitely wouldn't be able to touch him. Wait, no. That would be too dangerous. I need to figure out a way to get to that teleportation portal and get back to the Great Wall. It's just too bad that I'm still missing a Deva soul. With such thoughts on his mind, he followed Duke Deathcrier through the city. Duke Deathcrier led him directly toward the inner city, and within the space of a few breaths of time, they were standing in front of the moat that separated the two cities. The water was black and looked incredibly dangerous. In fact, Bai Xiaochun even took a few steps back when he saw it. Then he looked over at Duke Deathcrier, wondering why they had stopped moving. Senior, aren't we supposed to be going over there? Blinking, he looked meaningfully toward the giant ghost statue. Ignoring Bai Xiaochun, Duke Deathcrier coolly said, Li Su, get out here immediately. His voice didn't seem to echo out very far. However, in response, the waters of the moat rippled, and then a whirlpool appeared, out of which stepped 3 middle-aged men. Bai Xiaochun could already sense that something was off about the situation. Why wasn't he being taken to see the giant ghost king? Of the 3 newcomers, the man in the lead position wore a green robe and was clearly half a step into the Deva realm. As for the other 2, they seemed a bit weaker and were obviously the man's subordinates. The green-robed man immediately flew over to stand in front of Duke Deathcrier, where he clasped hands and bowed deeply. Greetings, Duke Deathcrier. Duke Deathcrier gestured at Bai Xiaochun and then said, This is Bai Hao. I'm handing him over to you. Set him up as a guard in Devil Penitentiary. Li Su and his 2 subordinates immediately voiced their assent. Without another word, Duke Deathcrier turned and flew toward the giant ghost statue. His mission from the king had been to bring Bai Hao back and then give him a job in the city. As for what exact position to give him, the giant ghost king naturally didn't care. Therefore, Duke Deathcrier didn't put much thought into the matter, and simply handed him over to the city's famous Devil Penitentiary. Devil Penitentiary? A guard. When Bai Xiaochun heard what had just been said, his jaw dropped. He had assumed that the giant ghost king must have summoned him to be at least a bodyguard of some sort. Never could he have imagined that he was to be a prison guard. This was not Bai Xiaochun's first time hearing about Devil Penitentiary. Early on, the chief of the Bai clan had threatened to have him thrown in that very prison, which had sparked Bai Xiaochun's curiosity. Afterward, he had asked Zhou Yixing for some information about the place, and had learned that Devil Penitentiary was a prison in Giant Ghost City. It was a very famous place with all sorts of dangerous prisoners locked up inside. They were all evil villains who, for various reasons, had not been put to death. Instead, their cultivation bases had been sealed, and they had been imprisoned. In any case, they were all the type of people that no one would ever want to run into on the outside. Furthermore, there was a saying in Giant Ghost City, "Death isn't frightening. Get locked up in Devil Penitentiary, and you'll wish you were dead." How could an illustrious major general like me serve as a lowly prison guard? Bai Xiaochun thought angrily. However, he knew that a true leader should be flexible. Plus, if he pulled off the act successfully, he might be able to use this as an opportunity to get access to the teleportation portal and get home. Before he could even say anything, Duke Deathcrier was gone, and Li Su and his subordinates straightened up from their bows. Li Su was the type of person who looked threatening without being angry. After coldly looking Bai Xiaochun up and down, he said, "So you're Bai Hao from the Bai clan?" From the cold tone of his voice, he didn't seem too pleased to see Bai Hao standing there, and it was the same with the other 2 men. After all, they had all heard stories about him recently. They knew that he was vicious and cruel, the type of person who didn't care about family, and could hide his intentions easily. He had even killed numerous members of his own clan. A ferocious person like that was not the type that people would like to get close to. Of course, at the same time, no one would want to offend him either. You can't act the way you did back in your clan. Now that you're here, you have to live by my rules. In Devil Penitentiary, I'm in charge. The prison isn't open at the moment, so come back tomorrow at this same time. Without even waiting for a response, Li Su waved his sleeve, causing the whirlpool to reappear in the black waters of the moat. Deep at the bottom of the whirlpool was a cave that Li Su immediately entered, followed by his 2 subordinates. Then the whirlpool vanished. Gone, just like that? Bai Xiaochun thought, eyes widening. Obviously, they were trying to impress him with the fact that it wasn't easy to get into Devil Penitentiary. The message was clear. From now on, stick your tail between your legs and behave. What kind of a crappy place is this prison anyway? He muttered angrily. I'm definitely not going in there. After all, he was a major general, and although he had originally forced himself to go along with the idea of working as a prison guard, that changed when people tried to threaten him. Having reached this point in his train of thought, He snorted coldly and walked away. It was currently noontime. Giant Ghost City was a huge place, and the outer city seemed to go on without end. People were everywhere, including soul cultivators, necromancers, and even a lot of savage giants. This was one of the 5 major cities of the Wildlands, a place which kept watch over a huge area, and was filled with plentiful resources. Just about everything one could imagine was available for purchase, and the streets were packed and loud no matter where one went. Occasionally, patrols of city guards would fly overhead. However, it was rare to see anyone else flying around. Other than the city guards, the only people allowed to fly were Devis. Still prickling with anger, Xiaochun strolled around and tried to find out where the teleportation portal was. As it turned out, it was no secret, and he was soon heading in that very direction. I guess I'll just have to do without that extra Deva soul. Once I get back to the Great Wall, I'll figure out what to do about the situation. Giant Ghost City's teleportation portal was located in the northern part of the city, in the middle of a huge public square. It was an enormous gate made of glowing light, with a constant flow of soul cultivators, necromancers, and savages going in and out. By the time Xiaochun got there, it was already evening. After sizing the place up, he noticed that there were city guards in charge of the place. However, Xiaochun had seen a lot of city guards already and wasn't worried about them. As he neared, his eyes began to glitter. This teleportation portal represented his ticket back to the Great Wall. Although it wouldn't take him directly there, he would at least get close. Considering the level of his cultivation base, making it back from that location shouldn't be difficult. His heart was already pounding with excitement, and yet, he couldn't help but worry about something he had learned while in the Bai clan. Supposedly, the teleportation portal would check your identity strictly before allowing you to use it. Ever since Zhou Yixing had told him that, he had begun to wonder how the process worked. Therefore, he stopped some distance away from the portal itself and looked around the area more closely. Almost immediately, his expression flickered as he noticed that every single soul cultivator who entered the teleportation portal would be touched by flickering ripples. After studying the ripples for a short time, he realized how they worked. Clearly, they represented some magical technique that assessed a person's identity. With my mask, I shouldn't have any problems, right? After some hesitation, he looked up into the evening sky and then gritted his teeth. I might as well give it a shot. Making sure to breathe calmly, he walked toward the teleportation portal. None of the guards paid any attention to him, and after paying the requisite soul medicine tax, he was given access. Those few short steps were ones of incredible anxiety. Then, he found himself standing in front of the shining light, his eyes alive with anticipation. It's definitely going to work. And then, I'll fly off into the sunset. Taking a breath, he stepped forward, putting him in contact with the light. However, as soon as he made contact, his heart leapt as a strange, prickly sensation spread across him. It was almost as if some spirit automaton were examining him. Rumbling sounds echoed out from the teleportation portal, and the fluctuations entered him, seemingly intent on scouring his soul. It was a soul search to confirm his identity. Thankfully, his mask quickly went to work to conceal his true identity. However, the power levels involved surpassed imagination, and Xiaochun could tell immediately that the mask would only be able to hold out for a brief moment under such intense scrutiny. If he didn't pass this test and allow the soul search to confirm his identity, he wouldn't be able to teleport away, and would also be revealed as an imposter. In the moment of time that the mask bought him, he stepped backward, away from the teleportation portal. As he did, quite a few people noticed, and strange expressions appeared on their faces. Seeing so many eyes on him, his heart trembled nervously. Raising his voice, he said, forget it. I'm not going anywhere. Giant Ghost City is the best place to earn a name. With that, he walked away. People continued to look at him curiously until he melted into the crowd and vanished. Some distance away, he hurried along, ashen-faced and heart-pounding. What do I do? He wailed inwardly. If I can't use the teleportation portal, how will I get home? He wanted to cry, but no tears would come. All of his hopes had been wrapped up in the teleportation portal, And yet now, he knew he couldn't use it. A bit later, he blinked a few times and then sighed at how bitter his life had become. Feeling completely crestfallen, he found a random inn to stay the night. The next day, he walked out of the inn bleary-eyed. If I can't get back, I guess I just need to rise to prominence here. Perhaps that's just my lot in life. How completely annoying for a low-profile kind of person like myself. Sighing helplessly the entire way, he headed back toward the moat. Now that he thought about it, being a guard at Devil Penitentiary might not be that bad after all. With that status, he would be temporarily safe from the Bai clan, which was a good thing. He got to the moat early, whereupon he sat down cross-legged and frowned his way until evening. At that point, the whirlpool sprang up again, and one of Li Su's subordinates appeared. When he saw Bai Xiaochun, he gave him an expressionless nod. "All right, come with me," he said. Without another word, he turned and headed back toward the whirlpool. Bai Xiaochun couldn't stop sighing in his heart about how humiliating it was for a spectacular major general like himself to be in this situation. However, considering the circumstances, he knew that he simply had to come to terms with it. Whatever. Considering that Bai Xiaochun, am so outstanding and awesome, it doesn't matter where I end up. I always earn a new level of respect. As he tried to pump himself up, he looked at the man who had just stepped out of the whirlpool. By this point, he realized that Li Su must be the leader of Devil Penitentiary, and also his own future superior. Furthermore, this man here must be an assistant of some sort to Li Su. "Get moving," the man said. "Otherwise you'll have to wait outside for another day." Bai Xiaochun already didn't like this guy. "I didn't do anything to offend him," he complained inwardly. However, there was no other option for him than to bow his head and hurry into the whirlpool. They disappeared and began to sink down toward the bottom of the moat. Considering that this man was Li Su's assistant, it was no surprise that he had an extraordinary cultivation base. He also had a command medallion that emanated a soft light, protecting both himself and Bai Xiaochun from the deadly black moat water around them. Bai Xiaochun was a bit nervous as he looked out at the inky blackness. Not only could he not see anything, but he felt a sensation of profound danger just looking at the black water, as if terrifying beasts lurked within it. He kept his guard up as they pierced their way downward. Eventually, he realized that he could see two green points of light up ahead in the black water. They seemed to pulse with a netherworldly aura, and almost looked like eyes. Merely looking at them caused his hair to stand on end. However, the man escorting him didn't seem to have any reaction whatsoever, so Bai Xiaochun merely followed along, maintaining full vigilance. As they proceeded forward, the two green lights grew larger and larger. The closer they got, the clearer things became, until Bai Xiaochun's heart leapt. There at the bottom of the moat was an enormous stone statue. The statue depicted a gigantic Xuanwu turtle that pulsed with spatial distortions. The two green lights that Bai Xiaochun had spotted earlier were actually the turtle's eyes. It also seethed with a profoundly murderous aura that seemed to be contained in the area with magical seals. Were it not for those sealing marks, the aura would have seeped out and caused drastic transformations in heaven and earth. Bai Xiaochun was already shaken, but then he realized that, for some reason, the turtle actually looked familiar. After studying it closely for another moment, his eyes went as wide as saucers, and his heart began to pound in his chest. That statue looks a lot like the little turtle. The little turtle had been missing for a long time now. Bai Xiaochun had searched his bag of holding thoroughly on a few occasions looking for him, but couldn't find him. Even still, Bai Xiaochun had the feeling that he was there inside somewhere. Even as Bai Xiaochun hesitated about what it all meant, the man led him toward the turtle statue's left eye. Nervous about everything, Bai Xiaochun followed along, and soon they entered the eye itself. A diaphanous barrier kept the black water out, which the man's command medallion allowed them to pass through. Bai Xiaochun soon found himself in a large stone cavern filled with criss-cross stalactites and stalagmites that looked almost like vicious fangs. There were 4 soul cultivators waiting there, who clasped hands and bowed deeply as soon as they saw the man leading Bai Xiaochun. "Greetings, Left Dharma Protector." Their voices weren't loud and booming, but rather bone-chillingly cold. They seemed like people who lived on the border between life and death, whose mere gazes could pierce to the heart. After looking at them for a moment, Bai Xiaochun determined that all four were nascent soul cultivators. This devil penitentiary isn't some ordinary prison, he thought. As he continued to look around, he noticed 4 tunnels leading off in 4 directions, with a 5th tunnel-like opening in the ceiling. Sun Peng, this is one of the new guards the warden just assigned to cell block D. You arrange everything for him. After issuing his orders, the man clasped his hands behind his back and flew up into the 5th tunnel overhead. The group of 4 soul cultivators clasped hands to him as he left, then dispersed into the 4 corridors, with the exception of an old man. Frowning, he looked at Bai Xiaochun and said, "If Li Su personally handed you over to the left Dharma protector to arrange things, then logically speaking, you should have been assigned to cell block A, not my cell block D." The old man seemed to think something was a bit strange about the situation, but still smiled at Bai Xiaochun. Although it was a friendly smile, it looked ghastly to Bai Xiaochun. Coupled with the old man's sinister aura, it caused a chill to run down Bai Xiaochun's back. "May I ask your name, fellow Taoist?" the old man asked. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, and then carefully answered, "I'm Bai Hao. Bai Hao. Bai Hao. Bai?" After thinking for a moment, the man's eyes went wide. "Bai Hao from the Bai clan?" Pleased at the man's reaction, Bai Xiaochun proudly said, "Yeah, that's right. I'm none other than Bai Hao from the Bai clan." The old man sucked in a breath. Now he understood why Li Su had assigned this person to cell block D. "Well, aren't you a hot potato?" he thought. The fact that Li Su handed you off to the left Dharma protector means that the original orders came from higher up. And the only person with a status high enough to give orders like that would be Duke Deathcrier. And the only person who can order Duke Deathcrier around is the Heavenly King himself. The Bai clan has a bounty on this kid's head, but the Heavenly King sent him here. The old man didn't dare to ponder the matter any more deeply. Sighing, he realized that he couldn't afford to offend this newcomer. After all, according to the rumors, he had reviled his own clan, and even gone so far as to kidnap his own father. Not only did he have profound levels of patience, but he was completely and utterly vicious. "Welcome to cell block D of Devil Penitentiary, fellow Taoist Bai Hao. Come, come, let me show you around." Forcing a smile onto his face, he led Bai Xiaochun toward the northernmost of the 4 tunnels. Although Devil Penitentiary exists inside of a stone turtle statue, it's actually very large inside. 5 unique dimensions exist here, namely cell blocks A, B, C, D, and the Supermax cell block. The Supermax cell block is run by the Exalted Warden himself, and is the core of Devil Penitentiary. Normally, no one ever gets inside without being summoned. As far as the other cell blocks go, the prisoners get locked up in them depending on how important or dangerous they are. The most important prisoners go to cell block A. All of the prisoners here are dangerous and vicious people, but the prisoners in cell block D are almost like children compared to the others. Every cell block has a group of roughly 100 guards, with 10 captains and a deputy warden. I'm the deputy warden of cell block D. Of course, Warden Li Su is in charge of the 4 deputy wardens. Sun Peng led him directly to cell block D and began to show him around. He had already decided that since Bai Hao had been delivered to him, and he couldn't get rid of him, that he might as well treat him well. After all, with so many people in cell block D, having an extra guard around wouldn't hurt anything. Of course, he wouldn't go beyond what was necessary. Eventually, Sun Peng led Bai Xiaochun to an area in the middle of the cell block D part of the prison. A sprawling square, in the middle of which was a glowing door. The door emanated intense pressure and occasional rumbling sounds. Surrounding it were 10 areas that Sun Peng explained were the barracks where the 10 teams of guards resided. As for the glowing door, it was the actual entrance to the cell block. The 10 barracks all looked exactly the same, constructed from green limestone, but decorated in colorful fashion. However, perhaps because they were located in the middle of Devil Penitentiary, Bai Xiaochun found them particularly sinister. Still depressed over the matter of the teleportation portal, Bai Xiaochun sighed and thought to himself, "AI, I can't believe I'm actually becoming a prison guard. Sun Peng assigned by Xiaochun to Squad 9. Then, just like Duke Deathcrier and Li Su, he hurried away. The captain of Squad 9 didn't see Deputy Warden Sun Peng very often, but considering that the man was his direct superior, he quickly picked up on the unspoken hints he had given regarding by Xiaochun's status. The captain was a burly man who appeared to be about 40 years of age. He almost immediately recognized this fair young man as the recently famous by clan rebel, and realized he needed to pay special attention to him. In fact, he even transmitted orders to the guards under his command, explaining who Bai Xiaochun was. Bai Xiaochun could see how the captain and the other guards of Squad 9 reacted when he smilingly told them his name. They sized him up, and although they weren't extremely cold, they were by no means warm and welcoming. Bai Hao had been a popular topic of conversation recently, and therefore all of them had at least some impression of him. They knew that he was a vicious fellow who had reviled his clan, and was the type who shouldn't be provoked. After seeing him in person, though, he didn't seem to match up to the rumors. Before Bai Xiaochun's arrival, Squad 9 had consisted of a total of 11 people. 10 guards and the captain. But now there were 12. There were no women, only men, and all of the other guards seemed middle-aged, with cultivation bases in core formation. The fact that even such a group of low-ranking guards was so powerful further showed how important Devil Penitentiary was. When Bai Xiaochun realized that the group was not being very welcoming, he felt a bit awkward. To try to smooth things over, the captain quickly assigned him quarters in the barracks. "Why don't you rest up a bit, Bai Hao?" he said. "The truth is that we aren't very busy here in Devil Penitentiary. The squad doesn't really know much about you now. But there will be plenty of time later for you all to get to know each other." With that, he left. As far as he was concerned, the situation wasn't very complicated. When dealing with a fiendish killer that you couldn't get rid of, the best thing was to try to get along with him, but not get too close. One just had to be careful not to treat him too coldly. Bai Xiaochun already had a good impression of the captain. At the least, he was better than Duke Deathcrier or Li Su. His quarters weren't very large, and contained only a bed and a chair. It was a simple room, but it had a remarkable spell formation that was connected to the stone turtle statue, giving it exceptional defensive capabilities. After looking around, he sat down cross-legged and frowned. "AI, how cruel the twists of fate. Here I am, a prison guard." The events of the past 2 days had been quite complicated. The Bai clan patriarch had attacked, then Duke Deathcrier showed up. After that, the teleportation portal plan failed, and now he was a prison guard. Whatever. If I'm a guard, I'm a guard. The most important thing now is to keep myself safe. Plus, I need to get on the good side of my squad. If I can get them to like me, they'll probably be a lot of help to me later. I still don't know why the giant ghost king saved me, but at least I'm in a pretty safe situation, at least for the moment. How long will that last, though? He sighed, and eventually his thoughts turned to Deva souls, whereupon he gritted his teeth angrily. It's all the fault of that Granny Red Dust. And Chan Hatian. Well, whatever. Might as well forget about the teleportation portal. The best thing to do is increase my cultivation base and figure out another way to get back to the Great Wall. I already have 4 Deva Soul clones. All I have to do now is get a metal-type Deva Soul, and I can step into the Heavendao nascent soul stage. When all was said and done, Bai Xiaochun felt very nervous. It was like he was walking along the edge of a cliff. The slightest misstep could lead him to a disastrous fall. However, there was nothing he could do about the situation. The teleportation portal wasn't an option, and therefore, unless he simply gave up on the Heavendao nascent soul idea, that meant he only had a bit over 1,000 years before he ran out of longevity. Then, his dream of living forever would be impossible to realize. If he wanted to live forever, then he had to walk along that cliff. If he wanted to get home, he simply had to grit his teeth and keep going. Actually, up to this point in his life, his cultivation had always gone quite smoothly, whether it was in the Spirit Stream sect, the River-Defying sect, the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, or the Great Wall. It was only after entering that sepulchre in the wildlands that he finally experienced the feeling of being stuck in place, with the shadow of death looming larger behind him. Once I get that metal-type Deva soul, I'm never going to risk my life like this again. He was actually so worried about the situation that he almost felt like crying. There was almost nothing in the world he wanted more right now than a Deva soul. Where am I supposed to get that Deva soul from? Plus, it has to be a metal-type Deva soul. The giant ghost king is a demigod expert, so he probably has one. But how would I get my hands on it? He clenched his hands into fists and thought as hard as he could, but couldn't come up with any ideas. Although I know a bit about Giant Ghost City, I definitely don't know enough. Whether it's news about Deva souls or the details of why Giant Ghost King saved me, I need more information. Eyes flashing, he took out a jade slip to send messages to Zhou Yixing and Li Feng. The first thing he said was that they didn't need to wait for him in the appointed location any longer, and could just return to Giant Ghost City. Second, he asked Li Feng to give him some more details about Giant Ghost City. It didn't take long before Li Feng sent back a wealth of detailed information. As soon as Bai Xiaochun saw it, his eyes went wide, and his heart began to pound. 5 Devas. The most powerful person in Giant Ghost City was the demigod Heavenly King. Beneath him were 5 dukes and 10 marquises. The dukes were all Devas, and the marquises were all half a step into the Deva realm. Of the 5 Devas, 3 were the patriarchs of the 3 great clans. The other 2 were Duke Deathcrier and Duke Netherworld. In terms of the 10 marquises, they led the 10 armies that were garrisoned in Giant Ghost City, and were people with close connections to the royal throne. Each and every one of them was a very important person. Bai Xiaochun also learned that although the patriarchs of the 3 great clans were technically subordinates of the Giant Ghost King, they had formed their own separate faction. In the end, the Giant Ghost King is a demigod expert, so he could kill them all with the wave of a hand. In Bai Xiaochun's opinion, there seemed to be something fishy about the whole situation. However, Li Feng couldn't provide any further details. These were just the things he had heard about here and there. Maybe the Giant Ghost King saved me because he wanted to test out the Bai clan's attitude? But why would he need to do that? He's a demigod after all. No matter how he analyzed the situation, it only seemed to lead to more questions. It was a complicated state of affairs, and he simply had too little information, which made it hard to make a good assessment. However, from what he could tell, the 3 great clans must have some trump card that enabled them to maintain a somewhat antagonistic relationship with the Giant Ghost King. Most likely, the Giant Ghost King wasn't very happy about the arrangement. That's probably the gist of things, at least. As long as the Giant Ghost King isn't too happy about being on equal footing with the 3 clans, then I'm probably safe here in Giant Ghost City. So, what I need to do now is get that metal-type Deva soul as quickly as possible, before things get dicey. Then I can just run away. Frowning at his lot in life, he took a deep breath to focus, then closed his eyes to start his auguries regarding 13-colored flame. The formula for 13-fold flame was completely different from that of 12-colored flame. It even had different requirements in terms of divine sense, requirements that he would never have been able to meet before acquiring the Deva soul from the Bai clan. But now he had a 4th clone, which boosted his divine sense even more. With that, he was confident of being able to use Bai Hao's research notes to eventually succeed with 13-colored flame. In fact, he suspected he might even get so far as 14-colored flame. As he was wrapped up in performing auguries and seeking enlightenment, the night passed uneventfully. Although it was impossible to see the sun or moon from Devil Penitentiary, because of the spell formation which protected it, the phases of night and day were as normal. When night gave way to day on the outside, Bai Xiaochun was still in the middle of his work, and didn't even notice. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During those 3 days, no one bothered him. Around dawn on the 4th day, he opened his eyes when a voice reached his ears from outside his room. Bai Hao, Squad 9 is on patrol duty today. Everyone is waiting for you. It was the voice of the captain, and it sounded very serious. Since this is your first time going out on patrol, it will be a good chance for you to see what kind of prisoners we keep in cell block D. Prisoners. Bai Xiaochun got nervously to his feet and walked out of his room. The captain was waiting there outside, a smile on his face. Bai Xiaochun knew that he needed to develop a good relationship with the squad, but that wasn't very difficult. He just needed to stop thinking about how he was a core formation expert with 4 Deva soul clones, and that he could even kill lofty nascent soul cultivators. He just needed to act like an unimportant person. Therefore, he put a look of both respect and cheer on his face as he clasped hands and bowed, then said, "Captain, you really didn't need to come in person. If you have orders for me, just send a message." Actually, Bai Xiaochun already liked the captain to begin with, so it was easy to give him a particularly deep bow. The captain seemed a bit surprised. The truth was that he had no other choice than to come get Bai Xiaochun. According to the rules of Devil Penitentiary, all guards had to participate in patrol duty. If Bai Xiaochun knew about that and chose not to join, then he would be to blame. But if the captain didn't personally notify him, then he would be held responsible. The other guards might be keeping their distance, but when the captain thought about all the rumors he'd heard, he really felt he had no other choice. However, to his surprise, the reportedly vicious, family-killing fiend who had turned traitor against his clan and kidnapped his own father, Bai Hao, was actually being very polite. The captain laughed heartily. "Oh, no problem at all. You're part of Squad 9 now, and since you just arrived, how could I not come to give you the news personally? Listen, Bai Hao. To people on the outside, everything about Devil Penitentiary is a big secret. After all, only 2 types of people can actually go into the cell block: the prisoners and us guards." Although he didn't yet have a very good impression of Bai Xiaochun, the captain seemed a bit more sincere than before, and he even began to explain more information as they walked along. After following the captain for a bit, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but ask, "Captain, what kind of cultivation bases do all the prisoners have?" "It doesn't matter," the captain replied proudly. "Everyone who comes to Devil Penitentiary has to submit. Even dragons." Before long, they were approaching the huge glowing door in the middle of the square. Bai Xiaochun's curiosity was growing. He had experienced a lot of things in his life, but had never been inside of a prison. The idea of descending into the depths of Devil Penitentiary had him filled with anticipation. The other soul cultivators who were part of Squad 9 were all waiting impatiently by the doorway, and many of them seemed to get even more irritated when they saw Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun could see that, and considering that he had no idea how long he would be serving as a guard, he hurried forward and said, "Hello, brothers. I'm new here and don't know the rules. I'm terribly sorry for keeping all of you waiting." Currently, he looked like Bai Hao, young, pure and fair, even delicate. Furthermore, he spoke in a very pleasing fashion. Almost immediately, some of the irritation in the eyes of the other guards faded. After all, Bai Hao's reputation was that of a vicious beast. But here he was politely and passionately offering an explanation and apology. The other guards were surprised, and weren't quite sure what to say. In any case, Bai Xiaochun's smiling face made it hard for them to stay angry. Beyond that, the way he rushed forward and treated them all like older brothers caused strange feelings to rise up in their hearts. Almost immediately, the coldness that many of them felt toward him began to fade. The only exception was one long-faced young man who responded with a cold snort. Apparently, he had a rather high standing in Squad 9. When the other guards saw his reaction, their expressions went back to being icy. Bai Xiaochun was not very happy about that. "I never offended this guy," he thought. The captain pretended not to notice what had happened. Laughing, he said, "All right, everyone's here. Let's head in." Swishing his sleeve, he produced a command medallion, which he extended toward the glowing door. Almost immediately, a rift opened up in the middle of it. The captain went in first, and everyone else followed behind, with Bai Xiaochun taking up the final spot. As soon as he entered the light, a feeling like that of teleportation swept through him. It was like heaven and earth crushing down on him, and was a very unpleasant sensation. However, it only lasted for a moment before fading away. Then, Bai Xiaochun's vision cleared, and he found himself looking at a very peculiar dimension. There was no sky or land, only a black void. Hanging down from the vast, seemingly never-ending darkness above were countless chains made of bones. Hanging at the end of the bone chains were enormous skulls, each one several dozens of meters tall. They were vicious-looking things that had clearly been hanging there in this void for tens upon tens of thousands of years. They seemed to be arranged in some sort of pattern, almost as if to form some enormous, densely packed spell formation. Of course, none of them were located too close to any of the others. Those skulls were the prison cells. In terms of color, they weren't white. In fact, they seemed to be constantly flickering with random colors, almost as if there were some type of magic at work inside of them. In addition, it was possible to hear the occasional bitter scream coming from inside. Those screams came from the prisoners. The prisoners in the skulls all wore ragged clothing, and some of them were even naked. There were men and women, and even the occasional savage giant, forced to shrink down in size to fit in the skull cages. Quite a few were soul cultivators, and there were also necromancers present. All of them were gaunt and emaciated, and yet, each and every one burst with a murderous aura and an air of brutality. In addition to the prisoners in the skull cages, there were also soul cultivators roaming around in gray robes, their hands and legs in shackles. They were also prisoners, but weren't dangerous enough to keep in cages, and were free to roam about among the cells. Quite a few of the prisoners were female, and many of them were extremely beautiful. When the gray-robed soul cultivator prisoners saw the guards of Squad 9, they rushed over, trembling, to kowtow. Flattering, fawning expressions could be seen on their faces, and as for the beautiful female prisoners, they made sure to reveal their ample cleavage as they bent over. When Bai Xiaochun saw that, he was quite shocked. At this point, the captain bellowed, "All right, we'll be on patrol for 3 days. For the first 6 hours, we'll do things like usual. Go have some fun and don't cause any trouble. When the 6 hours are up, we'll meet at old Devil Zhou's cell. Let's see if we can finally get him to spill the beans." After the captain finished speaking, Bai Xiaochun watched as the smiling guards dispersed in various directions. When that happened, Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide with shock as he saw many of the gray-robed prisoners flocking around the guards as if they were old friends. Some of them even began to massage the guards' shoulders and lean down to whisper things in their ears. Furthermore, even more fawning expressions than before could be seen on the prisoners' faces. When the captain saw how befuddled Bai Xiaochun looked, he smiled, lowered his voice, and said, "Those people are like stewards here in Devil Penitentiary. None of them committed particularly serious crimes, and they tend to behave well. As for how easy or difficult their lives are, that's up to our whim. The prisoners in the skulls are the really important ones." He pointed at one nearby skull, within which was an old man with a red birthmark on his face. He looked particularly ferocious, but currently had his eyes closed, as if he didn't care at all about the world around him. For example, that guy. He pissed off His Highness the King 200 years ago, and has been locked up ever since. He doesn't have any secrets worth extracting, so he'll probably just die of natural causes eventually. All right, we'll go have some fun. As guards, we're like gods here. The lives of the prisoners are in our hands, and therefore, as long as you don't do anything too excessive, you can pretty much do anything you please. Anything we please? Bai Xiaochun thought incredulously, his mind spinning at how different Devil Penitentiary was than he'd imagined. Even more shocking was how the long-faced youth from moments ago was surrounded by a group of 8 beautiful female prisoners, who were pulling him off into the distance with flirtatious looks on their faces. He couldn't help but blink a few times and even lick his lips when he saw that. His heart actually started to beat as well. After all, there were a couple of female prisoners in that group who he found particularly attractive. Pointing in their direction, he said, "Captain, what exactly are they going off to do?" The captain cleared his throat. "Just keep your eyes to yourself. Don't be such a prude. All right, don't forget to leave the prisoners in the cells alone. They're murderers and fiends, every last one of them. Accidents have happened in the past, you know. Their cultivation bases are sealed, but on one occasion, one of them bit off the ear of one of the guards." After giving a few more reminders and warnings, the captain left to enjoy himself. Bai Xiaochun felt like a new world had been opened up to him. After looking around, he realized that quite a few of the gray-robed prisoners were looking over at him. They quickly identified him as a new guard and hurried over to offer greetings. "Greetings, Exalted One. If you need anything, Exalted One, please just say the word. You're so young, Exalted One. Now that you're a guard in Devil Penitentiary, you have boundless prospects for the future. You're like a dragon among men. As everyone began to fawn over him, Bai Xiaochun noticed several attractive female cultivators giving him the eye. Obviously, they were trying to seduce him. Bai Xiaochun's heart started to pound with the realization that all he needed to do was point his finger, and any of those female cultivators would cater to his every whim. Fudge! This place is evil. Panting, Bai Xiaochun realized that this really wasn't the type of place for him. As he continued to revel in the praise of the prisoners and the gentle voices of the female cultivators, he continued to stew in anxiety. Who would ever have thought that Devil Penitentiary would be like this? He thought. Bai Xiaochun is a pure person. How could he deign to wallow in a place like this? As he anxiously allowed the prisoners to lead him off into the distance, he came to understand what Devil Penitentiary was really like, that it was the type of place where you could truly say, anything goes. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun realized that he really liked Devil Penitentiary, and that the world really was a wonderful place. But Bai Xiaochun is a clean-living and honest person. I definitely won't do anything to violate my conscience. 6 hours later, Bai Xiaochun felt more wonderful than ever about being in Devil Penitentiary. At that point, he followed the directions given him by the helpful prisoners to meet back up with the rest of the squad. The captain was already present, as were 7 or 8 of the other guards. Everyone seemed to be in wonderful moods, and were chatting happily. However, the long-faced young man was also there, and as soon as he saw Bai Xiaochun, his expression turned grim. He held this traitor from the Bai clan in complete contempt. As far as he was concerned, anyone who would kidnap his own father and kill his own fellow clan members was completely perverse, and the type of person who actually deserved to be locked up in Devil Penitentiary. Furthermore, he had been friends with Bai Qi, which deepened his hatred. As for the other guards, they simply pretended not to see Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun stood there feeling a bit awkward, and starting to get angry. What's the deal with this guy? He thought. What's he picking on me for? With that, he began to assess the young man's cultivation base, which caused the young man to look over at him with icy eyes. The captain could see that tension was building up between the two of them, so he quickly planted himself in the middle and then pointed at a nearby skull. All right, let's get to business. See that guy Bai Hao? That's old Devil Zhou. The long-faced young man snorted coldly, and Bai Xiaochun suppressed his anger to look in the direction the captain was pointing. Within the huge skull sat a burly man who, despite being seated cross-legged, was still nearly 2 meters tall. From the look of it, if he stood up, he would almost be as tall as one of the savage giants. He was a real brute. His eyes glowed red, and a ferocious-looking smile twisted his lips. Furthermore, he looked at the guards with a greedy expression that almost made it seem like he wanted to eat them. As soon as Bai Xiaochun laid eyes on him, he got the sense that the man was a cannibal of some sort. He had a murderous aura that made him seem completely impervious to reason, the type who would murder people left and right without the slightest compunction. This is old Devil Zhou, the captain continued. Not only is he a cold-blooded murderer, but he's addicted to eating children. 100 years ago, he ate so many children it was impossible to count. However, because of his connections to the Kai clan, one of the 3 great clans, he managed to get spared from the death penalty. Bai Xiaochun frowned. He wasn't the type of person who instantly believed everything he heard. However, although the captain's story seemed a bit unbelievable, based on what this old Devil Zhou looked like, it seemed possible. But now that he's here, the captain continued icily, he has to live a life of suffering. By this point, all of the rest of the guards had gathered. All right, let's begin. This is our last chance to get him to talk. The captain waved his sleeve, and Squad 9 headed, grim-faced, toward old Devil Zhou's cell. When old Devil Zhou saw them coming over, his vicious grin widened, and his eyes glittered. Suddenly, he jumped to his feet, grabbed the eye holes of the skull, and let out a furious roar. That roar caused everyone to stop in place for a moment. Useless fools! I, Zhou Yunlong, Have eaten so many people like you I've lost count. Shut up, barked one of the guards, jumping forward and performing an incantation gesture. Then he waved his finger at the skull, which changed colors. At the same time, the flicker of lightning could be seen inside, causing old Devil Zhou to tremble, and then let out an agonized shriek. The guards of Squad 9, looking very fierce and dangerous, went about using all the tricks they could think of. Tell us where the treasure is. Spit it out and we won't torment you. But if you don't talk, then don't blame us for what happens. Senior Zhou, there's no need to be like this. Now that you're in here, you won't be getting out. None of your assets on the outside will do you any good. Why not just reveal the truth? Then things will go easy for you. In fact, life inside could actually be pretty nice for you. Some of them threatened, some of them cajoled. Every method possible was pulled out to try to get him to reveal the location of whatever treasure it was they were talking about. However, no matter what they did, and no matter how old Devil Zhou screamed, the vicious smile never left his face. And in fact, it only grew more vicious. Finally, the long-faced young man strode forward. Laughing coldly, he said, "Not gonna talk, huh? Fine. I'll force it out of you." As soon as the young man walked forward, the other guards started to get excited. Zhao Feng is Squad 9's Inquisitor. If you don't talk, then he'll pry your mouth open. That's right. The other 8 squads might not have succeeded, but Zhao Feng can. Even the captain's eyes were glowing with anticipation. As for Bai Xiaochun, he simply watched what was happening. Although he wasn't sure what an Inquisitor was, he had the feeling that the long-faced young man must have some higher standing than everyone else. It sounded like Inquisitor was a title or rank of some sort. The long-faced young man walked up to the cell and performed a double-handed incantation gesture, summoning a long black needle. Instantly, the needle shot forward and stabbed into old Devil Zhou, provoking an unprecedentedly ragged scream. A moment later, old Devil Zhou's eyes turned bright red, and yet the arrogance within them didn't fade in the least. Eventually, he stopped screaming, and then started laughing. "That's all you've got? I've eaten tons of Inquisitors like you in the past. Delicious, every last one of them. I wonder what you taste like though." The long-faced young man looked angrily at old Devil Zhou, then went to work on another incantation gesture. However, no matter what he did, old Devil Zhou just kept laughing and laughing. Furious, the other guards did everything they could to help out. Bai Xiaochun stood off to the side, looking on in shock as the guards of Squad 9 interrogated and tormented old Devil Zhou. Nearly a day passed, and although old Devil Zhou was left gasping for breath, he still didn't say a word about his treasure. Damn it, this guy is tight-lipped. Eventually, the guards began to back down, glaring at old Devil Zhou as if they wished they could break into his brain to get the information they wanted. That was especially true of the long-faced young man. When old Devil Zhou was incarcerated recently, the captain explained, he didn't have a thing on him, but he built up quite the treasure trove in his life. He obviously hid it away somewhere. He was in the great circle of the nascent soul stage, half a step into the Deva realm. He dominated the world for an entire 60-year cycle and massacred more than 30 entire clans. He definitely has a lot of treasures. After seeing how angry his fellow guards were, Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment and then finally asked, why don't you soul search him?" The other guards couldn't help but sneer at the question, and the long-faced young man actually laughed sarcastically. The captain shook his head. Sighing, he explained, "Some people can be soul-searched, but once your cultivation base reaches a certain level, and your soul fuses with your fleshly body, you can use all sorts of methods to defend against soul searches. At that point, forcing a soul search won't lead to good results." Raising his voice to reach all the guards, he said, "We don't even have 2 days left now. If we don't get the answer soon, then Squad 10 is going to come along and take over." Then he looked back at Bai Xiaochun and continued his explanation. "The prisoners here are all powerful and important people. Most of them have secrets, and many of them were rich. According to the rules of Devil Penitentiary, whichever squad can pry the information out of them can benefit from what they learn. A split has to be given to the higher-ups, but the rest can be divided among the squad. Now Bai Xiaochun understood the situation much better. The guards took a short break, and then resumed interrogating old Devil Zhou. However, as the third day neared, they still weren't able to get a single word out of him, and finally reached the point of giving up. Smiling bitterly, the captain said, "Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Old Devil Zhou's treasure trove must be destined to go to one of the other squads." With that, he prepared to lead Bai Xiaochun and the other dejected guards away. However, as he gave one final look to old Devil Zhou, the man suddenly spat a blood-infused gob of spittle out of his mouth and then began laughing maniacally. From the way he was looking at the guards of Squad 9, he really seemed like he wanted to eat them. "People always talk about how Devil Penitentiary is a brutal place," he laughed. "They say nobody can keep their mouths shut in here. But things have been easy so far." His words got the guards even angrier than before, but there was nothing they could do. "Let's go," the captain said through gritted teeth, turning to leave. However, it was at that point that Bai Xiaochun hesitantly said, "Captain, can I have a try? I think I might be able to get him to talk." Actually, he had been itching to have a shot for the entire past day. "You," Zhao Feng said with a cold laugh. He was of the opinion that if he, the squad's inquisitor, couldn't pry old Devil Zhou's mouth open, and the inquisitors of the other 8 squads couldn't either, then there was no way this newcomer could. Obviously, he was feeling a bit too cocky for his own good. He didn't do anything to cover up his disdain and scorn, as if he were trying to vent his frustration at old Devil Zhou's stubbornness onto Bai Xiaochun. The other guards frowned. They all knew that Bai Hao was a vicious killer, but killing and torture were two different things. Interrogating people required a level of control that ordinary cultivators often lacked. Therefore, no matter how confident Bai Hao claimed to be, they wouldn't be so easily persuaded. Not even Inquisitor Zhao Feng could get any information out of old Devil Zhou. This Bai Hao really overestimates himself. Interrogation is an art, not something that any random person can do. He might have a reputation for being vicious, but in Devil Penitentiary, everybody has that kind of reputation. Bai Xiaochun wasn't too happy at the things the guards were muttering. After all, he hadn't boasted or anything. Although he wasn't supremely confident, he was at least confident enough to give a try. The captain frowned in thought. Considering that Bai Xiaochun was now a member of Squad 9, letting him experience firsthand how difficult interrogation was would probably be a good thing. "All right, Bai Hao. If you want to give it a shot, be my guest." Bai Xiaochun immediately stuck his chin up, clasped his hands behind his back, and strolled up to old Devil Zhou's cell. Behind him, the other guards looked on with knowing smiles as they waited for him to fail in his attempt. Bai Hao has a reputation for being vicious, but he doesn't look that scary to me. He probably just has a big mouth. Supposedly he has a lot of patience, but it doesn't look like it to me. Zhao Feng looked especially scornful as he crossed his arms and looked on with cold eyes. "Humph. If I, Zhao Feng, can't get this guy to talk, then what makes him think he can?" As everyone stood by waiting for him to fail, Bai Xiaochun looked into the cell at old Devil Zhou, who looked back at him with yellowish teeth and gluttonous eyes. "Fair skin," old Devil Zhou said. "Very tender-looking. My 3 favorite things to eat are children, elegant women, and beautiful men. This kid is a perfect example of the third type." With that, he began to cackle madly. "Makes me think of a soul cultivator I ate 10 years ago. Looked similar to this, very pure and fair. I ate him and brutalized him at the same time. Wonderful flavor. Simply delicious." Old Devil Zhou licked his lips and looked at Bai Xiaochun with an intensely malevolent gaze. His words coupled with his expression made him look profoundly sinister, and caused the expression on the faces of the guards to turn even grimmer. As old Devil Zhou's laughter rang out, Bai Xiaochun gasped. He couldn't help but visualize some of the things the man had just said, and realized that he was definitely vicious beyond compare. He even stopped walking for a moment. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun was hesitating, old Devil Zhou chuckled, and then went on with more detailed descriptions. "I ate that fancy little soul cultivator one bite at a time, starting with his nose. After that I went on to his eyes. By this point, Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding in his chest. Obviously, this old devil Zhou was a complete monster. That, coupled with the fact that interrogation really didn't suit him, made him begin to think about giving up. Old devil Zhou could tell what he was thinking, and flung himself against the eye holes of the skull that made the window, where he let out a powerful bellow. Although it wasn't as loud as thunder, when coupled with the things he had just been saying, it was startling enough that Bai Xiaochun jumped backward in fear. Scared, kid? Come. Come. Let me have a taste of you. Old devil Zhou then went on to laugh maniacally. Clearly, he was having a lot of fun playing around with this fair, pure young man. At this point, Bai Xiaochun got angry. After all, he was in the great circle of the gold core stage. To be startled by this old guy was a real humiliation. Glaring, he said, "All right, old man, you brought this upon yourself." Looking very serious, he turned to the captain and said, "Captain, please open the door of the cell." The captain hesitated for a moment, but then performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. Instantly, an opening appeared in the huge skull, and before old devil Zhou could jump out, Bai Xiaochun was inside. He immediately waved his hand, causing a black smoke to spring out, powered by his mask, which instantly filled the skull and made it impossible for anyone to see what was happening. The guards of Squad 9 were a bit surprised, and hurried forward cautiously. "What is he doing? He's making it so we can't see?" Zhao Feng laughed coldly and said, "Trying to pull a fast one, huh?" Inside the cell, old devil Zhou was shocked to find Bai Xiaochun right there in front of him. However, he quickly licked his lips and smiled, revealing yellow teeth. Saliva even began to flow down his chin. "I never thought you would have the guts to come in here with me, kid. Think you're safe because my cultivation base is sealed? Considering how brave you are, if you let me eat one of your arms, I'll give you a clue about my treasure trove. What do you say? 1 arm for a clue. Or hey, how about 4 limbs for 4 clues?" With that, old devil Zhou began to laugh madly. Despite the fact that his cultivation base was sealed, he was still completely stubborn, and clearly not afraid of Bai Xiaochun at all. After all, he knew that these people wouldn't kill him, only torture him a bit. "I don't care where your hidden treasure is," Bai Xiaochun said with a glare. Snorting, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a medicinal pill. It was none other than an aphrodisiac pill. Old devil Zhou seemed a bit taken aback. But then he saw that it was only a medicinal pill, and his expression became that of scorn. "A torture pill? How amusing. We'll see how amusing you think it is in just a moment," Bai Xiaochun said proudly. Waving his hand, he sent the aphrodisiac pill flying toward old devil Zhou, who, because he lacked a cultivation base at the moment, was incapable of dodging. The pill entered his mouth and immediately dissolved. Sticking his chin up, Bai Xiaochun waved his sleeve and loftily said, "All right, Mr. Devil. In the past, some people have lasted for as long as 2 hours when I torment them. That's the ultimate limit. But I'm hoping you'll break the record." The rest of the members of Squad 9 couldn't see what was happening inside of the skull cell. All they could see was dense, black smoke that was impenetrable even by divine sense. "What is Bai Hao doing? He's in there alone with the prisoner, hidden by black smoke? Don't tell me the 2 of them are working together to plot against us? Something seems off." The various members of the squad were all whispering back and forth to each other, some of them with expressions of disdain, others with frowns. The captain was starting to worry that he might have been a bit impulsive. Zhao Feng stood there with his arms crossed, smiling coldly as he said, "Like I said, this guy." However, before he could finish his sentence, a maniacal scream suddenly erupted from within the black smoke. The shocking scream clearly came from the mouth of old devil Zhou, and sounded like the scream of someone who had something pent up inside of them that they wished to release, but couldn't. "What's going on?" Everyone was now completely focused on the cell, their expressions those of curiosity and suspicion. The sound of the scream was strange. After having interrogated old devil Zhou for a few days, they had heard him scream on numerous occasions, but none of those screams had sounded as pent-up as this one. Before any of the Squad 9 guards could do anything more, The screams intensified until they became a seemingly endless howl. "What did you just feed me? Ag. Damn it. Damn it. Let me out of here." The terrifying nature of the screams caused everyone's hair to stand on end. The guards of Squad 9 were looking on with wide eyes. Throughout the past days of interrogation, Old Devil Zhou had never reacted like this. Now he almost seemed to be pleading for mercy. "What is Bai Hao doing?" The captain's heart was shaken, and as for Zhao Feng, he couldn't keep his expression still. As for the other nearby gray-robed prisoners, they were looking over in complete shock. The screaming and howling didn't last for very long, but as it filled with increasing levels of desperation and horror, it left everyone with the feeling that Old Devil Zhou was being subject to the most bone-piercingly painful type of torment possible. None of the members of Squad 9 had ever even heard screaming like this before. It was filled with hair-raising desperation, the type which would be present in people who wish to die rather than be alive. His voice, it's like something is suppressed inside of him that wishes to explode out, but can't, and instead pushes him into complete madness. Heavens! How is Bai Hao doing this? Whatever interrogation method he's using to get Old Devil Zhou to scream like that, it shows he's already on the path to success. Nobody could possibly endure under such pent-up pressure. The captain was having trouble breathing calmly, and all the other guards were completely stunned. Zhao Feng was shaking visibly. As an inquisitor, he was well aware that being able to fill someone with pressure and make them unable to release it was extremely difficult. Don't tell me he's an inquisitor too? Impossible! A defiant gleam could be seen in Zhao Feng's eyes. In his mind, Old Devil Zhou was an extraordinary individual who could likely continue to endure. Old Devil Zhou's howling turned more piercing and became more filled with insanity. The level of pain in his voice caused all of the prisoners in the entire cell block to look over in astonishment. Old Devil Zhou is incredibly tough, but look at him now. Who was that kid who went into his cell just now? The process lasted for about an hour before Old Devil Zhou finally began to beg for mercy. "I'll talk. I'll reveal everything. I'll tell you where my treasure trove is." "Shut up. Lord Bai doesn't want to know about any hidden treasure. Forgive me, Lord Bai. I'm truly sorry. Let me off the hook." The guards of Squad 9 almost couldn't believe what they were hearing. All attention was on the cell as they pondered what torment Old Devil Zhou was undergoing to get him to start begging for mercy. However, Bai Hao's viciousness seemed to have no limits. It was almost as if he was enjoying himself and that the answer to the original question wasn't really important to him. Everyone was filled with icy coldness as Old Devil Zhou continued to scream and beg for mercy for the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. Finally, he started to tire out. Then, the smoke swirled as Bai Xiaochun appeared, hands clasped behind his back, chin stuck up, an expression of complete indifference on his face as he strutted out into the open. Everyone was looking at him, guards and gray-robed prisoners alike. Even the dangerous prisoners in the nearby cells were staring. He looked exactly as he had earlier, without the slightest change in facial expression. However, when everyone looked into the cell, they began to cry out in shock and alarm. "Heavens! Is that Old Devil Zhou? What did Bai Hao do to him?" Old Devil Zhou had once been big and burly, but now he seemed shriveled up, almost as if he had been burned up from the inside out. His life force and even his soul seemed mostly gone, and the flame of his life force was barely flickering. He seemed wilted as he crouched there, trembling. His skin covered with scratch marks so deep that bones and organs were visible through some of them. Clearly, he had been clawing at himself. As he looked out of the cage at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes shone with indescribable terror, as though Bai Xiaochun were an evil ghost the likes of which could strike fear deep into the heart. No one had ever seen Old Devil Zhou with an expression like that in his eyes. It was as if Bai Xiaochun was so terrifying to him that he was a nightmare eternally branded into the man's mind. All observers were left gasping. The difference between the Old Devil Zhou from earlier and the Old Devil Zhou from when Bai Xiaochun came swaggering out of the cell an hour later was staggering. Guards and prisoners alike now stared at Bai Xiaochun with serious and even awestruck expressions. Under the reverent stares of everyone present, Bai Xiaochun walked up to the captain and then tossed him a jade slip. "His confession," Bai Xiaochun said, feeling very pleased to be the center of so much attention. Keeping his hands clasped loftily behind his back, and with a profound look in his eye, he strolled off into the distance. The captain looked down at the jade slip, stunned. Then he looked back up at Bai Xiaochun walking off, and it almost seemed as if he were looking at a god. Zhao Feng couldn't even breathe for a long moment. When he could, he rushed over to the cell to look at old Devil Zhou twitching and trembling in the corner. He didn't leave any marks. He got him to scream endlessly from the pent-up pressure. The prisoner was ready to confess, but he wouldn't let him. He made him feel hopeless. Plus, he seemed to love the process of inflicting the torment. Heavens! There is no higher level among inquisitors. Bai is definitely an inquisitor. No, wait, he's an inquisitor among inquisitors. He's a dark inquisitor. Zhao Feng swiveled his head to look at Bai Xiaochun off in the distance, his eyes burning with zeal. Earlier, he had looked down on Bai Xiaochun, but now, everything had been turned upside down. As an inquisitor, he couldn't help but be in awe of Bai Xiaochun's techniques, which caused passion to flare in his heart. "Wait for me, brother Bai," he blurted excitedly as he hurried to catch up. The other guards in Squad 9 were all staring at Bai Xiaochun with worshipful expressions. The fact that Bai Xiaochun had forced old Devil Zhou to finally open his mouth meant that Squad 9 would not only earn a lot of face, but they would also be able to get old Devil Zhou's hidden treasures. Almost immediately, their opinion of Bai Xiaochun changed completely. The captain was panting, and his eyes were shining brightly. He knew exactly what it meant to have an inquisitor like this on Squad 9, and he quickly hurried to catch up. The gray-robed prisoners and the dangerous prisoners in the cells watched the guards hurrying to cluster around Bai Xiaochun, and then turned to look at the twitching and trembling old Devil Zhou. At that point, all of them decided that this was an inquisitor they could never afford to provoke. He was the stuff of nightmares. As Bai Xiaochun strutted along, the captain and guards of Squad 9 hurried along beside him, their eyes shining with reverence and awe. In the cultivation world, people always respected the powerful. It was almost like a natural law. However, in Devil Penitentiary there was an additional law, and that was to respect inquisitors. Inquisitors were the ultimate representations of wealth and status. In the past, Zhao Feng had been quite popular as the inquisitor of Squad 9, and had been treated with incredible respect by the captain. The inquisitors of all squads were treated similarly. But now, everyone could tell that Bai Xiaochun was an incredible inquisitor. Even Zhao Feng was convinced. Therefore, it was only natural for everyone's passions to be aroused. Brother Bai is actually a top master. Ha ha ha. Sorry for the misunderstanding earlier, Brother Bai. But let's forget about that. From now on, we're brothers. With such abilities as an inquisitor, Brother Bai, you can soar to the highest heights in Devil Penitentiary. Zhao Feng's previous hostility was long gone, replaced by awe and reverence. Squad 9 has struck gold. With Brother Bai, we're all going to have the best of the best. Earlier, there was no way Bai Xiaochun could have imagined that getting old Devil Zhou to talk would result in having everyone suddenly fall in love with him. The realization that he was completely outstanding caused him to sigh in his heart. No matter where he went, he ended up shining like a treasure, and he couldn't stop that fact from causing his eyes to glitter brightly. "I'm simply too outstanding," he thought. "How could I be this outstanding? Even I have no choice but to admire myself." Although he enjoyed reveling in his success, he was also the type of person who knew how to treat others smoothly. Clearing his throat, he began to laugh and chat with the other guards. Slapping his chest proudly, he said, "Ah, that was nothing. From now on, our Squad 9 is going to be one big family. We're all brothers." Such talk continued as he and Squad 9 made their way out of the cell block. That very day, the captain sent some of the guards outside of Giant Ghost City to the spot that old Devil Zhou had confessed was the location of his hidden treasure. Sure enough, there was an immortal's cave hidden by a magical technique, within which lay old Devil Zhou's life savings, which was subsequently brought back to Devil Penitentiary. Soon, Squad 9 was having a meeting in the captain's quarters, in which they split up all of old Devil Zhou's treasure. Bai Xiaochun got the largest share of all. A soul-hoarding pagoda filled with countless vengeful souls, and more than 1,000 portions of mid-grade soul medicine. Even Bai Xiaochun gasped at the sight of all the treasure. This old Devil Zhou was totally rich, he thought. At that point, the captain waved his sleeve, sending jugs of fine liquor out to all the guards. Laughing, the captain raised his jug up and then loudly declared, "This is all thanks to Brother Bai Hao's hard work, everyone. Come, come, let's drink to him." The other guards laughed and raised their jugs to Bai Xiaochun. They had all benefited greatly just now, and from the way their eyes shone when they looked at him, it was almost as if they were looking at the endless treasure they would surely get in the days to come. Flicking his sleeve, Bai Xiaochun raised his jug. "Brothers, I'm new to Devil Penitentiary, and still don't know all the rules. Please, I hope you can forgive me for any faux pas I might make. By the way, some of the rumors which have been spreading about me are quite painful, and I'd rather not discuss them. In any case, you're my family now, and going forward, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure we all have a wonderful life. Please, allow me to drink to you." Bai Xiaochun was very impressed with how wonderful his words were as he took a long drink. The fact that he seemed so pure and fair, and even delicate to some degree, seemed somewhat disparate with his bold words. However, that simply provoked a cheer from the other guards, who then laughed as they drank deeply from their alcohol jugs. Even as they lowered their jugs, it was possible to see that their relationship had improved vastly. Bai Xiaochun was now one of them, and all of them were laughing loudly as they addressed each other as brothers. Even the captain did so. Clasping Bai Xiaochun warmly on the shoulder, he said, "The reason we treated you so ambivalently before was because of those rumors. Everyone said that you were vicious, with no toleration of filial piety. However, those rumors were clearly false. Brother Bai Hao, you are just our type of person. Furthermore, you obviously have great potential as an inquisitor. Coming to Devil Penitentiary was definitely the right decision. Who cares about some crappy Bai clan? From now on, if the Bai clan dares to show their face here, we brothers will show them a thing or two." Everyone laughed heartily. Then, Zhao Feng clasped his alcohol jug in his hands and gave a deep, sincere bow. Bai Xiaochun was very moved. In fact, he even threw off his outer garment and set a foot atop one of the alcohol jugs in a heroic pose. "Thank you, my brothers," he said loudly. "From now on, all of you are my big bros." Zhao Feng raised his alcohol jug and said, "Brother Bai, I treated you poorly before. Let me drink to you." He drank deeply, and once again bowed to Bai Xiaochun. "There's no way I could have the face to continue to serve as Squad 9's Inquisitor. Brother Bai, please, I beg of you to take over the position." The other guards shot to their feet and voiced similar thoughts. "That's right, Brother Bai Hao. Why don't you be Squad 9's Inquisitor? With your potential, you'll surely become the most famous Inquisitor in Devil Penitentiary." Even the captain joined in. Bai Xiaochun's heart pulsed with happiness at being so popular. After a bit more time went by, he decided to ask some questions about Inquisitors. Zhao Feng looked at Bai Xiaochun with praise in his eyes as he offered an introduction. "Most of the prisoners in Devil Penitentiary can't be soul-searched. That's why we have Inquisitors, whose job it is to formally interrogate the prisoners. Only people with incredible skills in interrogation can become Inquisitors. Each of the 4 main cell blocks in Devil Penitentiary has a highly respected Inquisitor, whose standing is second only to that of a deputy warden. Because of the darkness which fills their hearts, they are known as Dark Inquisitors. In addition to the 4 great Dark Inquisitors, each of the squads in the 4 cell blocks all have their own Inquisitor. Old Devil Zhou was a nut that none of the Inquisitors in Cell Block D have been able to crack. In fact, even the Dark Inquisitor from Squad 1 failed with him. Now that you've succeeded, Brother Bai Hao, that means you have the potential to become a Dark Inquisitor." Bai Xiaochun blinked in surprise at this new information about Devil Penitentiary. Then he thought about old Devil Zhou, and how many vengeful souls he had earned because of him, and his heart began to pound. "I still need that last Deva soul," he thought. Until I get it, my cultivation will be stuck at a standstill. For now, the best way to keep my poor little life safe is to use the power of magical items. In that case, flame conjuring is still going to be very important, and in turn, that means that I need to have a lot of souls. With those thoughts on his mind, Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat, waved his hand, and said, "Well, since you all insist, then I guess I might as well agree to be your inquisitor." The guards cheered and unanimously raised their alcohol jugs in a toast. Then someone suggested that they should start visiting some of the most tight-lipped of the prisoners, people who had never revealed the location of their hidden treasures. "With Brother Bai here, we're all going to be rich. Brother Bai, did you know that in cell block D, there are over 100 prisoners who have never talked?" "That's right. All of those prisoners have tightly kept secrets. If we can get them to talk, we could probably get as much out of each one as we just got from old Devil Zhou." As the conversation progressed along this line, the guards began to look over at Bai Xiaochun with pounding hearts. Even the captain was obviously getting excited. Slapping his chest, he said, "Brother Bai, I can go talk things out with the captain of Squad 10 and get him to agree to let us take their patrol duty this time around." Bai Xiaochun was trembling with excitement at having suddenly become so important. Sticking his chin up, he said, "Very well. Since that's what you wish, my brothers, then let's do it right now. I refuse to believe that these prisoners can keep their mouths closed around me." The excitement in the eyes of the guards couldn't have been more evident. The captain laughed heartily, and then rushed over in the direction of Squad 10. When he returned, he waved his sleeve and said, "They agreed. We have Squad 10's patrol duty." Squad 9 rushed back into the cell block, their hearts surging with excitement. The gray-robed prisoners had recovered from the sight of Bai Xiaochun interrogating old Devil Zhou, and quickly rushed over. Each and every one clasped hands and bowed, saying things like, "Heavens! The Dark Inquisitor is back." Not in the mood to pay any attention to the gray-robed prisoners, the guards rushed Bai Xiaochun toward one of the old-time prisoners who had never talked. Bai Xiaochun kept his hands clasped behind his back as they neared one of the cells off in the distance. As they got closer, the gray-robed prisoners in the area eyed them nervously. Glaring at the prisoner in the cage, the captain said, "Brother Bai, this is old Devil Su. It was an entire 60-year cycle ago that he was one of the most powerful nascent soul experts around. Back then, he murdered 99,999 pregnant women and used their placentas to forge a powerful magical device. It was really a shocking thing that got everyone up in arms." Bai Xiaochun could see an old man sitting cross-legged in the cage, looking very calm. The man's eyes flickered up to look at him, and they were ice-cold, as if he didn't care about any living thing in the world. When he spoke, his voice was just as cold as his gaze. "It's been a long time since anyone tried to get me to talk. Let the fun begin, shall we?" After actually laying eyes on old Devil Su, Squad 9's confidence in Bai Xiaochun suddenly began to wane. Old Devil Su was extremely famous, and even Cell Block D's Dark Inquisitor had repeatedly failed to get any information out of him. Let's see how Squad 9's Inquisitor deals with old Devil Su. Among the gray-robed prisoners in the area, there were many who already revered Bai Xiaochun. However, most of them were still more in awe of old Devil Su. Even as everyone pondered what was going to happen, Bai Xiaochun looked old Devil Su up and down, then entered the cell. Moments later, a black smoke filled the area, and before long, howls rang out that were very similar to the howls that had just been heard from old Devil Zhou. Almost immediately, the eyes of the Squad 9 guards lit up. As for the gray-robed prisoners, their hearts began to pound, and many of them gasped. "Even old Devil Su is reacting like this? No way. This is old Devil Su we're talking about. Not even Cell Block D's Dark Inquisitor could get him to talk." Roughly an hour later, the howls turned to pleas for mercy. Everyone was shaken, especially the dangerous prisoners in the nearby cells, whose faces had become masks of terror. Then Bai Xiaochun emerged, looking as calm as ever, a jade slip in his hand. "Here's his confession," he said. "Who's next?" Zhao Feng was shivering with excitement, and the captain looked extremely happy. By this point, Bai Xiaochun was like a god to the guards, and it was with great zeal that they led him to another area. And that was how things went at the second cell, then the third, and then the fourth. During the following 3 days, it was to the complete stupefaction of everyone present that Bai Xiaochun swept through each of the old-time prisoners in cell block D that he was taken to. A few managed to hold out for as long as 4 hours. However, in the end, none of them could hold their tongues. All of them revealed their deepest secrets to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was already very impressed by how he was benefiting from all of this. In fact, many of the old-time prisoners ended up telling him not only their own secrets but secrets belonging to other people. There were secrets which had never before been uttered to anyone, which were now revealed because of Bai Xiaochun. At first he took it all in stride, but as more and more secrets were revealed, his eyes began to shine brightly. He was really starting to feel that he fit in Devil Penitentiary. Furthermore, as he interrogated all of the various prisoners, he came to the realization that all of them had really committed heinous crimes that were worthy of execution. I guess the giant Ghost King really knows what he's doing, he thought. As for Squad 9, they were already starting to grow numb to what was happening. Considering how profoundly skilled Bai Xiaochun was at performing interrogations, and considering how many jade slips were piling up in the captain's hands, their eyes began to shine like diamonds. Every jade slip he held represented vast wealth, and when the guards thought about what their lives would be like going forward, their devotion to Bai Xiaochun grew stronger. Of course, the gray-robed prisoners were even more profoundly affected, and would stare at Bai Xiaochun, trembling with fear and reverence. Shaken and filled with deep admiration, the captain gritted his teeth and paid a heavy price to make contact with the captains of the other squads. It was impossible to say exactly how he did it, but he managed to get Squad 9 assigned to patrol duty for an entire month straight. When the rest of Squad 9 heard the news, they erupted into cheering. In sharp contrast, shocked expressions could be seen on the faces of the gray-robed prisoners and the prisoners in the cells. Slowly but surely, the month went by. During that time, Bai Xiaochun completely dominated cell block D. One by one, he visited all of the old-time prisoners. During each interrogation session, screams would erupt from the cell, leading to widespread shock among everyone present. It was all made even more terrifying by the fact that no one could actually see what was happening during the interrogation. Whenever Bai Xiaochun emerged from an interrogation session, it didn't matter how brutal or savage the prisoner had been in the past. They all ended up trembling and terrified. In fact, for days after any given interrogation, such prisoners would lurk in their cells like scared rabbits, shaking physically. Squad 9 was delighted by this, and Bai Xiaochun's fame spread throughout cell block D, until everyone stared at him with either terror or awe. Bai Xiaochun was more entranced by Devil Penitentiary than ever, mostly because of all the secrets he was learning. Most such secrets pertained to the Wildlands and to Giant Ghost City. In fact, during the month which passed, Bai Xiaochun came to learn far too many secret matters. When it finally came time for Squad 9 to end their patrol duty, the prisoners sighed in relief. Bai Xiaochun had created a nightmare for them, the likes of which they had not experienced for years. As for those who had been interrogated, their fear could only be described as deep and profound. Of course, Squad 9 really had struck the jackpot. Furthermore, as they collected and split all of their loot, the other squads in Cell Block D were completely shaken as they received the shares they had been promised in return for giving up their patrol duty. Once inquiries were made, and the other squads came to realize that the reason for it all was Dark Inquisitor Bai Hao, they couldn't have been more shocked. What? He got all the old-time prisoners to talk in 1 month? That's impossible. Damn it. No wonder Squad 9 wanted to switch patrol duty with us. I can't believe that Bai Hao knows Dark Inquisitor techniques. If the stories are true, then he's no ordinary Dark Inquisitor. After all, not even Cell Block D's official Dark Inquisitor could do what he did. As more inquiries were made, and the stories were confirmed, the other squads began to tremble and stare in jealousy at Squad 9. Even the deputy warden of Cell Block D, Sun Peng, was completely shaken by the news. He got all the old-time prisoners to talk in only 1 month? When he saw all of the soul medicines and magical items that the captain of Squad 9 had sent him, He realized that he had no choice but to believe this unbelievable news. This Bai Hao is so vicious. Well, considering that he even reviled his own clan, I guess the role of Dark Inquisitor really does fit him. Then Sun Peng realized that Cell Block D would finally have a chance to shine with glory in front of Warden Li Su. Without any hesitation, he sent down orders that Bai Hao could enter the cell block at any time he wanted, and interrogate even the most dangerous prisoners. The other squads could only go into the cell block itself once per month for 3 days. But Bai Hao faced no such limitations. Ordinarily, such an arrangement would have caused widespread anger. However, because of Bai Xiaochun's shocking performance, not a single person raised an objection. The month that passed was a month of bounteous harvest for everyone in Squad 9. In fact, they didn't have to do anything other than escort Bai Xiaochun around and reap the rewards. After all, the more than 100 old-time prisoners all had indescribable caches of wealth. Although the guards would only get a small portion of it, when you combined it all together it was still a shocking amount. It was no wonder that Sun Peng, who got half of everything, would give Bai Xiaochun special treatment. Of course, Bai Xiaochun got the largest share after Sun Peng, and yet, considering his personality, he wasn't the type to be a miser. He had long since made contact with Zhou Yixing and Li Feng, and given them information that they could use to profit as well. There were many people in Devil Penitentiary who realized this, but actually, it didn't break the rules. As long as Bai Xiaochun wasn't too excessive in how he helped his people on the outside, no one would cause any problems for him. After all, few people would ever risk causing trouble for a Dark Inquisitor. Besides, Bai Xiaochun knew how to conduct himself with integrity. Whether it was his way with words or his generous nature, he always left people feeling good about him. In the end, Bai Xiaochun's greatest reward wasn't all the wealth, but rather, the secrets he learned. Those secrets weren't something physical that could be counted, but were vastly valuable. There used to be 5 great clans in Giant Ghost City, not just 3. 2 of them were exterminated overnight by the Giant Ghost King. The Giant Ghost King has a demigod cultivation base, but rumor has it that there is a fatal weakness in the technique he cultivates. There are a few of the 10 Marquises who actually want to rebel against Giant Ghost King. Those were only a few of the secrets he had learned, all of which caused his eyes to sparkle with curiosity. Who would have ever thought that I would gain so much in this prison? Chuckling to himself, he looked at his crystalline soul-hoarding pagoda and the vast collection of vengeful souls he had, which was the largest collection he had accumulated in his entire time in the wildlands. I'm almost finished with my auguries of 13-colored flame. He was almost inclined to make an attempt at conjuring 13-colored flame, but his residence was too small. Besides, if he lost control, it could lead to a huge disaster. After some thought, he walked out of his quarters and headed toward the entrance to the cell block. Along the way, any of the guards he saw would greet him very politely. In return, he would smile, reveling in the feeling of being so important to everyone. Before long, he was passing through the entrance. Inside, he ignored how his arrival instantly caused a stir of fear among the gray-robed prisoners and the prisoners in the cells. During his month-long stay recently, he had found an area some distance away from the entrance that was relatively wide open, which was where he headed now. After arriving, he set up numerous spell formations, then sat down cross-legged and took a deep breath. After taking a moment to review the formula he had come up with for 13-colored flame, he performed an incantation gesture and waved at his soul-hoarding pagoda. A vast amount of vengeful souls swept out of the soul-hoarding pagoda, filling the entire area. Then, a serious expression could be seen on Bai Xiaochun's face, as he waved his hand to produce a 12-colored flame. I started working on 13-colored flame back when I left the Bai clan, thanks to the inspiration I got from Bai Hao's research notes. After plenty of augury, I'm now 80% certain that I'll succeed. Even if I fail, it shouldn't matter. I can just determine the cause of failure, then make some adjustments, and be even more confident than before. Without the slightest hesitation, he performed an incantation gesture and pointed at the 12-colored flame, which spread out into a sea of fire and then began to consume the vengeful souls. Although the process went quickly, It all went according to the complicated method Bai Xiaochun had come up with in advance. Time passed, and the souls disappeared. Gradually, another color became visible within the flame, but unfortunately, along with it came an uncontrollable instability. No matter how Bai Xiaochun tried to adjust things, nothing worked, and the flame finally fell apart into nothing. Frowning, he contemplated the matter for a bit, then tried again. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Before long, half a month had gone by. Bai Xiaochun had tried several dozen different methods, all of which had failed, but all of which had given him new directions to attempt. As time passed, his confidence in being able to produce 13-colored flame grew. At one point, he suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, but his expression lively. Furthermore, his eyes were shining in anticipation. That was the last issue. As of this moment, I am completely confident in being able to succeed. He waved his sleeve, causing a huge amount of vengeful souls to fly out of the soul-hoarding pagoda and into the 12-colored flame. Bai Xiaochun was concentrating completely, and his body even blurred with afterimages as he boosted his divine sense using his clones. Gradually, as he exercised rigid control over the process, a 13th color appeared in the flame. Almost immediately, rumbling sounds echoed out, and the heat emanating from the flame grew exponentially intense. It was almost like a tempest of fire swirling around him. The prisoners who had been watching him this whole time were completely shocked and didn't dare to get near. Even many of the prisoners in the cells were looking over. In fact, in a location not too far away from Bai Xiaochun was one cell that housed an old man with a red birthmark on his face, who suddenly looked up. In that instant, his eyes flickered with immense shock. The most important prisoners, the ones in the cells, all had their cultivation bases sealed, making it impossible to use them. And yet, this old man could clearly sense that Bai Xiaochun was working with 13-colored flame. The fact that he could sense that was extremely bizarre. That old man had been pointed out to Bai Xiaochun when he first came to Devil Penitentiary. As the captain had explained, he had supposedly offended the giant Ghost King and had been locked up for more than 200 years because of it. A moment after opening his eyes, he closed them and went back to meditation, as if 13-colored flame was something that could only hold his interest for a moment. Of course, Bai Xiaochun had no idea about what had just occurred. Keeping his aura under tight control, he cautiously closed his fingers over his palm, causing the sea of fire to shrink back down, accompanied by intense rumbling sounds. Then, when he opened his hand again, he had a tongue of 13-colored flame. "It worked," he said, laughing loudly. Thanks to Bai Hao's notes, now that Bai Xiaochun had succeeded with 13-colored flame, he knew that he wouldn't have much trouble with 14-colored flame. After all, both flames were in the same overall level. However, 15-colored flame was a dividing mark, separating the terrestrial rank from the celestial rank. Celestial necromancers could be considered reserve powers in necromancer clans. After all, if a soul cultivator wanted to break through from the great circle of the nascent soul stage and step into the Deva realm, he would need an object with a 15-fold spirit enhancement. Only in that way could he gain enlightenment of heaven and earth, and also earn the chance to become a Deva. I already feel confident enough to take a shot at 14-colored flame, he thought, his eyes shining with determination. Another half a month went by. Bai Xiaochun's hair was disheveled, and he looked like a mad devil. He was now at a critical juncture. During the past half-month, he had failed on numerous occasions, but had also advanced by leaps and bounds. "It should only take me 5 more tries to succeed," he said, his eyes bloodshot. With that, he slapped his soul-hoarding pagoda, causing more vengeful souls to fly out. However, it was at this point that he realized he actually didn't have enough souls. Eyes widening in shock, he said, "I'm all out." From what he remembered, he had built up a huge amount of souls. After sitting there mutely for a while, he chuckled bitterly at the realization that his expenditures during the past month had been immense. "I wasn't paying attention and went overboard." Scowling, he sighed and thought back to all of the souls he had handed in to the pagoda back at the Great Wall. It's too bad I gave all those vengeful souls over to get battle credit. When he thought about how foolish he had been to do such a thing, his heart pulsed with regret. All of the old-time prisoners in cell block D have already talked. However, Zhou Yixing should have benefited from the information I sent him a while back. Whatever. I guess I'll just go see how many vengeful souls he's managed to get his hands on. Although he was worried about his lack of vengeful souls, at least he had a lot of soul medicine in his bag of holding. I really ought to take some time to explore Giant Ghost City a bit too. Now that he had a prison guard's command medallion, leaving Devil Penitentiary was easy. He emerged from the stone turtle's left eye, whereupon the medallion shone with a soft light that protected him from the black waters of the moat. Before long he was out of the moat, and basking in the afternoon sunlight. Giant Ghost City was bustling like usual, with a good number of people about even on the streets near the moat. The splash of the water as he emerged attracted the attention of quite a few nearby soul cultivators. And as soon as they laid eyes on him, they realized where he must have just come from. He's from Devil Penitentiary. Devil Penitentiary. Virtually all soul cultivators in Giant Ghost City were terrified of Devil Penitentiary. So as soon as they saw Bai Xiaochun, they lowered their voices and averted their gazes. There even happened to be some city guards on patrol nearby, and as soon as they saw him and realized who he was, they simply pretended to have not noticed him and hurried away. Wow! I never realized people from Devil Penitentiary have such a high standing. Although he had heard some rumors before about how people viewed Devil Penitentiary, to experience it firsthand as a prison guard was very different. I guess becoming a guard really was a good thing. Clearing his throat, he began to make his way down the street, simultaneously sending a message to Zhou Yixing to come meet up. Then he began to look around for somewhere to buy vengeful souls. Zhou Yixing actually wasn't very far away, but since flight was prohibited within the city limits, he was forced to hurry along on foot toward Bai Xiaochun. As Bai Xiaochun waited for Zhou Yixing to find him, he walked along and took note of several shops that sold vengeful souls. Some were large and luxurious, while others were smaller and more specialized. However, after asking around a bit, he was saddened to find that all of the shops were running very low on supply. In fact, none of them were actually selling vengeful souls, only buying them. After checking 7 or 8 shops and finding that it was the same with all of them, Bai Xiaochun started to get nervous. After all, he had come out with the specific purpose of buying some souls. What's going on? Why do all the shops that specialize in selling vengeful souls not even have any souls to sell? With that, he headed to another street, where he checked in with another 7 or 8 shops. To his shock, he found that it was the same with all of them. Finally, in one of the larger shops, he grabbed a salesperson by the arm and asked, "How come none of you have any souls for sale? What's the deal?" "How should I know?" the salesman replied with a glare. "We're out of stock. What are you grabbing me for? What? Are you going to try to take my soul or something?" This salesman had worked in Giant Ghost City for many years, and had come to have quite an eye for customers. He could tell by looking at Bai Xiaochun and also from the way he asked his question that he was a new arrival. Completely uninterested in dealing with a newcomer, the salesman gave him another glare and then prepared to rebuke him a bit more. Irritated by the man's attitude, Bai Xiaochun thought about how the city guards had reacted upon seeing him fly out of the moat earlier, and quickly pulled out his Devil Penitentiary prison guard's command medallion. "Do you have the guts to say that again?" he asked angrily, holding the medallion right in front of the man's face. At first, the salesperson seemed irritated, but when he realized that a Devil Penitentiary command medallion was being flashed in his face, he gasped. Scalp tingling madly, he shivered, and then plastered a huge smile onto his face. Considering that he had been in Giant Ghost City for many years, he obviously knew that people from Devil Penitentiary were among those who should never be offended. Devil Penitentiary was a place that even ghosts and gods were afraid of. The guards there were known to be vicious fiends, not to mention the inquisitors, who were brutal and cruel to the extreme. "Please forgive me, Exalted One. The truth is that none of the shops in Giant Ghost City have souls right now. We're completely sold out." "Sold out," Bai Xiaochun said with a frown, his anger beginning to fade. Yes, that's right. The three great clans have been hoarding souls recently, presumably because of the matter of the Hell Emperor's successor. If you have an urgent need, Exalted One, we do have a few random souls here at the shop, just not very many. Clasping hands nervously, the salesman hurried behind the counter and into the back of the shop to gather a few of the random souls that were available. Clearly, he didn't want to offend this person from Devil Penitentiary and just wanted him to be on his way as quickly as possible. How domineering, Bai Xiaochun thought. I can't believe they bought all the souls just because of some Hell Emperor successor thing. Never could he have imagined that the as-yet distant matter of the Hell Emperor's successor would already start to negatively influence him. Considering that flame conjuring would require more and more souls, the fact that Giant Ghost City was almost completely sold out could make things very troublesome. What am I supposed to do now? The three great clans are way out of line here. I guess I should have cleaned out the Bai clan even more than I did. Sighing, he realized he had to rest all of his hopes on Zhou Yixing, and whatever vengeful souls he had managed to get his hands on with the information Bai Xiaochun had sent him from the interrogated prisoners. Even as Bai Xiaochun was pondering the situation, the salesman returned from the back of the shop with a soul-hoarding pagoda in hand. Bowing and scraping, he said, "Exalted One, here are about 100,000 souls. It's really everything we have left." Bai Xiaochun scanned the soul-hoarding pagoda and confirmed that it contained far from the amount he was looking for. However, it was better than nothing. Nodding his head, he was just about to pay for the souls when a bored-sounding voice echoed out from the entrance of the shop. "I'll take those souls." Two young men strolled into the shop, dressed in expensive clothing that seemed to be woven from spirit silk. Their robes glittered like magical treasures, and if one looked closely enough, it would be possible to see designs on them indicating that they had received sevenfold spirit enhancements. In the Wildlands, spirit enhancements were more common, but the success rates were the same as back in the lands of Heavenspan. The higher the level of the spirit enhancement, the more likely it was that it would fail. A failure would lead to the complete destruction of the item and the ingredients, and that meant that any item which had numerous spirit enhancements represented heaven-defying good luck. Both of the young men were in the great circle of Foundation establishment, and from their magical clothing, it was easy to tell that they were no ordinary cultivators. They were flanked by 8 middle-aged soul cultivators, most of whom were in Foundation establishment. However, 2 of them clearly had core formation cultivation bases. Considering that the entire group of 8 carried themselves like servants, it made the 2 young men stand out in even more grand fashion. Bai Xiaochun eyed the clothing on the 2 young men, and could hear the stifled gasps coming from the other people in the shop. A look appeared on the salesman's face that seemed even more polite than the look he had given Bai Xiaochun earlier. Rushing over, he said, "Well met, Prince Chen, Prince Kai." "Give me those souls," said one of the young men, the one whom the salesman had addressed as Prince Kai. Although the young man had spoken in a relatively calm voice, from the look in his eye, he clearly viewed himself to be vastly superior to Bai Xiaochun. One of his servants immediately stepped forward with a bag of holding to take the soul-hoarding pagoda. Of course, there was no way Bai Xiaochun would simply agree to that. "Slow down there," he said angrily. "I'm buying those souls." The 2 young men looked at him coldly, and could quickly see that he had a core formation cultivation base. However, they didn't seem to care about that, nor did they notice that he was Bai Hao from the Bai clan. "We'll pay double," Prince Kai said. With that, he and Prince Chun simply turned and walked out, clearly bored. Bai Xiaochun was already feeling quite humiliated, especially considering that the salesman had just glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, clearly delighted to be able to watch this scene play out. Anger rising, Bai Xiaochun took a step forward and loudly declared, "I'll pay triple." Outside, Prince Kai didn't even turn around before replying, "I'll pay 10 times the original price." These 2 young men were direct bloodline clan members of the Chan and Kai clan, and were responsible for coming to clear out the souls of the various shops in Giant Ghost City. Although 100,000 wasn't a very large number when it came to souls, their clan elders' instructions had been very clear. They had to get as many souls as possible. Bai Xiaochun was getting angrier. To him, It felt as if someone had slapped him across the face with a pile of money. Just when he was about to continue speaking, his transmission jade slip in his bag of holding began to vibrate. After scanning it with some divine sense, he heard an anxious message from Zhou Yixing. "Milord, I'm just east of the teleportation portal. Someone's trying to kill me and steal all the souls I got for you. Help!" As soon as Bai Xiaochun heard the message, his eyes turned even more bloodshot than before. If Zhou Yixing had merely been involved in a deadly fight, it would have been more acceptable, but to hear that someone was trying to steal his souls was a different matter. Right now, Bai Xiaochun wanted souls more than just about everything else. And considering that none of the shops in the city had any souls to spare, Zhou Yixing was his last hope. "I only need to practice 5 more times and I'll be able to conjure 14-colored flame. As of this moment, anyone who tries to steal souls from me is my enemy." Enraged and having no time to argue with the 2 crown princes, he rushed out and headed in the direction of the teleportation portal. As soon as he was out in the open, he flew up into the air and hung his Devil Penitentiary command medallion around his neck. Although flying was prohibited in the city, when the patrolling city guards saw his medallion and realized who he was, they simply pretended not to notice him. He was already relatively close to the teleportation portal, so coupled with the fact that he was flying, it only took him a few breaths of time to reach his destination. As he rumbled through the air in a beam of light, he attracted quite a bit of attention. Even before he landed, he could see Zhou Yixing to the east of the teleportation portal, a look of desperation on his face as he struggled with a group of a dozen or so cultivators. One of the cultivators in that group was the very same chief of the Bai clan whom Bai Xiaochun had captured when fleeing the clan. Madame Kai was also there, accompanied by a contingent of followers, most of whom were members of the Bai clan. There were 2 other soul cultivators present who, based on their clothing, were obviously from 2 of the other great clans. As Bai Xiaochun closed in, the clan chief thrust his hand out, causing a black wind to swirl around Zhou Yixing, locking him in place and making it impossible for him to flee. Seeing Zhou Yixing in such danger, Bai Xiaochun roared, "How dare you, Bai clan lowlife!" As his voice echoed out like heavenly thunder, the group from the Bai clan turned to see who was approaching. When Madame Kai recognized who it was, she shrieked, "Bai Hao!" Bai Hao's father, the clan chief, looked up and began to tremble. As thoughts flashed through his mind regarding how he had been kidnapped, he gritted his teeth and growled, "Bai Hao!" The other members of the Bai clan were all shocked, and were immediately reminded of all the humiliation which had been heaped onto their heads because of Bai Hao. It's Bai Hao! The patriarch wasn't able to kill him back then, and he ended up getting taken away by the giant ghost king. Zhou Yixing was on the verge of tears, his heart gripped by a sensation of imminent crisis. "Help me, milord!" The clan chief's eyes burned with rage. A later investigation regarding the murder soul spikes had led him to Zhou Yixing, and he quickly realized that he was working with Bai Xiaochun. Therefore, after laying eyes on him during this visit to the city, he had immediately attempted to kidnap him. However, now that Bai Xiaochun had appeared, the clan chief changed his plan. Instead of trying to kidnap Zhou Yixing, he would try to kill him. Snorting coldly, he reached out and made a grasping motion in Zhou Yixing's direction, causing the black wind to transform into a wind blade. "We might not be able to touch you because of your status in Giant Ghost City," he growled. "But that doesn't mean I can't kill your follower." Hope had just appeared in front of Zhou Yixing, only to be replaced by the black wind blade, which now slashed down toward him, filling his heart with despair. Although all of these things take some time to describe, they happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. Seeing what was happening, Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed, and he burst forward with greater speed than ever. He wasn't using the mountain-shaking bash, he was using the undying hex. Anyone observing him would see him become a blur, while to him, his surroundings suddenly slowed down. Then he vanished. Meanwhile, the wind blade was slashing down toward Zhou Yixing, and he was wailing miserably. But then a screaming sound could be heard as Bai Xiaochun suddenly appeared right in front of Zhou Yixing. There, he reached out and smacked the wind blade. Boom! The wind blade shattered into countless pieces which spun out in all directions. At the same time, the Bai clan cultivators all stepped back. Pupils constricting, the clan chief took a step forward, performing an incantation gesture with his right hand as he said, "Feeling suicidal, by how?" Instantly, the wails of ghosts and wolves could be heard as he used his distinctive Bai clan's secret magic, causing his divine sense to transform into countless shadow ghosts that pounced toward Bai Xiaochun. "I beat you once before. Are you really crazy enough to try again?" Bai Xiaochun shot backward, slamming into the shocked Zhou Yixing to send him tumbling away. Then Bai Xiaochun glared at the clan chief as several afterimages appeared, which were none other than his 4 clones. Even as they appeared out in the open, they simultaneously unleashed a fist strike onto the clan chief. A huge boom rolled out to fill nearly half of Giant Ghost City. Instantly, numerous beams of light began to shoot in their direction. Magical combat is prohibited in Giant Ghost City. Stay your hands immediately. Stop right there. Voices rang out from the huge giant ghost statue in the middle of the city, as well as streams of shocking divine sense. Simultaneously, Bai Xiaochun and his clones slammed into the clan chief, after which all of them staggered backward. As for the clan chief, blood was oozing out of his mouth, and he was panting as he glared angrily at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was also backing up, but wasn't hurt. It was even as he pondered the advantages and disadvantages of fighting the Bai clan inside of Giant Ghost City that the voices and divine sense of the city guards appeared, much to his relief. Without any hesitation, Bai Xiaochun shouted, "How dare you ambush someone from Devil Penitentiary? Old man Bai, this is Giant Ghost City, not your Bai clan. Brothers from the city guard, I'm Bai Hao from Devil Penitentiary. These people are violating local law. Not only are they ganging up on me, they're intentionally disrespecting Giant Ghost City." With that, he grabbed Zhou Yixing and prepared to leave. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun was getting away, Madame Kai completely ignored the city guards and shrieked, "By clan cultivators, kill him immediately!" The venom in Madame Kai's eyes couldn't have been more evident. Her hatred for Bai Xiaochun had reached unimaginable heights. However, the other members of the Bai clan hesitated, fully conscious of the razor-sharp gazes of the city guards. Seeing that the Bai clan cultivators weren't giving chase, Madame Kai screamed, "Get moving! All of you! Kill him!" Then she turned to the nearby Kai clan cultivator, and was about to say something, when the Bai clan chief growled, "Shut up!" It was a mere growl, but it echoed like thunder, causing Madame Kai to shake visibly as she turned to stare at her husband. Expression very grim, he said, "Giant Ghost King bequeathed that scum with a title. If the Deva Patriarch had to give him up, then what do you think we can do? Besides, killing is prohibited within the city limits." Madame Kai didn't seem inclined to agree, but had no choice. However, the rage in her heart was so intense that she was shaking violently. As for the city guards, when they saw that the Bai clan was standing down, and that Bai Xiaochun was already leaving, they looked around vigilantly for a bit, then left. Before long, the street had calmed down. The Bai clan cultivators exchanged awkward glances, and Madame Kai was gnashing her teeth. Glancing grimly at the fleeing Bai Xiaochun, the clan chief turned to Madame Kai and quietly said, "Just wait a bit longer. Once the heavens change, we'll have our chance." Madame Kai was taken aback, but quickly realized what the clan chief was talking about. Bai Xiaochun took Zhou Yixing with him as he left the area of the teleportation portal. After checking to make sure they weren't being followed, they stopped in a random alley to catch their breath. Then Bai Xiaochun finally took a moment to think about how the 3 great clans had been buying so many souls that he was left with almost nothing to buy. In fact, they had even gone so far as to offer 10 times the normal price for some souls just now. Complete bullies. Well, Bai Xiaochun is the type of person who knows how to be flexible. I'll just have to sit back and hold tight. Considering how terrifying the Bai clan patriarch was, and the fact that he was temporarily stuck in the wildlands, he realized that he had no other choice. It was at this point that Zhou Yixing, aware he had just escaped a disaster, clasped hands and said, "Many thanks, my lord. If you had come even a moment later, I probably would never have been able to see you again. Sorry to have dragged you into it, Bai Xiaochun said. Oh right, did you get your hands on all the loot I messaged you about? All of it, Zhou Yixing replied. But then he grimaced. Unfortunately, those people from the 3 great clans, they robbed me clean. What? Bai Xiaochun said, eyes widening. Bai Xiaochun was so angry he felt like exploding. Complete and utter bullies, he thought. Bai Xiaochun is the type of person who knows how to be flexible. But this time, I can't just sit around and do nothing. This is ridiculous. You big bullies. You're obviously just trying to take advantage of how honest I am. The Bai clan, Kai clan, and Chun clan are all full of scoundrels. The more he thought about it, the more angry and humiliated he got. After all, he hadn't robbed anything from the 3 great clans, and yet they had gone and robbed him. Well, he had robbed the Bai clan to some extent, but that didn't give the Kai clan and the Chun clan the right to do the same. Zhou Yixing was a bit taken aback at how angry Bai Xiaochun was getting. In recent days, he had often had certain suspicions about what exactly was going on. However, he had never been willing to put too much thought into the matter. It doesn't really matter who this Bai Hao really is, he told himself, ducking his head. Anger burning, Bai Xiaochun muttered. I'm not going to sit around and do nothing. Then he gritted his teeth and paced back and forth in thought for a moment. Finally, his eyes began to shine as he thought back to the soul grounds in the Bai clan. The so-called soul grounds were specially constructed areas filled with auras of death. Such locations were even more well-suited to keeping souls fresh than soul-hoarding pagodas. In fact, not only did they keep souls fresh, but they could slowly improve their quality. All in all, with the exception of a few special types of soul-hoarding pagodas, there was nothing that could compare to a soul ground. Furthermore, soul grounds could hold more souls overall. Obviously, it was natural for great clans to have more soul grounds than average, and from what Bai Xiaochun could remember, the Bai clan had possessed something like 7 or 8. They were all protected by spell formations and guarded by soul cultivators. In fact, they usually contained something called soul sentries, which were special souls that had been transformed into guards. Because of all that, soul grounds were very difficult places to get into. Furthermore, even if someone got inside, the vast numbers of souls would usually consume anyone unfamiliar. Besides, stealing souls from soul grounds would be provoking the 3 great clans, and no one would ever dare to do something like that. They stole my souls, so therefore, I'm going to steal theirs. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and sent Zhou Yixing away with orders to find a place to hole up and keep his head down. Then he headed out of the city. Because he was a guard at Devil Penitentiary, he was allowed to temporarily leave the city if he wished. If he tried to flee completely, he would be brought back, but as long as he didn't do that, he had a relative measure of freedom. It was evening by the time he was outside the city, whereupon he carefully headed toward the Chun clan. Upon arrival, he was able to spot their soul grounds near the clan itself. However, the area was so rife with souls that he realized that the risk of being spotted was too high. After some thought, he decided it was too dangerous. I'll go check out the other 2 clans. Taking advantage of the darkness of night, he headed to the Bai clan. However, an inspection of their soul grounds revealed the sad truth that the Bai clan actually didn't have many souls stored up. If I robbed them, they would realize it almost instantly. Besides, I want a lot of souls. With that, he headed toward the Kai clan. It was deep into the night by the time he arrived near the Kai clan's soul grounds. There, his eyes began to shine brightly. The Kai clan soul grounds were different than the Chun clans. Instead of being set up near the ancestral mansions, they were scattered around rather haphazardly. Some of them were very close to the residences, but others were many kilometers away. Bai Xiaochun even found 2 that were fully 20 kilometers away from any of the other buildings. The 2 soul grounds were both under the protection of a single spell formation, which glowed with bright light despite the darkness of the night. Based on the fluctuations of the spell formation, even a nascent soul cultivator would have a hard time breaking through it. Furthermore, disturbing the spell formation in any way would alert the Kai clan. Inside the spell formation was a building that looked like a huge beehive, covered with countless holes that the souls could fly into and out of. The mere sight of how many souls were present caused Bai Xiaochun to gasp. Furthermore, some of the souls were at the nascent soul level, and there were also some unique and special souls mixed in. In addition, there were over 10,000 black-armored soul sentries, whose eyes glowed with bright light. The soul sentries were clearly waiting for any unrecognized person to enter the spell formation, whereupon they would attack with deadly force. Also located within each of the soul grounds were buildings occupied by Kai clan soul cultivators. There were only a dozen or so, and they didn't have very high cultivation bases, but considering that they had the power of the spell formation at their disposal, if anything happened, all they would have to do would be to hold out for a short time before reinforcements from the clan arrived. Because these two soul grounds were so close to each other, all of the clan guards had gathered in one of them. Because of how everything was set up, the soul grounds of the three great clans were the type of things that outsiders might be able to look at, but would never dare to mess with. However, Bai Xiaochun was different. As soon as he was able to study the situation, his eyes began to shine. You rob me, I rob you right back. Measly soul grounds. Other people might think it impossible to do anything to them, but for me it's going to be simple. With the snap of a finger, I, Bai Xiaochun, will reduce them to ashes. After making some calculations, he took a step forward and instantly pierced through the air, completely ignoring the defensive spell formation, and not even attracting its attention. He appeared in the middle of the soul ground. It happened so quickly that the Kai clan guards didn't have time to react, and as for the patrolling soul sentries, they simply gaped in shock. The clan guards' eyes went wide, and they stared at Bai Xiaochun for a moment before one of them said, "You." However, before anything else could happen, Bai Xiaochun unleashed a fist strike. A huge boom rang out as an attack blasted into the Kai clan cultivators, sending them tumbling backward, blood spraying out of their mouths before they simply lapsed into unconsciousness. By this point, the soul sentries began to react, letting out piercing screams as they shot toward Bai Xiaochun. However, that was when he stamped his foot down onto the ground, causing ripples to spread out like they would on the surface of a pond when a rock hit it. In reaction, the floating, beehive-like building erupted with screaming sounds as a tide of souls surged out. Bai Xiaochun's heart was already pounding at the sight of so many souls. Excited, he didn't hesitate for a moment to toss out a soul convergence pill. I need speed. A blitzkrieg strategy. Rumbling sounds could be heard as he tossed out more soul convergence pills, creating black holes which instantly sucked in the countless screaming souls, then transformed them into soul spheres. This is awesome. What a gold mine. In his excitement, he looked over at the second soul ground and decided that he might as well kill two birds with one stone. After collecting all of his soul spheres, he flashed into motion, appearing in the second soul ground, where a similar scene to what had just occurred played out. Not even the soul sentries could escape. In less time than it takes half an incense stick to burn, two soul grounds were wiped completely clean of all souls. Bai Xiaochun was extremely pleased with the number of soul spheres he had ended up with, which was enough to keep him going, at least temporarily. However, in the moment in which he sucked up the last of the souls, he apparently triggered something in the spell formation, which sent a shining pillar of light up into the sky. Obviously, it was something that the Kai clan would quickly notice. Damn it! Does emptying the soul grounds set off the spell formation? Bai Xiaochun thought, his face falling. The bright light of the spell formation was instantly noticed by people in the Kai clan, who began to utter exclamations of shock as they flew up into the air. What's going on? Is that coming from the soul grounds? What's happened? It looks like a soul ground spell formation is flaring up. No, wait. Two soul grounds. Even the Kai clan patriarch flew out and hurried in the direction of the soul grounds. Jittery with fear, Bai Xiaochun prepared to leave, but then stopped in place. Soul convergence pills leave evidence behind. If people look into it too closely, they might guess who I really am. I need to get rid of the evidence. Even if they see me, it won't matter as long as my true identity isn't revealed. He quickly pulled out a 12-colored flame that he had conjured earlier in preparation for another attempt at 13-colored flame. Instantly, one of his clones stepped out and furthered the conjuring process. Considering how well-practiced he was, and that his clone was helping, everything went very quickly. However, conjuring flame wasn't his true goal. Just when the 13th color was about to appear, the flame destabilized, thanks to his clone. Then the fire exploded. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth as bright red clouds appeared overhead. Then, numerous bolts of 13-colored flame appeared and began to fall from the sky. Incomparably intense heat filled heaven and earth, and the two soul grounds were instantly incinerated. In fact, not only was the evidence of the soul convergence pills removed, but the spell formations were also destabilized and began to collapse. Of course, Bai Xiaochun wasn't the type to kill indiscriminately, so he made sure to throw the unconscious Kai clan cultivators off to a safe location. Even as the flames spread, Bai Xiaochun transformed into a beam of light that shot away at high speed, filled with the thrill of having robbed the souls he needed and then destroyed the evidence. "Who told you to go rob my souls?" His heart was pounding with the realization that he had just done something big. However, now was not the time to ponder the situation. Even as he began to speed away, an enraged roar erupted out. "How dare you meddle with our Kai clan soul grounds? Do you have a death wish?" 8 figures appeared out in the open and began to move with lightning-like speed. One of them was a young man who appeared to be less than 30 years of age, but who had a full head of silver hair and radiated the aura of the great circle of core formation. There was even a bit of a nascent soul feel to him, as though he were so close to the nascent soul stage that all he had to do was go into secluded meditation and spend a bit of time, and he would succeed. In terms of speed, he was already similar to a nascent soul cultivator, and as he bore down on Bai Xiaochun, a look of fury could be seen in his eyes. As for the 7 cultivators behind him, they were all core formation experts, and their faces all shone with rage when they saw the burnt, scorched soul grounds. "Are you looking to die?" When they saw Bai Xiaochun fleeing off into the distance, their killing intent erupted with full power. They were just the first wave to appear. Next were the nascent Soul Clan elders. Bai Xiaochun was startled at how quickly the Kai clan reacted, and knew that if he got involved in a protracted fight, he would likely end up with serious injuries. Therefore, he fled at top speed. Considering the speed he was capable of, he was instantly able to put a huge distance between himself and his pursuers. Then he simply vanished. When the silver-haired chosen saw that Bai Xiaochun was about to make his escape, his killing intent grew even stronger. Without the slightest hesitation, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a beast hide, which he threw out in front of him. The beast hide instantly ignited, and as it burned up, the air behind the young man rippled as a shadowy beast appeared. It was an enormous, 2-headed vulture, with a wingspan of several hundred meters. As soon as it appeared, it threw its head back and let loose a piercing cry before flapping its wings and taking to flight. At the same time, the Kai clan chosen leapt onto its back. Shockingly, the young man was using some unknown technique to follow the evidence of Bai Xiaochun's passage and track him down. Bai Xiaochun staggered out into the open roughly 5 kilometers away. Not pausing for even a moment, he headed at top speed toward Giant Ghost City. "Gotta speed up. If anyone from the Kai clan catches me, I'll be in great danger." By now, the high he had felt from snatching all the souls was gone, and he was now starting to feel anxiety and fear. "They forced me to do it," he thought, wiping the sweat from his brow. As he rocketed through the air in a beam of light, Giant Ghost City got closer and closer. Within a few breaths of time, he would be there. However, that was when an intense whistling sound filled the air, and a blast of wild wind rose up. It was the type of wind that was capable of exterminating the life of anything it touched, and it instantly pierced Bai Xiaochun to the core. Shivering, he looked over his shoulder, whereupon his eyes went wide at the sight of the enormous 2-headed vulture shooting toward him. On the vulture's back was the young man, his face a mask of fury, and a long black spear held in his right hand. "Impertinent thief! How dare you meddle with our Kai clan soul grounds? I'm going to kill you in body and soul." Then the vulture accelerated as the young man drew on the full power of his cultivation base to shoot toward Bai Xiaochun, spear outstretched. Bai Xiaochun simply couldn't react to the incredible speed of the vulture. In the blink of an eye, it was right on top of him, and the black spear in the hand of the Kai clan chosen was stabbing toward him. Bai Xiaochun's face fell as he let out a shout and threw his hands out to defend himself. Ba-ong! Bai Xiaochun flew backward by several hundred meters. When he came to a stop, he examined himself, and then murmured, "I'm not hurt." The young man's attack moments ago had seemed incredible, and Bai Xiaochun had assumed that he would be badly hurt. However, to his surprise, he was completely unscathed. "Fudge!" he exclaimed in delight. "That vulture is super powerful, but compared to me, it's totally weak. I guess it was just its speed that caught me unprepared." The young man on the vulture gasped in shock as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. His vulture was capable of speed rivaling the great circle of the nascent soul stage. Plus, he had been powering his spear with his cultivation base, which meant that he should have been able to seriously injure even someone in the nascent soul stage. But this thief ended up unharmed. Completely shaken, the young man looked more closely at Bai Xiaochun's face, which caused his eyes to widen. You're Bai Hao." Because of how he had rebelled against the Bai clan, Bai Hao's face was very well known in the area. Although not everyone would recognize him, not even many of the silk pants cultivators of the three great clans, the elite chosen had all seen his picture. Because of the urgency of the situation earlier, this young man hadn't paid any attention to the person he was dealing with, but now that he took a closer look, he recognized him easily. Instantly, nervousness gripped his heart. He knew that Bai Hao was a vicious fiend who had captured the chief of the Bai clan, who was a mid-nascent soul stage expert. He had even provoked the Bai clan's Deva patriarch into action. Obviously, he was not the type of person to go around offending. "Recognize me?" Bai Xiaochun shouted. "Well, recognizing me won't do you any good." Shoving his hand out, he sent a blast of wind toward the Kai clan chosen. Bai Xiaochun's true self and his 4 clones unleashed a storm of magical techniques that covered everything in the area. A tempest of 5 parts raged around the Kai clan chosen, converging upon him with deadly power. The young chosen's scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode. His aura teetered unstably, and he already regretted how impulsive he had been in giving chase. However, there was no time for thought or planning at the moment. All he could do was turn his vulture around and try to get away as quickly as possible. Thankfully for him, the vulture was incredibly quick. By the time the storm of magical techniques reached the spot that he had just occupied, he was several hundred meters away. Despite having made it to safety, his heart was still pounding with shock. Trying to buy time for others from his clan to arrive, he shouted, "The Kai clan didn't do anything to provoke you. Bai Hao, why did you have to go and destroy our soul grounds?" Bai Xiaochun frowned. He could tell that this vulture had been conjured by some magical technique, and that it would soon vanish. However, time was something he was very short on right now. "You Kai clan people intimidated me and stole my souls," he shouted. "Humph. It's only natural that I would rob you right back." Aware that now wasn't the time to worry about one insignificant opponent, Bai Xiaochun turned and shot away at top speed. The chosen gritted his teeth, then sent his vulture in pursuit. At the moment, he was operating under the assumption that as long as he didn't get too close, he should be safe. Plus, he would be able to keep eyes on the target and make it easier for the Kai clan patriarch to track him down. They both sped along as fast as lightning. Bai Xiaochun felt a bit nervous at being followed, but he knew that the vulture was simply too fast. If he turned and tried to fight, his opponent could simply flee, and then he would end up getting involved in a pointless, time-wasting chase. "I hate bastards like this who rely on speed to get the upper hand. Does he really think he can use that bird to keep up with me?" His eyes flashed with cold light, but his face remained expressionless. Continuing to head straight toward Giant Ghost City, he sent out the aura of a frigid paragon, although he did it very carefully so that it wasn't obvious. When the intense cold reached the vulture, the Kai clan chosen shivered. A moment later, his face fell as he realized he should fall back. However, by that point there wasn't enough time. Bai Xiaochun spun around and said, "Too late!" With his frigid paragon aura spread out in a frigid domain, Bai Xiaochun could teleport as easily as a nascent soul cultivator. Even as his voice echoed out, he vanished, reappearing right on top of the vulture, in front of the Kai clan chosen. There, he unleashed the mountain-shaking bash, launching himself toward the young chosen with terrifying power. You? Having no time to evade, the young man braced himself for impact. His cultivation base was on the very cusp of reaching the nascent soul stage, and yet, compared to Bai Xiaochun, he was weak. A boom rang out as Bai Xiaochun slammed into the young man's chest, causing blood to erupt out of his mouth. His bones shattered, and he began to slip into death. But it was at that point that a dark yellow light sprang up from a pendant that hung at his neck. Within that light was the power of a deva, which fought back against the attack. The young chosen coughed up a mouthful of blood as he tumbled backward through the air like a kite with its string cut. The yellow light around him was more than half gone, and his pendant was now covered with cracks. Clearly, the deva pendant had saved his life. However, if he sustained another such attack, he would not be so lucky. Face ashen and filled with terror, he thought, "Without that life-saving magic the patriarch gave me, I would have been killed just now. This by how he almost killed me." The young man was shaking physically, and his courage was gone. Without the slightest hesitation, he fled, completely bereft of any desire to give chase. He now realized that chasing this target was no simple matter. It was risking his life. The people from these great clans really have a lot of ways to save their own skins, Bai Xiaochun thought with a frown. Seeing the young chosen fleeing, he snorted and considered chasing after him. But then, his expression flickered, and he spun and took a step, piercing into the air and vanishing. Only a few breaths of time later, 3 beams of light could be seen approaching from behind the terrified Kai clan chosen. Rumbling sounds could be heard as 3 old men appeared in the area where Bai Xiaochun had just disappeared. As soon as the young chosen saw the old men, his face lit up with excitement, and he shouted, "Elders, the thief is Bai Hao, the traitor of the Bai clan." These 3 old men were clan elders, with one of them being a grand elder in the great circle of the nascent soul stage. All of them had very grim expressions as they heard the news from the chosen. Afterward, they nodded and continued to give chase. Meanwhile, a rift appeared at a location near Giant Ghost City, and Bai Xiaochun stepped out into the open. His aura was in chaos because of the anxiety he was feeling, but it was without hesitation that he shot toward Giant Ghost City. Damn it, those Kai clan people are fast. I just finished beating the kid, and the grown-ups showed up almost in the same instant. If they were really good though, they'd fight me one-on-one. Just as he was about to enter the city, the 3 elders from the Kai clan appeared behind him, moving so quickly that the clouds swirled up above in the sky, and thunderous rumblings filled the air. When they realized that Bai Xiaochun was about to enter the city, they pushed forward with greater speed, the killing intent in their eyes shining brightly. "Bai Hao!" one of them shouted. "I don't care that you have an official position in Giant Ghost City. For robbing our Kai clan soul grounds, I'm going to put you to death." His cultivation base was in the great circle of the nascent soul stage, causing his words to roll out like a shockwave, a powerful attack that instantly pierced into Bai Xiaochun's ears. Too frightened to even look over his shoulder, Bai Xiaochun raced toward the city. The stunned city guards were about to step forward to block his path when he pulled out his Devil Penitentiary Command Medallion and then roared, "I'm a guard at Devil Penitentiary. The Kai clan is planning a rebellion. Stop them." As his words echoed out into Giant Ghost City, the expressions on the faces of the city guards flickered dramatically. Furthermore, as soon as they saw Bai Xiaochun's command medallion, and the fact that he was being chased by people from the Kai clan, they were even more stirred into action. As for the 3 elders, their expressions also flickered. That's complete bullcrap. The Kai clan has always served the giant ghost king with complete loyalty. Don't even think of trying to slander us. Bai Xiaochun was elated to see that his tactic was working. Roaring, he pushed forward into the city. The 3 clan elders tried to chase after him, but the city guards interfered, and soon, more patrolling guards showed up. Were it not for Bai Xiaochun's slanderous comments earlier, the elders might have tried to kill him anyway. But if they did that now, it could lead to further complications, the mere thought of which left them terrified. The 3 elders were forced to swallow their frustration and anger and try to explain things to the city guards. Because of that delay, Bai Xiaochun managed to reach the moat, then used his command medallion to dive down into the waters. I betrayed the entire Bai clan, and yet, they didn't dare to try to make a move on me once I was in Devil Penitentiary. As for this Kai clan, all I did was loot 2 of their soul grounds. There's no way they'll dare to come after me. Feeling very pleased with himself, he headed toward the stone turtle at the bottom of the moat and beyond it, Devil Penitentiary. The truth was that his supposition was absolutely correct. After clearing matters up with the city guards, the 3 elders from the Kai clan had no choice but to stand at the edge of the moat and look furiously into the waters. Devil Penitentiary was a place none of them dared to try to enter uninvited. After a long moment passed, all they could do was stalk away with grim expressions on their faces. Although matters seemed to have come to an end, the events which had just played out ended up being just as shocking news in the city as Bai Xiaochun's betrayal of the Bai clan. Soon, all of the soul cultivators had heard about what happened and were talking about Bai Hao and the Kai clan. Did you hear? That Bai Hao caused a big scene. He robbed some of the Kai clan's soul grounds and even burned 2 of them to the ground. He really knows how to cause trouble. Not only did he turn traitor against the Bai clan, he also went and provoked the Kai clan. I heard that some silk pants from the Kai clan got into an argument with him over some souls and ended up outbidding him. He got pissed off, and that's what led to the situation. I can't believe he went to such lengths over such a small matter. Not only is Bai Hao completely vicious and cruel, but he seeks revenge over the smallest grievance. I heard he has some amazing divine ability that calls down fire from the heavens. Because of all the talk that was spreading, Bai Hao's reputation grew, and everyone came to learn about his heavenly fire and his vicious methods. Now that Bai Xiaochun was back in Devil Penitentiary, it didn't matter what was happening outside. He quickly returned to his quarters, and after waiting a few days to make sure there were no repercussions from the recent events, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turns out being a prison guard is very useful, although the best thing for now would be to avoid any attention. I won't go out unless absolutely necessary. Patting his bag of holding excitedly, he couldn't help but muse that his plan had been very brilliantly executed. The 3 great clans robbed me, I robbed them back. As the old saying goes, proper behavior is based on reciprocity. It's a basic principle of heaven and earth. In the days which followed, he went on patrol with Squad 9 and continued to work on the formula for 14-colored flame. Time passed. One day, he finally went back into the cell block alone. Cell block D was usually a loud and busy place. Whenever the guards weren't present, the gray-robed prisoners and the prisoners in the skulls alike would both do whatever they felt like doing. Even when the guards were present, most of the prisoners ignored them. However, the instant Bai Xiaochun entered the cell block, everything quieted down. As soon as he appeared, he clasped his hands behind his back and grandly announced, "I'm on duty today, so you'd all best behave." His words caused the gray-robed prisoners to tremble in terror. Many of the prisoners in the skull cells raised their eyebrows in fear. Dark Inquisitor. It's that damned Dark Inquisitor Bai. This guy is vicious and merciless. I'll never forget the tragic day he interrogated old Devil Zhou. As for the prisoners who had actually been interrogated by Xiaochun at some point in the past, they trembled visibly, and their eyes shone with terror. All of cell block D went silent, and as Bai Xiaochun passed by, not a single person made the slightest sound. After all, he had become very famous recently. Not a single one of the longtime prisoners in cell block D had escaped interrogation at his hands. Most terrifying of all was how mysterious his interrogation methods were. Because of the smoke he used, no one could see clearly what went on. However, people could most definitely hear the terrified screams that emanated out from the smoke, and would never be able to forget them. Now that Bai Xiaochun was back, The prisoners were all acting very cautiously. None of them wanted to offend him and thus cause problems for themselves. Therefore, they all smiled ingratiatingly, and a crowd of gray-robed prisoners clustered around him to accompany him. Bai Xiaochun lifted his chin up a bit and enjoyed the odd gazes that were focused on him, musing about how no matter where he went, he always soared to the highest heights. I'm just too remarkable, he thought. Well, it's not like that was my goal. I should really be keeping a low profile. After a while, he waved his hand to dismiss the gray-robed prisoners, then strolled about for a while on his own. Eventually, he found himself in the remote location where he had worked on his flame conjuring before, where he sat down cross-legged. This place is perfect. Plenty of room to conjure flame. Nodding in satisfaction, he set up some restrictive spells, then waved his hand to send out a cloud of smoke. Then he closed his eyes to meditate. After reviewing everything he knew about 14-colored flame, he opened his eyes and smacked his bag of holding to summon his soul-hoarding pagoda. Then, a very serious expression overtook his face as he began to work on conjuring 14-colored flame. As the souls poured out into the open, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and then waved his fingers. Immediately, the souls began to shoot toward his palm, where they formed a flame. It started with one color, to which he rapidly added more colors. Before long, he had a 13-colored flame and was moving on to the 14th color. I'm feeling very confident in being able to succeed with 14-colored flame. All I need to do is make a few adjustments to handle some random issues. I'd say I should be able to get it to work within 5 tries. Immediately, souls began to stream toward his hand, pouring into the fire. Within moments, another color appeared, the 14th. But then, Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered as the flame suddenly winked out. Frowning, he looked at his hand, and then produced another batch of vengeful souls to make another try. 9 days passed in quick succession. During those 9 days he made 4 attempts, all of which were failures. However, he didn't let that disappoint him. He had plenty of souls to work with, and each failure led him to deeper understanding. It was on his 10th day inside the cell block that he sat there cross-legged, his eyes bloodshot and his hair in disarray, but his expression that of excitement. I've resolved all of the issues. This time I should succeed at making 14-colored flame. That will put me at the peak of the terrestrial necromancer rank. If I can make 15-colored flame, then I'll be a celestial necromancer. His heart swelled with anticipation. He had been in the wildlands for quite some time now, and understood quite a bit about necromancers. Obviously, even the great clans viewed celestial necromancers as extremely powerful and important. Beyond that was the earthly rank, which was even more rare. They had incredibly high positions, perhaps not as high as the heavenly kings, but definitely beyond Devis. Eyes sparkling, he took a deep breath and calmed himself. Everything went very smoothly. He started with 1-colored flame and worked all the way up to 13 colors without stopping. Then, he flicked his sleeve, causing a huge group of vengeful souls to fly out. Finally, he let out a shout, and sent the 13-colored flame spreading out into a sea of fire. The souls began to pour into the 13-colored fire, a process which took less time than it takes half an incense stick to burn. It was at that point that a 14th color appeared. His heart pounded with excitement, but his hand remained very stable as he sent his divine sense out to control matters. The 14-colored fire slowly began to shrink down, during which time his attention was completely focused on the task at hand. An hour later, he carefully closed his hand into a fist, causing the sea of fire to disappear inside. Heart leaping inside of him, he slowly opened up his hand, revealing a scintillating, 14-colored tongue of flame. A light shone out that seemed to surpass everything around it, accompanied by terrifying heat. Although 14-colored flame wouldn't be enough to threaten a deva, it was powerful enough to destroy most types of nascent soul cultivators. It worked! I finally did it! He laughed out loud with joy. Next up is 15-colored flame. That's definitely going to be very hard. But if I get it to work, then I'll be a celestial necromancer. Although, Fire like that won't do me much good unless I increase my battle prowess first. Suppressing his excitement, he put the 14-colored flame away, and then counted how many souls he had left. If I perform 14-fold spirit enhancements on all of the things I possess, then even though I'm not at the nascent soul level yet, my battle prowess would still be very high. The mere thought of that got him excited. After all, he had always been very focused on equipping himself to the max. Without the slightest hesitation, he decided that he should perform a spirit enhancement. However, before he could even pull out his turtle walk, he suddenly thought of something. Wait! There are too many eyes here. Even with my mist to conceal myself, I should really be as careful as possible. My walk is a true treasure, and I can't let anyone see it. Low profile. Low profile. I have to be careful out here in the wildlands. I can't make a big scene. With that, he waved his hand, dispelling the mist and transforming into a beam of light that shot back toward the entrance of the cell block. As he was leaving, there happened to be an old man sitting cross-legged in one of the skull cells off some distance away. He had a red birthmark on his face, and appeared to be like the other prisoners in every aspect. However, as Bai Xiaochun left, he looked up, and a mysterious gleam could be seen in his eyes. It wasn't that long ago that he succeeded with 13-colored flame, he murmured to himself. And now he can actually conjure 14-colored flame. This kid is quite interesting. Because Bai Xiaochun had been working in a relatively remote corner, and had set up restrictive spells and his obscuring mist, no one noticed that he had conjured 14-colored flame. No one except for this old man. Moments later, the old man closed his eyes. After leaving Cell Block D, Bai Xiaochun ran into some soul cultivators from Squad 9, and took some time to chat with them. Later, he ended up back in his quarters. It'll still be a while before Squad 9 is back on patrol duty. I should take advantage of the time to perform spirit enhancements on everything I can. Bai Xiaochun could actually visualize the amazing sight of himself, adorned head to toe with items that had 14-fold spirit enhancements. He would shine like a magical treasure. He even laughed proudly for a bit before setting up some spell formations and taking other precautions to ensure his privacy. Next, he used the vast numbers of vengeful souls in his soul-hoarding pagoda to produce more tongues of 14-colored flame. Finally, he pulled out his turtle walk and set to work performing some spirit enhancements. The first thing he enhanced was the Eternal Parasol. Upon receiving its 14th spirit enhancement, it changed appearance again. The ghost face on the surface of the parasol now had an enigmatic expression that seemed to be laughing and crying at the same time. Furthermore, on the ghost face's forehead was a long mark that contained not a third eye, but another ghost face. The mere sight of it left Bai Xiaochun completely shaken. The next step will be a 15-fold spirit enhancement. That will create a magical item at the Deva level. Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone brightly, and he licked his lips. He knew that once an item received a 15-fold spirit enhancement, it would emanate a Deva-like aura. Items like that were rare even in the wildlands. After all, despite how much multicolored flame existed in the wildlands, the chances of success when performing spirit enhancements were the same. Because of that, it was more common to see lower-level items but not higher-level items. If Bai Xiaochun actually did completely equip himself with 14-fold enhanced items, it wouldn't be something completely unheard of in the wildlands. However, it would still be very shocking. After enhancing the Eternal Parasol, he looked around to confirm that he hadn't attracted any unwanted attention, then removed his mask and enhanced it before putting it back on. After that, he started working on his other magical items. He enhanced Zhou Yixing's bow, as well as the powerful arrows he had collected. He also enhanced his flying swords and some of the other important magical items he had. At some point, he thought back to how the silk pants from the great clans had been wearing treasured clothing. Not willing to be outdone, he went to the outrageous length of performing 14-fold spirit enhancements on some of the clothing in his bag of holding. That was a level of luxury that, if word spread about it, would cause people to go crazy. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun found that he had run out of things to perform spirit enhancements on. He was now at the point that people would definitely go mad if they could see everything he had performed enhancements on. He was now completely equipped with 14-fold enhanced items. At this point, he could definitely be described as being armed to the teeth. If I ran into that by Clan Deva Patriarch now, I could probably kill him if I really wanted to. Laughed heartily, he examined his souls, and found that he had only gone through a bit more than half of his supply. Although I can't increase my cultivation base right now, my battle prowess is much higher than before. If I could only conjure 15-colored flame, and be equipped with 15-fold spirit enhanced items, then any Deva who ran into me would be flabbergasted. Yeah, that would be the best. Shock them to death. Then I wouldn't have to fight. Ha 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 ha. Although he was extremely pleased, he also knew that flaunting one's wealth was a good way to get into trouble. His mask could keep his general power level a secret, but he still took the time to cover up the golden designs on all of his items. With that, he sat down cross-legged and used Bai Hao's research notes to start contemplating the formula for 15-colored flame. Soon, 7 days passed, during which time he was completely focused on 15-colored flame. To any necromancer clan, being able to conjure 15-colored flame was extremely important. Although Bai Hao's notes contained information about 15-colored flame, that information wasn't complete. 15-colored flame was extremely difficult, so much so that during his 7 days of research and contemplation, Bai Xiaochun was left stunned. If one were to use numbers to describe the difference in difficulty between 14-colored flame and 15-colored flame, the former would have a difficulty level of 10, and the latter 100. Considering that 15-colored flame was 10 times as difficult, that meant that the two types of flame were as vastly separated as heaven and earth. In fact, 15-colored flame was like an obstacle to virtually all terrestrial necromancers in the wildlands. Success with it would make someone a celestial necromancer, of which there were only a few dozen in all of the wildlands. From that alone, it could be seen how difficult 15-colored flame was to conjure. Unfortunately, there was nothing Bai Xiaochun could do about that other than to focus on his research and augury. Eventually, he reached the point of being confident enough to perform some initial tests. But after another 3 days passed, he ended up tugging at his hair in frustration. He had now spent 10 days of research and augury on 15-colored flame, and was left with nothing to show for it but a frown. It was at that point that he heard the captain of Squad 9 talking outside, and he seemed to be bursting with joy. "Get out here, Bai Hao. Something big is going down." Frowning, Bai Xiaochun walked outside to find the captain standing there looking very happy. "What's going on, Captain?" Bai Xiaochun said, stifling a yawn. "Is there a new prisoner or something?" "Exactly, it's a new prisoner. However, he's not being sent to cell block D. Furthermore, the person requesting your presence regarding this new prisoner is the warden himself." With that, he grabbed Bai Xiaochun and began to drag him away. The warden. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped as he thought back to Li Su, who he had met outside the moat back when he had first arrived. Could it be that since the giant ghost king isn't paying much attention to me, the Kai clan or the Bai clan is trying to cause trouble? He thought. However, considering how happy the captain seemed, that didn't seem likely. Stopping in place, he asked, "Captain, what exactly is going on?" "Something great. Something wonderful." The captain laughed heartily, but could also see that Bai Xiaochun was feeling a bit nervous. Pulling him back into motion, he started into a detailed explanation. Soon, everything became clear to Bai Xiaochun. According to the captain, a new prisoner had arrived recently in cell block A. Apparently, this prisoner was very, very important, and getting him to talk was such a vital matter that the warden himself had taken an interest in the matter. This new prisoner was very tight-lipped, so much so that not even the Dark Inquisitors from the 4 cell blocks had been able to get him to utter a single word. Because he was a nascent soul cultivator, performing a soul search on him wouldn't be very effective, and would likely end up killing him. Therefore, this new prisoner had become a thorn in the side of Devil Penitentiary as a whole. The warden was under a lot pressure because of the situation, and had flown into a rage a few times because of it. Unfortunately, despite using all the methods at their disposal, the 4 Dark Inquisitors had come up with nothing. Having hit a dead end, the deputy warden of Cell Block D, Sun Peng, had pointed out that Bai Hao was very skilled at performing interrogations. He even explained how he had forced all the longtime prisoners in cell block D to give up their information. Normally, a matter this important wouldn't end up being revealed to Bai Xiaochun. However, Li Su was out of options, and when Sun Peng mentioned Bai Hao, he remembered that he was somewhat important. Being desperate, he decided that he might as well give this Bai Hao a shot. "Bai, my boy, this is a good opportunity," the captain said excitedly. "If you can get this prisoner to talk, you'll become the #1 Dark Inquisitor in Devil Penitentiary." The captain had complete confidence in Bai Xiaochun, and was sure that nobody in the world could remain tight-lipped in his presence. Although being the #1 Dark Inquisitor doesn't come with a formal appointment, according to the rules of Devil Penitentiary, as long as all 4 cell blocks agree on the matter, then it will be official. The #1 Dark Inquisitor has a standing just beneath the warden, and is just as powerful as the deputy wardens. If you succeed, you'll achieve a meteoric rise. In fact, you would be able to get access to the wealth of the longtime prisoners in the other 3 cell blocks. When that happens, just don't forget about your old squad in cell block D. Talking excitedly the whole way, the captain dragged Bai Xiaochun toward cell block A. Now that Bai Xiaochun understood everything, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the Bai and Kai clans hadn't come for him, he had nothing to be afraid of. In fact, considering it was merely a matter of an interrogation, he wasn't worried at all. "Ah, this is nothing. Don't worry, Captain. There are no secrets that I can't uncover." Sticking his chin up proudly, he hurried along with the captain toward cell block A. Cell block A looked very similar to cell block D. However, it was much larger and also much more sinister. It was filled with a cold, frightening aura, and the guards' quarters were filled with powerful soul fluctuations. Clearly, practicing cultivation here would be very beneficial. In the square in the middle of cell block A, there was a huge skull containing a middle-aged man in tattered clothing. There was someone else in the cage, holding the man up by the neck, and yet, the prisoner still had a look of disdain in his eyes. For some reason, he looked familiar to Bai Xiaochun. Quite a group of people had gathered outside the cage. There was Sun Peng from cell block D, who was flanked by 3 sinister-looking old men, who were none other than the deputy wardens from the other cell blocks. There were 4 other cultivators as well, some of them old, some of them young. However, without exception, they all had cold, sinister auras. It almost seemed like walking into their midst would be like walking into a pit of vipers. Bai Xiaochun only recognized one among that group of 4, him being the Dark Inquisitor of cell block D. Based on that, it seemed obvious that the other 3 were the #1 Inquisitors from the other cell blocks, the Dark Inquisitors. In addition to them, a large group of cell block A guards were present. In addition to everyone mentioned so far, there was the person holding the prisoner by the neck. He was none other than Warden Li Su. When Li Su sensed new arrivals, he loosened his grip on the prisoner and turned to look at Bai Xiaochun. The look in his eye was as vicious as a wolf's and as sharp as a blade. Li Su's gaze was so intense that Bai Xiaochun subconsciously shrunk back. Although Li Su wasn't a deva, he was in the great circle of the nascent soul stage, and coupled with the fact that he was the warden of Devil Penitentiary, it made him seem like the sinister type of individual who could erupt with incredible power at any moment. "Bai Hao, if you can get this prisoner to talk, you'll be named the #1 Dark Inquisitor in Devil Penitentiary. And if you can't, then you can get your ass out of here and figure out how to handle your own problems without our help." Li Su's patience had clearly been worn thin in recent days. Furthermore, he only had 2 more days to get the information he needed out of this prisoner. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. That only served to increase his irritation. Furthermore, he had to be careful not to kill this particular prisoner. After all, some discreet inquiries had confirmed that it was the giant ghost king himself who had issued orders for the prisoner to be sent here for interrogation. When the captain of Squad 9 heard the warden's demand, his face fell. Sun Peng was also taken aback. After all, Sun Peng had recommended Bai Hao, and yet, Li Su seemed to be turning what was supposed to be a good situation into the opposite. Bai Xiaochun stopped in place, his brow furrowed as he looked over at Li Su. The other 3 deputy wardens and the Dark Inquisitors all looked on with expressionless faces. However, inside, most of them were chuckling coldly, especially the Dark Inquisitors from the other 3 cell blocks. They were all proud people, and considering that they had already failed with their own interrogations, they were convinced that calling on this young punk was a complete waste of time. Can you get him to talk? If not, then you can just get the hell out of Devil Penitentiary this instant. Li Su's voice was cold and tyrannical, and was met with complete silence by everyone else in the room. Sun Peng sighed inwardly, and the captain of Squad 9 was trembling, and didn't dare to speak. Bai Xiaochun wasn't very pleased by the situation. He knew that Li Su didn't like him very much, but it wasn't as though he had asked to come here. He had been called. Venting his anger on me, huh? He thought. Is he trying to use this situation as an excuse to kick me out of Devil Penitentiary? It was a problematic situation. After all, if he got kicked out of Devil Penitentiary, he would have the Kai and Bai clans to deal with. Considering the difficulties that would be involved in that situation, he decided that he would be best served by enduring his current lot. Therefore, he slowly walked forward toward the skull cell, where he looked a bit more closely at the man inside. He had seemed familiar earlier, and now, after examining him up close, he realized that he was one of the 3 Kai clan elders who had chased him here to begin with. The elder recognized Bai Xiaochun, and despite having disheveled hair and blood oozing out of the corners of his mouth, he still looked at him with the same expression of disdain as before. Despite how he had clearly been bruised and beaten, the killing intent in his eyes was clear. He even went so far as to hawk up a mouthful of bloody spittle and spit it onto Bai Xiaochun's robe. Bai Xiaochun waved his robe to remove the spittle from it, then looked at Li Su and said, "Who exactly is this, Warden?" When Li Su saw how calmly Bai Xiaochun was acting, he snorted coldly and said, "You don't qualify to know who he is. I just need answers. Can you get him to talk? If not, then just screw off." The truth was that he really was using this situation as an excuse to kick Bai Xiaochun, who he had never liked from the very beginning, out of Devil Penitentiary. Considering that there were so many people around, Bai Xiaochun couldn't maintain his cool any longer. Anger flaring, he looked at Li Su and said, "Warden, if you want me gone, just say the word. There's no need to do it this way. You want me to get him to talk? How exactly? You won't even tell me who he is, and yet expect me to conduct a thorough interrogation? Screw this. If you don't want me around, then I'll just leave." He flicked his sleeve. "However, know this. Other than Bai Hao, nobody in Devil Penitentiary will be able to get this guy to talk." Chuckling coldly, he turned to leave. Bai Xiaochun was fully aware that his words would be insulting to the other Dark Inquisitors. However, considering that Li Su had caused trouble for him for no reason at all, he felt he had no choice. Even worse, Li Su was trying to use this situation as an excuse to kick him out of Devil Penitentiary. Therefore, if he wanted to fight back, he needed to act wildly self-confident. If Li Su is really that anxious about this matter, he'll definitely keep me around. If not, then I guess I screwed myself. Did you really set this whole thing up to kick me out, you bastard? Even as he began to walk away, a cold voice rang out behind him. "He's one of the elders from the Kai clan. I want to know what types of souls they have used in their clan for cultivation and flame conjuring purposes in recent years, and also how many." Although Li Su's voice was still ice-cold, his wording was slightly more polite than before. Bai Xiaochun stopped in place. Based on what Li Su had just said, it seemed he really did want the answers to those questions, and wasn't just using the situation to target Bai Xiaochun. An elder from the Kai clan, he thought, captured and brought to Devil Penitentiary. He looked at the man in the cage, and suddenly numerous puzzle pieces clicked together in his mind. "What types of souls and how many?" he said out loud. There didn't seem to be any hidden meaning to the question. The difficulty would lie in making sure that the Kai clan elder didn't withhold any information or give incorrect information. Sounding slightly annoyed, Li Su said, "Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Those are the 5 different properties souls can have." The other 4 Dark Inquisitors all asked him this question earlier, and each one came out with a different answer. Therefore, you need to get proof that the answer he gives is true. As for how you prove that, it will depend on your skill. Bai Xiaochun walked back to the skull cell and looked at the Kai clan elder. Obviously, If he had moved any slower when this man and his two fellow elders had been chasing him recently, they would have killed him. Therefore, he didn't feel the slightest bit of compassion for the man. One thing he had learned in his time here in Devil Penitentiary was that although the three great clans seemed to be allied with each other, that was mostly because of external factors, over which they had little control. Then he thought back to how the giant ghost king had saved him from the Bai clan, and suddenly, a new idea formed in his mind. The giant ghost king obviously doesn't get along with the three great clans. But what makes the three clans think they can pick a fight with a demigod? And considering the level of the giant ghost king's cultivation base, why doesn't he just wipe them off the map? Bai Xiaochun very much wanted to know the answer to this question. Considering that Li Su was standing there waiting for an answer, Bai Xiaochun knew he had no choice in the matter. If he wanted to survive in the wildlands, he needed to pick a side. The giant ghost king? Or the three great clans? Once he made his choice, he had to stick to it. In the end, he didn't need to spend a lot of time thinking about which option to pick. Eyes flickering with cold light, he opened the door of the cell and stepped inside. At the same time, he sent black smoke flowing out of his palm, which spread out into the cell and made it impossible to see inside. Not even Li Su, who was in the great circle of the nascent soul stage, could see past the obscuring mist that Bai Xiaochun's mask could create. Cell Block D's Dark Inquisitor was familiar with Bai Xiaochun, and stood there silently. As for the other Dark Inquisitors, they all thought that Bai Xiaochun thought too much of himself, and chuckled even more coldly than before. Smiling icily, they began to transmit a conversation between themselves. He's just being deliberately mystifying. Let's see what supposed skills he has. Does he really think he can get this guy to talk when we couldn't? There's no need to even ponder the question. Of course he's just putting on an act. He'll definitely just come up with some random answer. Humph. One of us definitely got the right answer out of him already. There's really no need for the warden to ask again. Li Su frowned, but in his anxiety, all he cared about was Bai Xiaochun getting the right answers. As long as he got the truth out of the Kai clan elder, Li Su could accept any situation. Inside of the cell, Bai Xiaochun looked at the Kai clan elder and sighed. Just tell me what I want to know, he said. After all, when I ask questions, I frighten even myself. Eyes burning with killing intent, the clan elder spat on Bai Xiaochun and then said, If you hadn't run as fast as you did, you little bastard, then I would have crushed you to death. Now that you've provoked the Kai clan, you've guaranteed an early death for yourself. Is it really that fun to go around spitting on people all the time? Bai Xiaochun said, irritated at having been spit on twice. He slapped his bag of holding to produce a handful of aphrodisiac pills. Tight-lipped? Let's see if you dare to keep your mouth shut after this. Outside of the cell, enough time passed for a bit less than half an incense stick to burn. Then, hoarse screams echoed out that seemed to contain pent-up emotions. The three Dark Inquisitors were shocked, and quickly began to transmit another conversation. From the nature of the screams, it seems this Bai How does have a bit of skill after all. And yet, to get people to howl in pent-up fashion like this is something we could do with our eyes closed. Clearly, they were still just as disdainful as before. As for the captain of Squad 9, as soon as he heard that scream, his eyes brightened. As of this moment, he felt as if all of his confidence was being confirmed. Li Su's expression was still grim, but inside, he was anxiously contemplating the potential for both loss and gain. Even as different thoughts ran through everyone's minds, the screams from inside the cell grew more intense, filling up with indescribable rage. You will die in pain. By how? I'm going to kill you. If you hadn't been fast enough last time, I would have ripped you to pieces. Apparently, the Kai clan elder was attempting to use this method of angry cursing to alleviate the indescribable pain and torment he was undergoing. Agaheh. The screams intensified over the course of an entire hour. Everyone outside the cell was panting, and as for the three Dark Inquisitors, they continued to exchange shocked glances. Warden Li Su's eyes shone brightly, and there was little need to mention the surrounding guards from Cell Block A. Everyone was completely shocked. Just what exactly is Bai How doing in there? How could he provoke such screams of pent-up emotion? Heavens! Even just the sound of it is bone-chilling. Even more terrifying is that, despite how much time has passed, the screams only continue to grow more bitter, and the victim's life force is actually growing more abundant. This is unimaginable. Another hour flew by, and the screams continued, growing more bitter as the time passed. It was a tragic and brutal scene. The guards outside the cage, despite having served in Devil Penitentiary for many years, and having seen many things, were completely and utterly shaken. By this point, the screaming no longer contained curses at by Xiaochun. They were simple cries of misery, the type that came out so freely, and were filled with such madness and intensity, that everyone who heard them felt chilled to the bone. Because of the black smoke that filled the cage, it was impossible to see exactly what was going on inside, which only served to make the situation even more dramatic. The ordinary guards were shocked, and even the 4 dark inquisitors were having trouble breathing normally, and their faces were covered with very serious expressions. Li Su's eyes shone brightly with both anticipation and nervousness. As everyone waited outside, Bai Xiaochun was inside the cage, frowning at the trembling Kai clan elder. The man's eyes were completely bloodshot, and blue veins bulged out on his face and neck as he glared at Bai Xiaochun. Despite the fact that he was screaming miserably, his eyes radiated madness. "Clever," Bai Xiaochun murmured, using the screams to vent the pressure from inside. "Huh?" He snorted coldly. This Kai clan elder wasn't the only person to have come up with such a method. During his time interrogating some of the other monsters in Devil Penitentiary, Bai Xiaochun had seen this on a few occasions. Clasping his hands behind his back, he stuck his chin up and said, "I advise you to simply talk. We both have our orders to follow, and I really don't want to use my method number 2. Method number 2 isn't completely unparalleled under heaven, but it's close." "Screw off!" the Kai clan elder roared, his expression vicious, as if he wished to eat Bai Xiaochun alive. He even went so far as to spit out another glob of blood-laced spittle. "Old bastard," Bai Xiaochun said with a glare. "Fine. Time to show you method number 2. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and he waved his finger at the elder, causing a sealing mark to settle down onto his mouth. The instant the elder's mouth was sealed, he was no longer able to emit a single scream. Everything was now stuck inside of him. This method made it impossible for him to vent through screaming. Instantly, the elder began to shake violently. His eyes became even more bloodshot than before, and as he struggled, he felt a sensation like burning fire growing within him. Unfortunately for him, there was no way to release that fire. He began to sweat profusely. It felt like he was both being burned alive and simultaneously trampled by countless ants. The sensation was almost impossible to describe with words. The sight caused Bai Xiaochun's face to twitch and his heart to pound. However, this man had tried to chase him down and kill him. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun was working for Giant Ghost King now, and showing mercy in this situation would not only earn the ire of those above him, but it could also get him killed. Sometimes in life you just have to make some compromises, he thought. Sighing, he squatted down in front of the Kai clan elder and said, "Just talk. All right? If you don't make things hard for me, then of course I won't make things hard for you. That would be better all around. All I want to know is how many souls the Kai clan has used in the past few years, and what types. It's a simple question." As Bai Xiaochun spoke, the madness in the Kai clan elder's eyes grew more intense. His glare was so brutal that it seemed he would gladly die if it meant being able to take Bai Xiaochun along with him. Frowning, Bai Xiaochun stood up and stepped back a few paces. Everyone outside the cell continued to observe, surprised that the screaming had stopped, only to be replaced by muffled grunts. The ordinary guards present weren't inquisitors, and thus weren't aware of the serious implications of the silence. Therefore, they were merely surprised. However, the 4 dark inquisitors' pupils constricted, and they exchanged serious glances. Making prisoners scream is something that ordinary inquisitors do, but preventing them from screaming is another level altogether. Many people understand that general truth, but it's difficult to understand exactly how and when to use such methods. It's hard to say how this Bai Hao did it, but the previous screaming clearly contained a pent-up pressure that needed to be vented. Now, he's essentially plugged up the volcano. The next time it erupts, it will be shocking. We underestimated this Bai Hao. Li Su's eyes were shining brightly. As the warden, he knew a lot about the methods of inquisitors, and therefore, couldn't help but quiver in anticipation. The muffled grunts continued for more than 2 hours before stopping. By that point, the group outside the cell couldn't help but tremble in uncertainty about what was happening. Inside the cell, Bai Xiaochun was looking in shock at the Kai clan elder, who was shaking and twitching, his skin bright red. Despite the madness in his eyes, he was still aware of his surroundings. Sighing, Bai Xiaochun looked down at the man with utmost sincerity and said, "You've lasted longer than anyone I've ever seen. All right, listen. I have a method number 3, but I really don't want to use it. Why don't you just tell me what you know?" The Kai clan elder looked back at him and nodded. Bai Xiaochun was surprised, but quickly stepped forward and performed an incantation gesture to remove the seal from the elder's mouth. The elder instantly coughed up a huge mouthful of blood, which he directed at Bai Xiaochun. Then, he let out a manic howl that was filled with deranged laughter. "Is that all you've got, Bai Hao? Why don't you try this on for size? I'll tell you something you probably don't know. You know who really killed your mother? It was a daughter of the Kai clan. That's right, it was your father's first wife. Your mother was in the middle of sewing some clothes for you when she died. And let me tell you, it was a horrific death." The Kai clan elder let out a string of maniacal laughter. As for Bai Xiaochun, a tremor ran through him. Your mother wasn't the only one to die either. Her whole clan was wiped out. Every last one of them. Even the other servant girls who were friends with your mother were executed. The only reason you weren't killed was because you had Bai clan blood in you. Your mother was a servant girl, a useless nobody. If she never got pregnant, it wouldn't have mattered. But not only did she get pregnant, she dared to keep living afterward. That's worthy of the death penalty. The true person responsible for your mother's death is you. If you hadn't come along, your mother would still be alive. More raving laughter spilled out of the Kai clan elder's mouth, and his eyes burned with madness. He knew that the words he had just uttered would be profoundly upsetting, but he said them anyway. Bai Xiaochun sucked in a breath, and his eyes instantly began to shine with killing intent. Of course, everyone on the outside could hear what had just been said. Li Su's face fell, and he shouted, "Bai Hao, you mustn't kill him." He was just preparing to step forward into the cell when Bai Xiaochun's voice could be heard. "Trying to upset me so much that I just kill you? You really think I would fall for that?" Inside the cage, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered with cold light. Although he wasn't actually Bai Hao, the words the clan elder had just spoken caused his anger to burn. After speaking, he simply stood there and stared at the laughing Kai clan elder. The look in his eye shook the clan elder to the core, and he suddenly stopped laughing. Ignoring the elder, Bai Xiaochun walked out of the cell, where he instantly became the focus of all attention. Li Su was about to say something, but before he could, Bai Xiaochun waved his sleeve and said, "I need an instrument of torture immediately. Don't get impulsive, Bai Hao," Li Su said sternly. "He mustn't die before confessing." "Oh, don't worry, Warden. I wouldn't give him such an easy death." The casual way Bai Xiaochun spoke those words made them like a vile wind that stabbed into the ears of everyone present, filling them with fear. Li Su looked long and hard at Bai Xiaochun, then said, "What torture instrument do you want?" "A big black dog," he replied grimly. "Male. The stronger the better." Everyone was surprised by his request. However, Li Su merely frowned before giving the orders. Before long, a black dog was brought in, a huge beast that was nearly the size of a young ox. It was a vicious-looking thing, with sharp yellow teeth and bulging muscles. Saliva dripped down its chin as it looked around with ferocious eyes. When Bai Xiaochun saw the dog, he nodded and then led it by the leash into the cage. When the Kai clan elder saw the dog, his expression flickered, and he screamed, "What are you doing, Bai Hao? "Oh, nothing. You're refusing to tell me what you know, right? Fine then. I'll stop asking." Smiling coldly, he took out an aphrodisiac pill and fed it to the black dog. Then, after a moment of thought, he pried open the mouth of the shocked Kai clan elder and shoved an entire handful of the pills inside. Earlier, he had been reluctant to do this, but after what the Kai clan elder had just said, the hatred in by Xiaochun's heart began to burn hotter than ever. This is method number 3, a method which no one can endure. If you can handle it, then when the process is over, we'll find an even more ferocious animal for you to enjoy. The sight of the snarling black dog struck profound fear into the heart of the Kai clan elder. Furthermore, because of the large quantities of aphrodisiac pills which had just been stuffed into his mouth, he could tell that he was about to lose control of himself. The fact that Bai Xiaochun had not yet released the dog caused the elder's heart to fill with a profound sensation of torment. He already regretted having intentionally upset Bai Xiaochun. For the first time, a look of hesitation appeared in the elder's eyes. "Look, let's just talk things over, Bai Hao. I can..." Before he could say anything else, Bai Hao interrupted. "I don't want to hear it." Then he released his grip on the dog's leash. The dog immediately howled and pounced on the Kai clan elder. The crowd gathered outside the cell, then heard screams the likes of which they had never heard before in their entire lives. The bitterness surpassed any scream they could even imagine. They were screams that seemed to contain the most ultimate type of pain possible. The guards of Cell Block A were all gasping and trembling, and each and every one of them was thinking the same thing. "Don't ever provoke Bai Hao." The Dark Inquisitors' faces flickered with various emotions as they looked at the cell. Although they couldn't see what was happening, the things they imagined were happening left them indescribably shaken. How brutal! Who can endure pain like that? It's not just physical, it's psychological. A majestic nascent soul cultivator and proud elite member of the Kai clan is being broken right in front of us. This Bai Hao really is a vicious person. The fact that he's using methods like this shows that he's really a Dark Inquisitor. His heart has been consumed by the darkness. Li Su's eyes were wide, and he felt a chill going up his spine. Only now did he realize that Bai Hao really was, as the rumors said, vicious and merciless, willing to go to any lengths to get what he wanted. The screams of the elder mixed with the howling of the black dog, causing the hair of the guards in Cell Block A to stand on end. Thankfully for them, the process didn't last long, only a few dozen breaths worth of time. At that point, the screams of the Kai clan elder turned into discernible words. "I'll talk. I'll talk. Wood-type souls. We used almost no wood-type souls. Almost none. Make it stop. Make it stop." Not only did the Kai clan elder reveal the information Li Su had asked for, he began to reveal more information of his own accord. In the end, he let out a shriek of despair as he revealed a final important detail. The 3 great clans are planning a rebellion. By this point, the Kai clan elder was in so much pain he wished he could die. The torture had pushed him to the breaking point, and he had revealed all the information he knew. And yet, the screams still didn't stop. When the group outside the cell heard his last statement, their expressions flickered, and Li Su's eyes began to shine with a terrifying light. The 3 great clans are planning a rebellion? What gives the 3 great clans the courage to rebel against the giant ghost king? As everyone reeled in shock, Bai Xiaochun walked out of the cell, his expression grim. He didn't say anything. He just looked at Li Su for a moment, and then left. There was no need for him to say anything. Everyone had heard the confession, and knew that if what the Kai clan elder had just said was a fabrication, then getting the truth out of him would be impossible. Li Su watched Bai Xiaochun leave. Earlier, he had harbored some ill feelings toward him, but they were gone now, replaced by profound admiration. Now that is a real Dark Inquisitor. Li Su was convinced that most of what the Kai clan elder had just said was true. The fact that he had confessed to a planned rebellion on the part of the 3 great clans, of which he was a member, was all the proof that was needed. The 4 Dark Inquisitors watched Bai Xiaochun as he left, their eyes shining with reverence. Deep in their hearts, they knew that, in terms of interrogation, His skills actually went beyond the Dark Inquisitor level. At this point, Li Su tore his gaze from Bai Xiaochun's retreating form and looked around the room coldly. Nobody is allowed to speak a word of what they heard today. The deputy wardens immediately realized the gravity of the situation and began to issue further orders. Devil Penitentiary operated on a relatively autonomous level, and if they wanted to prevent information from leaving, it was a relatively simple thing. In order to make sure there were no slip-ups, Li Su ordered a full lockdown of the entire prison. No one was permitted in or out without his express permission. After making all the necessary arrangements, Li Su left Devil Penitentiary and headed to Duke Deathcryer's Grand Hall on the giant ghost statue. As for the Kai clan elder, he wasn't very important anymore, and had been left sealed in his skull cell. Bai Xiaochun had already returned to cell block D, and was in his quarters, frowning as he thought about the information he had learned from the Kai clan elder. Not only did he feel more sympathy than ever for Bai House Fate, but he was also very curious about the rebellion that had been mentioned. What secret weapon do the three great clans have that gives them the courage to plan a rebellion? Although Bai Xiaochun had never seen a demigod in action, he knew that the difference between Devis and demigods was vast. For example, in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, there were many Devis but only one demigod expert. A demigod could crush Devis with impunity. And yet, the three great clans of Giant Ghost City were willing to rebel against a demigod. Of even greater significance was the fact that this area was home to all of their clans. If they planned to rebel, then they had to kill that demigod if they hoped to survive. There are obviously some big secrets that I'm unaware of. Could it be that there's some conspiracy afoot that is causing the Giant Ghost King to hold back from taking action? Bai Xiaochun felt as confused about the situation as if he were trying to study flowers in the fog. The three great clans must have something that gives them the confidence to succeed. But what? As Bai Xiaochun was lost in his thoughts, Li Su was offering a deep bow to Duke Deathcryer in his grand hall on the giant ghost statue. Duke Deathcryer, I'm here to report on the matter of how many souls the Kai clan. Before Li Su could even finish his sentence, Duke Deathcryer interrupted, Don't tell me. I'll take you directly to His Highness the King. Duke Deathcryer immediately sped into motion, heading toward the royal palace located on the head of the huge statue. Excited, Li Su followed along. No one stopped the two of them as they hurried on their way, and before long, they were there in the royal palace. At the highest level of the palace, in a towering pagoda, was the tall, sturdily built giant ghost king. Greetings, Your Highness! The two of them said simultaneously. The giant ghost king stood there looking down on the sprawling city down below, a strange light glowing in his eyes. It was almost as if he could see through everything to observe all secrets with those eyes. After a moment passed, he said coolly, Well, what was the result? Li Su couldn't stop himself from trembling. Calming himself, he pulled out a jade slip, which he respectfully offered to the giant ghost king. It was impossible to say how he did it, but giant ghost king caused the jade slip to fly through the air and land in his hand. After he looked at it for a moment, his eyes glittered, and the jade slip transformed into ash. The sight caused Li Su's heart to pound, and he bowed his head nervously. Although he was confident that the information in the jade slip was mostly true, if there were any inaccuracies, he would be the one to take responsibility. After another moment passed, the giant ghost king said, The two of you are dismissed. Li Su breathed a sigh of relief and looked out of the corner of his eye at Duke Deathcryer. Duke Deathcryer's expression hadn't changed the entire time, but he had also been very nervous during the meeting. Without any hesitation, Li Su and Duke Deathcryer both left. After they left, the giant ghost king looked out over the city, glancing at the area where the 10 marquises resided, and then in the directions of each of the 3 great clans. Finally, a smile broke out on his face. So, the interrogation revealed the rebellion plan. Wood-type souls were used the least, just as I had expected. The 3 great clans are using the matter of the Hell Emperor's successor as an excuse to build up souls. They're definitely holding nothing back. Generally speaking, all 5 types of souls should be used relatively equally. There shouldn't be a situation in which one type of soul is rarely used. Based on all this, it seems that those three bastard patriarchs have figured out the details of the technique I cultivate. They know about my decay period. During the decay period, my cultivation base will drop rapidly. Most importantly, during that time, large amounts of wood-type souls could be used to significantly reduce my overall power. That would be the only time they would have a chance at succeeding. I know that I can fully trust Duke Deathcrier. However, as for the other 4 dukes and the 10 marquises, I'm very curious to see which ones harbor evil intentions. This time, we'll find out once and for all. The giant ghost king smiled broadly, and a touch of scorn could be seen in his eyes. As far as he was concerned, the 3 great clans, as well as his subordinates, the 5 dukes and 10 marquises, were all like bugs. This Bai Hao isn't bad, though. Loves to cause trouble. Has incredible talent in flame conjuring. Smiling, the giant ghost king continued to contemplate how to use Bai Hao as a pawn in his little game.